තව අනිත් මාත් එක්ක නෑ අතනේ දාලා දෙන්නයි කියනවා. නයි මෙයා ඔන්ලයින් ඉන්නවා. ඔන්ලයින් ඉන්නවනේ අපි ස්ටාර්ට් කරන්නේ. අර ආවම ප්‍රශ්නේ දෙන්නේ මෙහෙම මේ චැප්ටර්ස් ආයේ කවර් වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේද? අර දැන් එක්සෑම්ස් කිට්ටුවනේ ඉන්නේ. දැන් අපි පේපර් ඩිස්කෂන් එකේ තමයි ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් ආයෙ කතා කරන්නේ. මේක ඉතින් සිම්පල් යන්නේ. ගොඩක් දේවල් කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක වාඩි. දැන් ඉතින් විශ්ය ආවලා. අපි කියන්නේ
Right, Isiruni, am I audible to you, Puta? She is not audible to me, right? Isiruni, am I audible to you? Is it audible? You can put one message on chat box. ෆීඩ්බැක් එක එන්නේ නැහැ නේද යාගේ? ඇහුණද? ඇහුන්නේ නැහැ මොනවද නේද? ඔව්. Okay. Now where we are in? අපි දැන් කොහෙද මොන chapter එකේ කොතනද ඉන්නේ කියන්න බලන්න. දැන් ඔයාලා week එකක් ඉඳලා එන්නේ නේද? දැන් ඔයාලා මේ අර workings කරනවද දෙන්න? work කරනවද? ඔයා කොහෙද වැඩ කරන්නේ? ඔඩිට් ෆර්ම්. ඔයා? වැඩ කරන්නේ නැහනේ? කරනවද? මොනවද කරන්නේ? පොඩි කමියුනිකේෂන් එකක් කරන. හරි. ඒ කියන්නේ ටයිම් එක තියෙනවනේ ඕන තරම්. දැන් ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයාලට 5 daysම ඔයාලට රිෆර් 5 නෙමෙයි 6 days තියෙනවා රිෆර් කරන්න. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි මෙතෙන්ට එන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට ස්ටඩි කරපු දේවල් ගොඩක් ඔළුවේ තියෙන්න ඕන. දැන් අපි එහෙම නැහනේ. If I am saying an example regarding me or myself, so I am conducting several chapters, so several, I mean, course content in different platforms within that entire week. Got that? Say for an example, I am conducting some IT lectures and also some project management lectures, management information system lectures, and also this subject, management accounting subjects. Like that, it has a kind of combinations. Okay. Okay, good. Right. Then you are not like me, no? You are having, I mean, core value of freedoms. Got the idea? So tell me where we are. අපි දැන් කොහෙද ඉන්නේ? chapters කීයද ඉන්නේ? chapter C එකේ. very good. chapter C එකේ sections කීයක් තියෙනවද? sections 3ක් තියෙනවා. අපි කීයක් cover කරාද? එකක් cover කරා. මොනවද ඒ cover කරේ? Yes, very good. We have covered. Unfortunately, Isruni, you are not audible to me. I think I am hearing to you. Right. If it has any doubts, you can put a chat. I don't know, is it having kind of, I mean, issues in your laptop or other things, or anyhow in here it's having some separable devices, but anyhow, is it having any kind of doubts, you can put some chats. And also try to unmute and ask something. Is it nothing, any feedbacks from me, then you can use chat box. Then we can check your that audible. Right. Okay, so last week we were discussing this, no? This part. Right. CVP analysis part, no? This part. I think it's over. Come to this, no? Multi-productions. We had done all the parts. And also we can discuss some additional questions in your last lecture day, right? So, and also I have to proceed one message to you. So next Saturday is Vesak Poe Day. Then how we can cover that day? හෙට අර මෙහි යනවා ඩිග්‍රී ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එක. ඒක තමයි මම කිව්වේ ඩිග්‍රී එකෙත් යනවනේ ක්ලාස් එක. මට ඒක මිස් වුණා. අපිට next Sunday කරන්න බැරි වේද? දැන් Saturday නේ Poe Day යන්නේ. Sunday එක. යාළුවොත් එක්ක පොඩ කතා කරලා බලන්න. අපි එහෙම කරමු නැත්නම් පුතා අන්තිම වෙනකන් තියාගන්න බෑ. එතන ඉෂුව එකක් තියෙනවා. ඔව්. අපිට අනිත් දැන් මේ එදාට මට ඔක්කොම calculations budgets variance ඒ ටික ඔක්කොම ඉවර කරා නම් ඊට පස්සේ තියෙන පොඩි අර technological advancements වල පොඩි discussion එකක් අපිට online දාලා උනත් ඒක ඉවර කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක නිකන් theoretical part එකක් නේ. ඔය lean manufacturing, JIT system ඒව ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් discussion එකක් තියෙන basic ටිකක්. දැන් අර technological advancements එක නේ මේ subject එකේ තියෙන්නේ. ඒ ටික ප්‍රශ්නයක්. ඔව් මේ week එකේ තියෙනවා next week එකෙත් තියෙනවා. අර variance analysis තියෙනවනේ. ඒකයි budget preparation එකේ basic ටිකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ ටික cover කරාම ඉවරයි. right එතකොට calculations ඉවරයි අර ටිකේ theory part එකක් තියෙන්නේ theory part එක අපිට online class දෙකක් විතර දාලා එහෙම ඉවර කරගමු ඒක ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ ඒකල අපි paper discussion එකකට යමු day එකක් අරගෙන ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයාලගේ දැන් මම බලන්නේ 30 ප්‍රශ්න වලට එතකොට calculation part එක ඉවරයිනේ ඊට පස්සේ අපිට theory ටික අපි බලමු online base කරලා කරන්න ඊළඟ weekend එක අපි set කරගමු paper discussion එකයි අරගේ අපිට ඉතුරු වෙන ටික මොනවා හරි තියෙනවනම් online class එකේ ඒ ටික කතා කරලා එහෙම අපි day එකක් දාලා ඉවර කරමු එතකොට ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑනේ මට දැන්ට plan එක එහෙම තමයි තියෙන්නේ. අපි බලමු එහෙම වෙනස් වෙයිද කියලා. ඔයාලා පොඩ්ඩක් චානකසෙත් එක්කත් කතා කරලා arrange කරගන්න එක. right. right. To yes. lecture එකක් නේ. Okay. right. So today we are discussing second part. This one is very important. I think some of the students they are having some knowledge regarding that limiting factor. In limiting factor we are discussing in here based on your syllabus content. It's having that single limiting factors and also multiple limiting factors in here. Multiple limiting factors. That limiting factor means in simply scale of resources. What's that? Scale of our resources, producing resources. That's mean sometimes material should be kind of limiting factor. අපිට material අඩු වෙනවා. එතකොට අපි කොහොමද production එක කරන්නේ? Got the idea? So otherwise machine hours, labor hours, skill laborers ලා නැති වුණාම පොඩ limit වෙනවා අපේ වැඩේ කරන්න. On that kind of situation we are using some contribution based calculation in here. So mainly in here we are practicing limiting factors based on the optimum production mix by using simple calculations. We can call it as a ranking. We can rank which productions are going within that limiting factor, but that limiting factor is going within single resource at the first. අවද ඔළුවට limiting factor එක තමයි කතා කරන්නේ productions කීපයක් තියෙනවා. නමුත් එක resource එකක් තමයි limit වෙන්නේ. පළවෙනි step එකේ. got the idea? Second එකේ මේ multiple scarce resources. දැන් මෙතන නම් එක resource එකයි. Say for an example only material or only labor or only machine hour like that. Only that. But in here in multiple scarce resources we are discussing combinations. That means material and also labor are limiting. Then we cannot use this method. Got the idea? Those are the core basics. Otherwise you are choosing that wrong method in your examination. පැහැදිලිද පුතා? එතකොට එක resource එකක් අපිට හිගයි නම් නැත්නම් ස්කෙයාර් නම් limit නම් අපි choose කරන්නේ එක method එකක්. Is it more than that we are using that linear programming method, right? In that linear programming method I will discuss those matters in advance, right? In that linear programming methods generally you know that if we are having two productions we can do by using this kind of graph interpretations. අපිට මොනවද? productions දෙකයි නම් තියෙන්නේ. ඔයාලා දන්නවා අපි graph එකක් ඇන්දොත් අපිට axis කීයක්ද තියෙන්නේ? Is it having only two axes? Then we can interpret only two products, one product and two products. Then we can find out relationship in that linear mechanisms, especially in graphically. Then second we are discussing by using another mechanisms to go ahead with more than two productions for more resource limitations. Got the idea? දැන් මෙතනදී අපි කතා කරන්නේ second linear program එක පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ මේවා තමයි basics ආ. මේ basic එක ඔළුවේ තියෙන්න ඕනේ මේ calculation එකේ right. පළවෙනි එකේ කතා කරන්නේ single limiting resource එකක් ගැන. second එකේ අපි කතා කරනවා මොනවද? multiple limiting resources. ඒතර මේකේ අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට කතා කරන්නේ optimal mix එක single resource එක. මේ linear program එකේ කතා කරනවා multiple square resources. ඒක තමයි basic එක. ඒතර මේ multiple square resources එක අපිට දෙකකට බෙදන්න පුළුවන්. Is it having two products? We are using graphical method. Is it more than two productions? Two plus productions? We can use tabular method. We can use tabular method like that it has. Got the idea? But based on your studies, we are studying everything, but that's the basic. Got the idea? Then finally we are discussing some shadow prices. Among that limited resources, we are predicting this is the price for that limiting labor, limiting particular materials. Then we can hire from third parties or something like that by using that particular our predicted price. Generally we called it as a shadow price like that. Those are the co-identical basics. Got the idea? Now you are having some foundation no regarding our discussion, right? Isruni, is it having any kind of doubts? You can raise some. You can ask. Okay. Right. Carefully see this. In here, it's having kind of steps to go forward with this calculation in limiting factor. Right. Especially for trust method. 2.1 we are discussing what? Single limiting factor or resource. Single limiting factor or single limiting resource. Got the idea? Right. මේවා තමයි steps තියෙන්නේ. See, when only one resource is scarce, scarce means limited. Right. The goal is to use that resources most profitably. That's the main thing. If we are having limitations of our resources, we require to fully utilize it. Otherwise, we cannot get higher profitability for our business or our productions. That's the main thing no. අපිට තියෙන්නේ පුතා limit වෙලා හිතන්නකෝ kgs 500යි material වල. kgs 500යි. මේ kgs 500න් අපි හදනවා productions 4ක්. ABCD කියලා හිතන්නකෝ. ABCD. A එකේ අපිට profit එක හරි contribution එක 100ක් තියෙනවා. C එකේ තියෙනවා 50. B එකේ තියෙනවා 25. A එකේ තියෙනවා 10. පැහැදිලිද? Different contributions. Got the idea? එතන අපි priority දෙන්න ඕන මේකෙන් 10 තියෙන එකටද 25 තියෙන එකටද 50 තියෙන එකටද 100 තියෙන එකටද? Simple example. 100 තියෙන එකට profit වැඩිපුර එකනේ. That's the argument in here. Got the idea? Right. See, step number 1. Identify the limiting factor. Limiting factor means limiting resources. First we have to recognize that. Confirm which resource is constraint. Constraint means that similar term of limiting. Limiting. Example, most probably labor hours, machine times and also materials. Those are the co-identical resources in here we are using. Got the idea? Right. Calculate contribution per unit. What we are calculating? In second? Yes, contribution per which? Contribution per unit, not total. Contribution per unit. Second. For each product, subtract variable cost from selling price. Generally, you know that. Contribution ek komada wanne? Selling price minus variable cost. Got the idea? Right. Come to step number 3. Compute contribution per unit of a limiting factor. Now you know in here per unit contribution. Like my example. Got the idea? What's that? මම මොනවද ගත්තේ? A B C D කියලා හතරන්නේ ගත්තේ. D එකට මට මතක විදිහට 100 දැම්මා. In here 50, 25 and 10. Got the idea? දැන් මේකනේ basic එක. What's that? මම මේ contribution එක හෙව්වේ. Contribution එක කියන්නේ selling price variable cost. මම මේ දෙක දැම්මේ නෑ. ගෙලින්ම contribution එක ගත්තා. Got the idea? Third, what they are saying? Compute contribution per unit limiting factor. In here, what we are having? Contribution per unit. Now we are asking to go ahead with limiting factor contribution calculation. Say for an example, it's like this. Material gila idannu, we are using materials. A productions karanna api materials පාවිච්චි කරනවා 1 kg. Got the idea? 1 kg. B product karanna පාවිච්චි කරනවා 2 kg. C එකට අපි පාවිච්චි කරනවා again 2 kg. D එකට පාවිච්චි කරනවා 5 kg. Similar utilization එක? Is it similar? No, different, no? Then we can see different contribution for each 1 kg of this. How we are finding out that? Contribution divided by per unit utilization of that limiting factor or limiting resource. In here, per kg 10. In here, per kg 12.5. In here, per kg 25. In here, per kg 20. Like that. Then you can rank it. Which production is most profitable to go ahead with per kg contribution. Got the idea? එතර අපි per kg මෙන්න මෙතෙන්ට utilize කරොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? 25 earn කරන්න පුළුවන්. මෙතෙන්ට utilize කරොත් 12.5 එන්නේ. මෙතෙන්ට utilize කරොත් 20 එන්නේ. මෙතෙන්ට utilize කරොත් 10 එන්නේ per unit. That's the efficiency. Got the idea? Then which one is the highest contribution production? C, no? Production C. But in our basic studies, we are recognizing this one, no? But if you are going within that further calculation, we can recognize this kind of identification. In here, we are calculating that. Got the idea? Right. See, then you can rank products. Rank products. On that it has 10, 12.5, 25 and 20. Then 25 is the first, 20 is the second, 12.5 is the third, 10 is the fourth. Like that you can rank it. Next, allocate the resources. Then you can allocate resources based on that production demand. We are prioritizing their production demands. Like that. Simple calculation. Yeah? Those are the key steps. I need, you can mention it. Make the steps. Right. Write down a heading. Limiting factor. Limiting factor means chapter C, section 2. Chapter C, section 2. Heading is limiting factor. You can mention 2.1 as single limiting resource. Single limiting resource. Right. Under that, write down simple heading, simple question. Identify key steps in single limiting factor calculation. Identify key step. Identify key steps in single limiting factor calculation. Right. Number 1, identify the limiting factor or limiting resource. Limiting resource. In your examination, directly they have given now. Exam එකේදී නම් කියනවා මේක තමයි limit වෙලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා. Second, calculate contribution per unit. This one now. Contribution per unit. Third one, compute again contribution per unit of the limiting factor. Limiting factor, that's mean is it material, you have to check how many kgs utilized to produce that single unit, or is it having within limitations of hours or labor hours or machine hours, you have to find it out how many hours utilized to produce single unit. That's the second thing. Right. Next one, rank your productions based on which per kg or per hour contribution. Then you can allocate the resources based on market demand. Market demand. Okay. See this example. Manufacturing company managing a limiting factor. This is the scenario. A manufacturing company produced two types of that decorative brass lamps. That's a kind of production. So don't hesitate regarding that. Serendip and Laxala. Those are the two productions in that lamp. The company faces shortage of skilled labor hours. What's that? It's having another term, shortage. Shortage means limitations, no? Right. The company faces shortage of skilled labor hours. Then scarce resource is what? Or limiting resources is what? Labor hours. Labor hours. Within only 12,000 hours. Labor hours monada කියන්නේ limited. Shortage, we are having only 12,000 labor hours. 12,000 hours to complete our entire that market demand. Entire market demand. Got the idea? The market demand එක ගත්තොත් එහෙම මේ වගේ දීලා තියෙනවා. This is the market demand. 2,400 of this first production. In here 1,200 units of second production. Like that. These are the key. Got the idea? Right. Available during the current period. The goal is to develop optimum production plan that maximize total contribution within the labor constraints. Constraint means another similar term, limitation. On that they can use different terms, similar terms, but all are going within which? That limiting or constraint. It's also similar term to limited or scale. Other term is scale. Like that. They can use different terms in your examination, but all are going within that term of which? Limited. Limited or limiting. Right. Now, capture the scenario. Serendip lamps selling price rupees 800, variable cost is 5,200. Those are per unit. Don't hesitate regarding that. They do not indicate, but simply it's the per unit. For Laxala lamp, selling price 6,500, variable cost 4,000. And also they are providing market demands requirements. The second part, resource requirements. If we are producing single lamp of Serendip, we need 4 skilled labor hours. If we are producing Laxala lamps, we need 3 skilled labor hours per unit. Got the idea? Now you can measure optimum production mix by using these figures, isn't it? It's having kind of steps. Try to do that to some extent. පොඩ්ඩක් කරන්න බලන්න. ඉස්සෙල්ලාම අපි මොනවද කරන්නේ? It's having steps, no? First step is recognize which limiting resource. Genuinely you can recognize in this question. What's that? It's having 12,000 labor hours limitation. Got the idea? Right. That's the first thing. Mention කරගන්නකො. Step 1. ඉස්සෙල්ලා අපි step එකේ හදමු. ඕක practice වුණාම steps අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. ඔයාලා mind map එකෙන් හදන්න පුළුවන්. Right. The second, what's the second step? you have to calculate contribution per unit. Dagandi step 2. How we are calculating contribution per unit for both production na? First one Serendip lamp, second one Laksala lamp. Contribution per unit is equal Serendip lamps selling price minus variable cost, this one. Laksala lamp selling price minus variable cost. Then you can find out contribution per unit. In here 800, then 7 minus 5, it's equal to 2700 contribution per unit, no? Come to this 6500 minus 4000, 2500 is the contribution per unit. Got the idea? Very simple, no? Both productions, you have to calculate it. Got the idea? Right. Third, what they are asking in third step, yes, now you know the limiting factor, it's labor hours, and also they are providing additional details regarding the utilization of resources to produce that each lamp. We need 4 skilled labor hours to produce single unit of Serendip. We require 3 labor hours for produce Laksala lamps. Very simple. Now you can find out per hour contribution. Per hour contribution in your third stage for this 2800 divided by 4 hours. In here 2500 divided by 3 hours. But prior to that, in here, this one is the higher contributed one, this one is the lower contributed one based on our basic calculation. Second, you have to calculate to get some our contribution calculations. You can go through hour or is it material per kg, just like that. Right. Find out what are the contributions. 4 means this is 700, no? 700. 3 means 8, 10 means 3, 8, 3, 3, like that, no? Isn't it? Yes. Then which one having that, it's having 2 productions, no? Serendip lamps and Laksala lamps. Which one having higher contribution? Serendip or Laksala? Yes. Which one having? No. Serendip having only 700 per hour, no? Yes. This one, no? That's why we are calculating this. Otherwise, we are going within wrong calculations. Make a use karande pa. Ab make the limiting factor, no? We are finding out that factor base. Is it material? We are finding out per kg. Is it labor hours? We are finding out per hour contribution. That's the way. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද කතාව? Right. තම stage එකකින් ඉන්නේ දෙකක් විතර හදනකොට හරියයි. Yeah. Then you can prioritize. This is the first one. This is the second one. Productions. No. Got the idea? Right. First and second. Right. Then if you are selecting Laksala as first, it's having demand of 1200 units. 1200 units. I think you are having that answers. Demand is 1200 units. For that, our limiting factor is 12,000 hours. No, not this one. 12,000 hours. 12,000 hours. For that producing of Laksala lamp, we required labor hours of, in here, 3 hours, no? Not 4 hours. Sorry for that. 3 hours, that's mean altogether we need how many hours? 12 into 3, 36. 3,600 hours. Got the idea? We need 3,600 hours to fulfill that particular demand. Clear? පැහැදිලිද? දැන් ඒකේ තියෙන ඩිමාන්ඩ් එක එච්චරයි ඒ ගන්නට අපි ප්‍රොඩියුස් කරනවා. ඇයි? ඒකෙන් තමයි අපිට higher contribution එකක් තියෙන්නේ. Then second we are having only this, see, 8,400 labor hours to produce this serendip lamps. Is it clear to you? පැහැදිලිද පුතා කතාව? අපි දැන් 1200 units හැදුවොත් එහෙම those are the units, those are the hours. Units 1200කට prioritize කරාම 3 hours ගානේ අපිට 2600 hours utilize කරන්න වෙනවනේ. පැහැදිලිද කතාව? එතකොට අපි ළඟ තියෙන limited resources එක 12000, right? මම simple කිව්වොත් එහෙම දැන් මෙයාගේ ඕන අනිත් එකනගේ serendip ඕන 2400. 2400 හදන්න හැබැයි එක unit එකට අපිට කීයක් ඕනද? 4ක් ඕන. මේකේ බලන්නකෝ ඒක කරගන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. 00 4 into 4 6 4 into 2 8 plus 1 we need 9600 hours to complete this, but it's limited. We can produce only by using 8400 labor hours. That's the main reason. Got the idea? Then you can find out this one. What's that? Our unit capacities to fulfill demand B production or serendip productions. What's that? 8400 divided by 4. Directly you can find out, no? 4 means 2, 1. We can produce only 2100 units of serendip lamps, not 2400, based on limiting factors to maximize of contribution. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද පුතා? Is it clear? Right. Notice කරගන්න. That's the way of calculating, no? Don't see, calculate and do that. Now you are having that idea, no? That's why they are providing these all details. Each and every detail is important for this calculation. Hurry up, calculate it. It having kind of steps, no? Right. Now we are in third or fourth step, no? Right. අපි ක්ලාස් චේන්ජ් කරමු කිව්ව නේද ලාස්ට් වීක්. මෙයාලත් එක චේන්ජ් කරන්න අමාරුයි තව ක්ලාසස් ඇති. Right, we are in chapter C, section 2. Note down it. Chapter C, section 2. Limiting factor is the section, na? Limiting factor. Wait for a while, we are in a final calculation. Now you can get some idea regarding that second example. Now දෙකේදී අපි බලමු ප්‍රශ්න එක ඊට පස්සේ complete කරගන්න පුළුවන්. Is it okay? Did you get that answer? Hurry up, try to do that. තනියෙන් කරන්න බලන්න. Then finally you can calculate total contribution based on our production. Got the idea? දැන් ඒ ටික හැදුවා නම් අපි කීයක් හදනවද? 1200 units of this Luxala lamps. Then Serendip lamps, I think 2100, no? 2100. Then you can find out contributions. In here, what's that? 1800 or 2800? Trust. Contribution 2800, no? 2800 and 2500 per 1 unit. Then you can calculate total contribution per this production mix, 1200 and 2100 at the end. Based on this new production mix. හරිද කලින් එක ආවද answers? චුට්ටක් කවුල්ලා වේද? මම ඉතින් ඉරේස් කරලා දැම්මේ ඔයාලට තනියෙන් හදන්න වෙන්නකො හින්දා. Right anyhow. මේකේ answer එකක් ඇති. ඒකත් එක්ක යමුකෝ. ආයෙ හදන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. Right. First you can calculate these two. What's that? Contribution per units. Already you had done, no? And also you had recognized as a first step that limiting resource. Then second, you can calculate per hour contributions. In here, Serendip 700, Luxala 833. It's okay to you know. Then you can rank. This one is the first one. This one is the second one. Got the idea? Then third, you can calculate what? In here, we can produce 1200 units of that Luxala productions by using skilled labors. Got the idea? Then 1200 into 3, it's equal to 3600. 3600. Then the balance part is this, to produce which? Serendip production. Total is 12,000 hours. In here we are utilizing 3600 hours. Then balance is 8400 hours. Got the idea? Then you have to find out how many units we are producing. 8400 divided by 4. මේ වගේ ඩීටේල් ලියන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. මම අර කිව්වා වගේ සිම්පල් කැල්කියුලේට් කරා නම් ඇති. මේක පොඩ්ඩක් වයිඩ් තියෙන්නේ ආ. කැල්කියුලේෂන් එක very simple. එතකොට කීයද? We are having only 2100 units. 2100 units. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද? Is it okay to you? Right. Then all together we can see 8400 unit hours of this and 3600 hours of this. Then all together it's equal to 12,000 hours. 12,000 hours we are utilizing to produce 2100 units of Serendip production and 1200 units of Luxala production. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද කතාව? Then finally you can find out total contribution, contributions, for which in here we can find out 2100 into 2800. This is the answer. In here 1200 into 2500. This is the answer. මම අර අන්තිමට හැදුවේ total contributions ගන්න පුළුවන් productions දෙකේම. Got the idea? මේක බලුවම ටික doubt වගේ නේද? හදලා පෙන්නන්න දාපව. එතන තමයි ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ. මම ඒකයි මේවා වැඩි describe කරන්න යන්නේ නැත්තේ. simple method එකේ හදන්න පුළුවන් අපිට. Right, in here දැන් ඔයාලා දෙන්න ළඟ idea එක තියෙනවා. Now you are having that idea. In here contribution per unit for this 2800. In here 2500. Then after that by using those we are measuring contribution for 1 hour. 1 hour. This one is equal to 700. This one is equal to 833 for our ranking purpose. Based on your next step. Got the idea? Then you are prioritizing to this. Second option is this. Clear? එතකොට අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලාම හදන්නේ කවුද? Luxala lamps. ලක්සල හදන්නේ based on their required demand. Required demand. Not this one is the Laksala, this one is Serendip. Then Laksala having demand of 1200 units. 1200 units. Per 1 unit we are utilizing 3 hours. 3 hours. Those are the units. Got the idea? Then we require total hours for producing this demand. 20, then 3 into 2 it's equal to 6, 3 into 1 it's equal to 3. We require to produce that 1200 units of Laksala. Per that we are utilizing total labor hours of 3600 out of our required resource capacity of 12,000 hours. 12,000 hours. It's a limiter. මේ රිසෝස් ලිමිටඩ් වෙලා තියෙනවා. අපි ළඟ තියෙන්නේ කොච්චරයිද? 12,000 hours. ඒතර අපි ලක්සල ප්‍රොඩියුස් කරනවා නම් ලක්සල ලැම්ප්ස් ප්‍රොඩියුස් කරනවා නම් අපිට යුටිලයිස් කරන්න වෙන hours 3600. just come. තව ටිකක් කලින් එන්න තිබ්බේ නේද? ඔව්. it's okay එන්නකෝ. හොඳයි second question එකේ ඉඳන් දෙන්නටම පුළුවන් වැඩේ කරගන්න. දැනට ආපු විදිහටම බලාගෙන ඉන්න. right? Second you can find it out. Second we can find it out our balance that scarce resources. අපිට කොච්චර තියෙනවද තව hours produce කරන්න මේ Serendip lamp. ඒක අපි හොයාගන්න. We have to find out that. That's why we are using this kind of calculation. In your examination you can use this. මේක තමයි simple method එක පුතා. Then that table calculations. Got the idea? එතකොට ඔයාලන් කොච්චර තියෙනවද? You are having only this no 8400 hours to produce this Serendip lamps. එතකොට Serendip lamps එකක් හදන්න කොච්චර යනවද අපිට hours? How many hours? 4 hours. එතකොට මේ 8400 hours වලින් අපිට හොයන්න පුළුවන් මෙයාට 4 hours දැම්මා නම් productions කීයක් හදන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. කොහොමද හදන්නේ? 8400 divided by 4. You can find out how many productions. In here 2100. Got the idea? Then the Laksala production, Serendip production having demand of 2400 units, but we cannot fulfill based on the limitations of our labor hours. We can produce only 2100 units. Got the idea? That's our second argument. Make a headword. This is your next step. Yes, based on contribution per hour. Got the idea? In here, if we are considering per unit contribution, that Serendip having 2800. Got the idea? In here, Laksala having 2500. Then, if we are prioritizing in here, we are going within plus Serendip lamps, but we do not calculate like that in limiting resources. So therefore we have to find it out how is our utilization or our efficiency of that particular utilization. So therefore we have to go through in this. That's mean that Serendip lamp productions we are utilizing 4 hours. Laksala lamps we are utilizing 3 labor hours. Got the idea? So then again you can divide this. Serendips we can earn 2800 per single unit. Then we are finding out per hour divided by 4. Then we can find out per hour contribution of 700 for this. Got the idea? Then for Laksala lamp, total is 2500. We require to find it out per hour contribution. In here we are utilizing 3 hours to produce single unit. Then it's equal to 833. Got the idea? Then we can rank, we can prioritize the highest contribution hours. The Laksala having more. In here, if you are prioritizing, this one is the prioritized one, no? But in this calculation, we are going within that per hour, or if we are using material per kg, like that. Is it machine hour? For machine hours we have to find out that limiting factor utilizations. Got the idea? Then Haritha Buddha, is it okay? Right. Then finally you can calculate total contributions. Now you know the productions. In that Laksala lamps we are fulfilling total demand 1200 units. Then Serendip lamps we are producing only 2100. Then you can find out total contributions for these units. Those are number of units, no? Then if we are producing this Serendip lamps, we are having 2800 of per unit contribution. 2500 of, isn't it? No. This one 2500 I think, this one 2800 of contribution. In here 8000 minus 5200 means 2800 for Serendip lamps. In here 6500 minus 4000 means 2500. Then you can find out total contribution. Total contribution. What's that? It's equal to this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 25 into 2, 50. Isn't it? 25 into 2, 50. Then 25 into 1, 25, 3. That's mean 3 million. It's 3 million. Isn't it? Find out this. (28) into 21. 5,808,000. Isn't it? Then altogether you can find out total contribution 8,880,000. That's the total contribution based on this limiting factor utilization. Limiting factor utilization of labor hours to produce our two productions. Got the idea? Put the idea ka ned? Oh, product balanna. Right. I think all of you are going within that steps. යාළු දෙන්න දෙන්නකෝ හදපු දෙක. පොඩ්ඩක් මේ දෙක කොපි කරගන්නකෝ යාළු දෙන්න. හැදුවනේ හරියට නේද? ඔව්. ඒ ස්ටෙප්ස් ටිකට ආන්සර් එක පොඩ්ඩක් ලියා ගන්න පුතා ඊළඟ කැල්කියුලේෂන් එක කරන්න පුළුවන් එතකොට. Now you know the question. Question is this. ඔයාගේ අනිත් යාළුවට දෙන්න. It's a very simple method, but you have to tactic. You have to be tactic. Otherwise, it will arise some complexities. පැහැදිලිද? හරියට තාර්කිකව ගියොත් කරගන්න පුළුවන්. අතරමඟ හැබැයි හිර වුණොත් පොඩක් එහෙම වෙනස් දේවල් තමයි යදන්නේ. මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මේ කැල්කියුලේෂන් එක තමයි ඔයාලට එන්නේ මල්ටිපල් එක දානවා අඩුයි. මල්ටිපල් එකේ ඉක්වේෂන්ස් හදන්න තියෙනවා. What's that? Exam? Oh, 10th ne? 10th ද තියෙන්නේ? ඈ? 10th ද MA තියෙන්නේ? MA කවද්ද තියෙන්නේ? ඉතින් ඔයාලා ඔක්කොමලා සෙට් වෙලා එක දවසක් දාගන්නකෝ. යාළුවෝ එක එක්කෙනා දාලා ඉවරද කවද්ද දැම්මේ 22 ජූනි 22 ඔයාලා 24 ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ සපෝට් එකක් ගන්නත් උලන්නේ 23 ආ ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට තව දවස් තියෙනවනේ අපේ ගර්ල් කොහොමද දන්නේ කවුද ඉසුරුනි ඔයා එක්සෑම්ස් දැම්මද පුතා ඔයා එක්සෑම්ස් දැම්ම නම් ඩේට් එක පොඩ්ඩක් මැසේජ් එකක් හරි අන්මියුට් කරලා හරි කියන්න පුතා
ඔව් සර් 14 දැම්ම
when
14 සර්.
14. Okay. මෙයා 14th දාලා. Other sign 22nd, 24th like that. Right anyhow. ඒතර අපි 17ට කලින් කරන්න වෙනවා කොහොමත්. ඔයාලට මම ඕන නම් තව ඇඩිෂනල් සෙෂන් එකක් කරගන්න පුළුවන් නේද? අපි බලමුකෝ ඒක රයිට් anyhow. නමුත් මම 14 වෙනි කම්ප්ලීට් කරනවා. එතකොට තව දෙයක්. දැන් ඔක්කොමලා ඉන්නවනේ. 5 දෙනාම ඉන්නවනේ. රයිට්. දැන් next week අපිට Saturday එකේ ඉන්නේ 29th or 30th. 30th no. Today 23rd no. 30th. 30th means it's Vesak Poe day. Good idea. මම අනිත් දෙන්නගෙන් ඇහුවා. ලියන දෙන්නගෙන් අහන්නේ. Right? අපි 31st this May 31st it's I think Sunday full day එකක් කරමුද? Next week එකේ. ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ නේ? Sunday කරමු. හේතුව Saturday කොහොමත් කරන්න බෑ මෙහෙ ඕපන් කරන්නේ නැති වෙයි. ඒකින්ද අපි Sunday කරමු. Right. Isruni, is it okay to you? 31st?
Okay, sir.
Sunday. Okay. Well. Right. You can calculate like this, Isruni? Right. Sometimes I'm missing you based on the discussions of that physical mode. Right. Okay. Now you are having that idea. Right. 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 See that final production plan. We are producing Luxara lamps 1200 units, Serendip lamps 2100 units. Good idea. Why? Papers සාමාන්‍යයෙන් similar papers තමයි යන්නේ. ඒක තමයි ඔයාලා dates එහෙම දෙනවද කියලා එකයි ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ. ඔව් ෆොටෝ එකක් ගහලා දාන්න තියෙන්නේ නේ. ෆොටෝස් මං ඉදන්නේ ගන්න බෑ. මොබයිල්ස් ගෙනියන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ, ලයබල් නැහැ. හේතු පේපර් එක පික් කරනවනේ පුතා. නේද? ඔයාලට පේපර්ස් දෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ. ඉෂු කරනවද? මම දන්නේ විදිහට පේපර්ස් දෙන්නේ. ඈ? කම්පියුටර් බේස් දෙන්නේ. මේ පාර අලුත් සිලබස් එක යන්නේ නේ කම්පියුටර් බේස් නේ. එතනම දෙයි. ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඉස්සර අපිට තිබ්බ අර parallel එක කොටස් තිබ්බා පුතා ටෙස්ට් එක ඔය වගේ. ඒතර අපි ලොකේෂන්ස් ගිහින් කරන්න මෙහි ලොකේෂන්ස් යන්න ඕනද ඔයාලා එතකොට? මෙහි තියෙන්නේ නේ. සමහරලාට එහෙනම් පේපර් මොඩල්ස් දෙක තුනක් හදලා තියෙනවද දන්නේ නැහැ. සමහර questions change කරලා මොනවා හරි options ඇති ඔයාලට. ඒ කියන්නේ time arrangements තියෙනවා නම් different periods වල දැන් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කලින් නැති fixed dates. එතකොට එක date එක තමයි ඔක්කොම තියෙන්නේ. දැන් මේ lab arrangements වල තියෙන issues ඉඳ වෙන්නේ නැති එහෙම කරනවා ඇත්තේ. right anyhow. කෝකටත් යාළුවෝ සපෝට් කරන්න කලින් ලියන අය නේද? එතකොට පොඩි අයිඩියා එකක් හරි ගන්න පුළුවන් නේ. වයිසද? දැන් කවුද ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ලියන්නේ එතකොට මෙයා නේද? ඉසුරුනි. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයාද ලියන්නේ ඊට පස්සේ? 22යි. ඊට පස්සේ? ඔයා 22ක් තියෙනවා 23ක් තියෙනවා නේ. ඊට පස්සේ 24. ඔයාලා දෙන්න 24. ඔය දෙන්න 22 මේ දෙන්න නෙමෙයි එතකොට කියන්නේ අපි දෙන්න මේ දෙන්න කියලා කියන්නේ කවුද? මම ඔපොසිට් සයිඩ් එකේ ඉන්න කෙනා. එතන මට කියන්න පුළුවන් මේ දෙන්න. දැන් අපි දෙන්න මෙහෙම දෙන්න කියනකොට මේ දෙන්න කියන්න බෑ. එතන මමත් ඒකේ ඉන්නවනේ. I am representing for that in singular, right? එතන අපි මොනවද කියන්නේ? අපි දෙන්න. right? ඔයයි මමයි. එතකොට අපි we are like that. Is it okay? Right, මේ දෙන්න 22 කරනවා. right, ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. 22 23 24 14. මෙයා තමයි අපරාධේ 14 දාගත්තේ. මෙයාටත් 20 කිට්ටුව දාගත්තා නම් නේද? ඔයාලමද සෙට් කරන්න තිබ්බේ ඒකේ ටයිම් එක? යාළුවා සෙට් කරනවද? ලේට් වෙලා දැම්මහම ඒ ඩේට්ස් ආවනේ. ඒකත් chance එක. මෙයා ඉස්සෙල්ලා දාන්න ඇති එක්සෑම්ස් එක කියන්නේ නේ. right, okay. ඒතර ඔයාලගේ ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් එක සිලෙක්ට් කරන්න තිබ්බේ නැද්ද ඒකේ? ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් එකක් දාන්න තිබ්බද? LCL කියලා දාන්න තිබ්බද? එතකොට එයාලට එනවා අයිඩියා එකක්. හැබැයි මෙහෙම LCL ළමයි ලියනවා කියලා. ඒකට එතන ප්‍රශ්නයක් වෙන බලමු. ඔයාලනේ එක්ස්පෙරිමන්ට් ගෲප් එක එක්ස්පෙරිමන්ට් එක බලමු අවුට්පුට් එක කොහොමද කියලා. හැබැයි ඩිස්කෂන්ස් දාන්න ගෲප් එක ඇතුලේ otherwise we do not know that no. ඒතර අයිඩියා එකක් කැප්චර් කරගන්න පුළුවන් නේ. Right, anyhow. Right, see, then total skill labor hours used for these productions we can find out, no? Totally we are utilizing 12,000 hours limited resources for 3,600 for Laksala, Serendip 8,400. Altogether we are utilizing this one. Second, total contribution. Total contribution 1,200 multiplied by I think 2,500. This one is multiplied by 2,800. You can find out these two answers and final total contribution. I think we had find that 8,880,000. Those are the things in this limited arrangements of that resource of what labor hours. Labor hours. Then those are the key insights. See, despite Serendip having higher contribution per unit 2,800 and 2,500, if you are going within that, we are producing wrong production mix. That's the main thing, right? Laksala generate more contribution for skill labor hours in here. Second, 833 is the maximum part than this. Got the idea? This is the second thing. This makes Laksala the priority products when skill labor hours are limited constraints. එතකොට labor hours constraint වෙනකොට highly utilize කරන්න ඕන production එක තමයි මොනවද? Laksala එක, not Serendip. But if you are considering this part, mainly we are focusing this one, but it's the wrong one. Got the idea? Like that, in your practically you have to measure it by using that capacities. Capacities. Got the idea? ඒ capacity එකට තමයි අපි මොනවද හදා ගන්න ඕන? Contribution එක. That's the main thing. Got the idea? Right. Okay. In here, very simple calculation. There's nothing anything. Carefully see this. Make a පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්න. එක්සෑම් එකට මේ වගේ ගණනක් දුන්නා නම් හදන්න දෙයක්වත් නැහැ. very simple නා. තව ගණන් ඇති මම බලලා තව ගණනක් දෙන්නම් හදන්න. right. Careful read this scenario. මේ scenario එක පොඩ්ඩක් read කරන්න පුතා. You are a production planner at Ocean Leaf Export Limited, which produce two products using high-grade Ceylon cinnamon that quills, bulk cinnamon and Ceylon spice retail packs. Due to poor harvest of this month, only 500 kgs of cinnamon are available. In here, you can recognize your first step. What's that? මේ පළවෙනි පැරා එක කියවුවාම ඔයාලගේ පළවෙනි ස්ටෙප් එක රෙකග්නයිස් කරගන්න පුළුවන්. මොකක්ද? Limiting factor or limiting resource. What's that? Cinnamon or the material. Limiting up to only 500 kgs. That's the reason. Right. The sales department confirm they can sell much of the either products you can produce. Right. You need to create optimum production plan that maximize the product from 500 kg of available cinnamons. Sales department එක කියන ඕන එකක් දාන්න අපි විකුණලා දෙන්නම් කියලා. ඒකනේ කියන්නේ කතන්දරේ. But as management accountant, you have to prioritize which one is having kind of higher profit or the contribution, not profit, higher contribution. Got the idea? Right. Those are the additional details. Selling price of bulk cinnamons, retail packs of cinnamons. 2,500, 400. Variable cost, those are cinnamon used to produce that single unit of bulk cinnamon and retail pack. Got the idea? Right. Try to calculate first 3 steps. පළවෙනි steps 3 හදන්න බලන්න. දැන් ඔය හදලා තියෙන විදිහටම. You are having all the details. But in here there's nothing that particular demand. Anything produced, they can sell. That's the requirements. But you are having only 500 kgs. That's why I told you it's a simple question. මේකේ ලොකු දෙයක් කරන්න නැහැ. හරි සරල දෙයක් පොඩ්ඩක් කරන්න තියෙනවා. Just Isruni, try to do that and pass your final answer in chat box. Last day, full day, I conducted lecture in ATI, so therefore it's having several troubles in my legs. ඊයේ තනිකර දවසක් මේ ක්ලාස් එකක් කරේ. දවසම මේ හිටගෙනම තමයි හිටියේ. මේ 4 hours නේ plan කරන් තියෙන්නේ. ඒකින්ද මම එහෙ full days දා ගන්නවා. දැන් මෙහෙ අද දැම්ම ඊට පස්සේ full day එක. ඒතර ටිකක් අමාරුයි පුතා. මහන්සි. Step number 1 is okay, no? It's having limited resource of material 500 kg. Second, you have to find out contribution per unit for that bulk package and retail package separately. It's having selling prices and variable cost. Then third, you have to find it out per kg contribution in here. Previously, we had done per hour calculation. In here, you have to calculate per kg contribution. That's the main difference, only that. ඔව් මේක නම් එකයි කරන්න වෙන්නේ පුතා. හේතුව 500 kg නේ තියෙන්නේ. ඔව්. demand එක අනිත් එක දීලා නැහැනේ. In here they do not provide demand, no, for each and every production. Is it having demands? We can go through that higher contribution products for fulfill of that entire demand. Is it okay? Okay. What's the final contribution? Final contribution? How many units? So how many packets? අපි පැකට්ස් කීයක් හදනවද? ඒක හොයන්න ඕන. මම කලින් හෙව්වේ. ඔව්. අපිට ඒකේ ඩිරෙක්ට් දීලා තිබ්බනේ මොනවද? ඩිමාන්ඩ් එක. නමුත් මේකේ අපිට මොනවද දීලා නැත්තේ? පැකට්ස් ගන්න. ඔයාලා මේ එක පැකට් එකකට වුණාට හොයන මොනවද contributions. You know that, no? 4000 minus 2800, that means 1200 is the contribution per one packet. In here 2500 minus means you are having 1000, no? මෙහෙමනේ යන්නේ. Then second you are finding out by using this calculation, no? Divided by 1. එතකොට මේකට තමයි මම හිතන්නේ prioritize වෙනවා ඇත්තේ. මේක තමයි production එක. Got the idea? The second thing is in here you have to finding out how many packets you can produce by using that limited resource. අපිට packets ගන්න හොයාගන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ contribution එකෙන් multiply කරන්නේ මොනවද අපි? කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ නේ. කොහොමද අපි හොයන්නේ? packet එකට කොච්චර යනවද කියලා? We are having 500 kg of cinnamon. Per one packet in here we are using 800 grams or 0.8 kg. Then you can find out how many packets. Packet or packages. Packs. Make it packs. Packs or packets. Kiyak enawada? 500. 500, no. 500 divided by 1, it's equal to 500. It's more than 500. Yeah, very good. I think like that, no? 625. එතන අපිට මේකට ගෙවුවොත් පැකට්ස් කීයක් ගන්න පුළුවන්ද? 625 මේ 500 වලින්. Then you know per unit contribution. Contribution is 1200. එතකොට 625 packets අපි 1200 contribution එකෙන් දැම්මා නම් total contribution එක ගන්න පුළුවන්ද බැයිද? පුළුවන්. That's the total contribution. Find out that. Good idea. And yes, in here. Man kiwe make measure karanna kiyala. 1000 divided by it's equal to 1000. 1200 divided by 0.8. You can find out that. ඒකෙන් තමයි අපි මොනවද prioritize කරේ. මේක select කරේ. Got the idea? එතකොට 1200 divided by 0.8 means what's the answer? පුතා. No, more than 1200, no? $1,500 like that. Why that? It's below to that, no? Below to 1. Is it 1? We can see similar value. Is it below to that? We can see maximum values for that. පැහැදිලිද පුතා? මේක දැන් ඔයා කියන 600 වෙන්න නම් මේක 1 point ගානකින් බෙදන්න ඕන. මිනිමල් වැලියු එකක් එන්න නම්. නමුත් මේක අපි 0 නේ 0.8. 1200 divided by 0.8. Then you can find out per kg contribution. It's equal to 1500, no? 1500. Then this is having only 1000. 1000 divided by 1, it's equal to 1000, no? Then we are prioritizing this one. We are having higher contribution of 1500 by using that retail packs. That's the main behind that. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද පුතා කතාව? calculations හරියට කරන්න exam එකේදී ආ. නැත්නම් පොඩි mistake එකක් ඇති වලට total ගණන් miss වෙන්න මේ MA එකේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට උතන තමයි point එක තියෙන්නේ. Right. See the answer? First you can find out contribution per unit. Bulk cinnamon, it has 1000. Retail pack, it has 1200. Directly you can find out it. Second, you can find out per kg contribution in here. 1000 divided by 1 kg, it's equal to rupees 1000 of contribution. 1200 divided by 0.8, you can find out 1500. Then we are prioritizing this production. It's having higher contribution per kg. Got the idea? In here you can see. Then you have to find it out that total contribution. In here retail pack having this value, this one is the prioritized one, first one. Again now rank. Then step 5, you have to find it out how many packs we can produce by using that limited resources. Then it's having 500 kg of cinnamon per single pack of this retail pack. We are using only 800 grams or 0.8 of kgs. Then you can find out 625 packs. Then contribution is for this particular packet has in your plus 1200 මේක තමයි unit එකට නැත්නම් packet එකකට contribution එක. Right. In here you can see 1200 multiplied by 625, you can find out total contribution. Right. Those are the final production plan. Retail packs 625 units. Bulk cinnamon we do not produce. Total cinnamon used 500 kg. Total contribution generated 7,500 rupees. That's the argument. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද? Right. Is it having another? We can discuss. No. Right. Write down this question. තව එකක් හදමු අපි. The following information obtained from ප්‍රශ්න එක මොනවද අපිට තිබ්බේ? labor hours. second මොනවද අපි ගත්තේ? materials, no? මේක අපි දාමු machine hours. Right, okay. Obtained from Sigma PLC with respect to the three components or three productions of A, B and C. Right. You can mention that right side of your paper as a column heading A, B, C. Put the space in left side down. Right. First I am telling selling price A 300, B 200, C 120. Write down. Selling price A 300, B 200, C 120. Variable cost, next rule, variable cost A 180, B 100, C 60. Third rule, machine hours per 1 unit A6, B2, C1. Next, estimated sales demand A 2000, B 2000, C 2000. A 2000, B 2000, C 2000. All are similar demands. Next one, next para. Machine capacity is limited to 12,000 machine hours. 12,000 machine hours. For the period due to various reasons. Next para. Advice on the best production mix. Advice on the best production mix. හදන්න බලමු. Advice on the best production mix. Isurni, did you write it? ලිව්වද පුතා?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Try to do that. Is it okay? චුට්ටක් තියෙනවද? Right. The other thing is, if we are using this method, we can measure only for single limiting resource. එක resource එකක් limit වුණොත් විතරයි පුතා අපිට මේ mechanism එක පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ measurement එක. පැහැදිලිද? Is it having more than one resource you is carrying no limitations or constraints, we cannot use this. Got the idea? එතකොට ඔයාලගේ exam එකේ simple අර එක limit resource එකක් තිබ්බොත් විතරක් ඔය method එකට හදන්න ඕන. That's the argument. Either machine hours or labor hours or most probably materials. Those are the identical basics in that constraints of factors, so that resources. Right. What is the final production mix? Isiruni, share your answer. Final production mix. We need that, no? It's having three productions, no? A, B, C. How many units of A? How many units of B? How many units of C? I think it's having limitations of machine hours up to 12,000 hours. මේකනේ දීලා තියෙන්නේ core basics. Right. By using that limited resource, how is the production mix? A එකේ කීයක් හදනවද? 1000. B 2000. Then again 2000. Okay. Tell me how many hours utilize in A එක හදන්න hours කොච්චර තියෙනවද? B කොච්චරද? C කොච්චරද? A එකට පැය කීයද? 6. Produced that production of A, we are utilizing 6 machine hours, no? Isn't it? Then B, how many machine hours? 2. Then C, 1. Okay. 6 into 1, 6,000. 2 into 2, 4,000. Then this one is 2,000. Then altogether we can see this. Okay. Then how is your rank in productions? Rank එක කොහොමද ගියේ මේකේ? ඒක තමයි මාත් මේ find out කරන්නේ. දැන් මෙයාගේ answer එකත් එක්ක මම මේ ගලපන්නේ. දැන් මෙයාගේ හරි මෙතන ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනව මොනවද? 12,000 utilize කරලා තියෙන ඕකේ කරන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් මට කියන්නකෝ මේකේ rank උනේ කොහොමද කියලා? මේක 2 මේක 2 මේක 3ද? මෙහෙමද ගියේ rank එක? හා? ඔව්. C1 B2 මේක 3. එහෙමද? එහෙමනම් හරි ඇති. answer එක. doubt එකක් තියෙනවද ඔයාගේ? නෑනේ? නෑ. right. මෙහෙම තමයි එන්න ඕන නැත්තේ. 2000 2000 1000. එතකොට මේකේ 2000 demand තිබ්බට අපිට produce කරන්න පුළුවන් only 1000 units based on which constraints or limitations of our machine hours. Got the idea? Then you can find out total contributions. මම මේක check කරේ. Now you know the way steps to calculate that. But finally you can check it. ඔයා හැදුවා හරිද කියලා බලන්න පුළුවන්. hours එතකොට 12000 ඇවිල්ලා තිනවා 12000 ඔයාලා ලිමිට් කරලා තියෙනවා. රෑන්ක් එක ඕකේ නම් රෑන්ක් එක චෙක් කරගන්න පුළුවන් මෙතනින්. දැන් මේ ඔක්කොගේම තිබ්බේ 2000 ඩිමාන්ඩ්ස් නේ. එතකොට මම දන්නවා මෙයාව තමයි ලිමිට් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. මේ දෙක ප්‍රොඩියුස් කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙලා තියෙනවා. got the idea? Then finally you can find out total contribution. Total contribution. එතකොට production C එකේ 2000 හැදුවා per unit contribution එක කීයද? B එක 2000 units හැදුවා contribution එක කීයද? A එක 1000 units හැදුවා contribution එක කීයද? What are the contributions? For C 60, B 100, A 100, 120. Then you can find out total contribution in here after getting total values. 2000 into 60, 1000, 120,000, no? Then in this 200,000. In here, yes, 120,000. Then altogether 120, 120, 240, 440. That's the total contribution based on this production mix to your organization. Got the idea? Like that in your examination, sometimes they can get in base as machine hour limitation or material limitation or labor hour limitations. We had done all. Got the idea? But you have to read it carefully. Got the idea? That second question, I think you had seen that. But ultimately you require to find out that particular packets or the capacities of that particular productions to find out total contribution or final contribution. Got the idea? දැන් අර පැකට්ස් වල ඔයාලා පොඩ්ඩක් හිර උනේ 500 kg තියෙනකොට. ඒතර ඒක පැකට්ස් ගන්නවා නම් මොකද කරන්න ඕන? සිංගල් පැක් එකකට අපි මැෂින් hours කොච්චර යුටිලයිස් කරනවද? එහෙම නැත්නම් labor hours or kgs anything. Then finally you can find out that answer based on the productions. Is it nothing having kind of demands? Demand නැති වුණත් අපිට හොයන්න පුළුවන්ද බැයිද? පුළුවන්. ඒ ආගියුමන්ට් එක තියාගන්න. එක්සෑම් එකේදී සමහරවිට එහෙම ක්වෙස්චන් එකක් දාන්නත් පුළුවන්. මේම ක්වෙස්චන් එකක් දාන්නත් පුළුවන්. But anyhow, right? For in here I am discussing with you that single limiting resource. Single limiting resource. That means it may be material or labor hours or machine hours. Like that. Is it having combinedly limitations of some resources? We cannot practice this one. That's why we are discussing your second method. Second method, right? Linear programming. Linear programming. Write down the subheading. Linear programming or LP. Linear programming. Generally we call it as LP. This one. LP method. Linear programming methods. In which multiple scarce resources, not single scarce resources. Is it having more than one limiting resources? We are practicing this one. But in here we have to do some tough calculations. So therefore I do not expect in your that MCQs, right? Like this question, but anyhow we can discuss to some extent. Got the idea? Make a සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඔයාලට practical ඔයාලට දැන් 50 questions තියෙනවනේ. 50 questions තියෙනවා මොනවද? 1 hour 1 නෙමෙයි 2 hours no? 2 hours no? 2 hours. ඒතර මේ වගේ question එකක් දැම්මොත් එහෙම එයාලට time එක ටිකක් manage කරන්න අමාරුයි. නමුත් මේ practice එක important වෙයි ඔයාලගේ second attempt එකට. second year වල ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මේවා discuss කරයියා. But anyhow I'll go ahead with that. That linear programming. So that linear programming method mainly we are focusing either profit maximization or cost minimization. Got the idea? අපිට සමහර වෙලාවට මේකේ contribution එක වැඩි කරගන්න පුළුවන් profit එක වැඩි වෙනවා කියලා concept එක මත or otherwise minimizing of cost both, right? It's having, but in here I think we have to discuss only that profit maximization. Profit maximization. අපි profit maximize කරනවා නම් resource limit වෙලා එකට වැඩිය තියෙනවා නම් say for an example is it having limiting of constraints of resources like materials and labor hours, both. Then how we are finding out our optimal production mix? That's the argument. Got the idea? So that kind of purpose we are using that linear programming. But is it having only two productions? We can use graphical mode. Or graph. මම start කරනකොට කිව්වේ ඔයාලට. Why is that? Our graphs having only two axes, x and y. So therefore we can interpret only two productions for these two axes in graphical modes. Got the idea? Right. Carefully see these details. අපි මේක පොඩ්ඩක් detail කරගෙන මෙයන්කෝ. In the previous section we learned how to handle decision making when there is only one limiting factor, such as shortage of labor hours, raw materials, like that in that example. But I have given that machine hours also, kind of question. However, in many real situations, more than one resource is limited simultaneously. Simultaneously means combinedly. එකට resource කීපයක් අපිට limit වෙන්න පුළුවන්. For example, a company might have limited machine hours, labor hours, material supply or factory space at the same time, like that scenario. Then it's kind of complicated situation to finding out our optimum production mix. Got the idea? Right. In these cases, simply ranking products based on the contribution per unit of limiting factor doesn't work. Very simple. You cannot find out by using one example as machine hours. You can find out some different production mix. If you are going within another factor, you can find out another production mix, like that. හැම එකම එක වගේ වෙන්නේ නැහැ පුතා. ඔය වගේ simple. Then say for an example, ඔයාලා machine hours ටික පාවිච්චි කරලා contributions හදුවාම ABC කියලා තියෙනවා නම් A එක plus B එක plus C එක plus third වෙන්න පුළුවන් second වෙලා. එතකොට අපි labor hours දැම්මම මේක වෙනස් විදියක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මේක 1, මේක 2, මේක 3. optimal කරන්න අමාරුයි. It's a kind of complicated. ඔයාලා දැන් අර separate කරලා separate calculate කරොත් ඒක difference. But is it having single limitation of resources? You can use that limiting factor calculation. Got the idea? Is it having some simultaneous? So combined issue, you have to use this linear programming method. Got the idea? Right. See, what is linear programming? Linear programming is a mathematical technique used to help managers to make best possible decisions when dealing with the multiple constraints. Constraints means similar term, limitations. It finds the optimal solutions at maximizing profit. That's the first argument. Maximizing profit or minimizing cost. I told you that, no? We can set the optimal solution based on which maximize of profit or minimize of cost. Both are similar, no? අපිට profit වැඩි වෙන එකත් benefit එක. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපිට මේක cost calculation එකකට දාලා cost එක අඩු වෙනවට හදන්නත් පුළුවන්. This one is somewhat complicated. If you are going within graphically, we have to draw several graphs based on the constraints, based on the limitations of that particular productions. But anyhow, try to do one or two examples. අපි එකක් දෙයක් පොඩ්ඩක් බලලා මේක simple. ඔයාලට අර capture වෙනවා නම් idea එක okay. Capture වෙනවා නම් idea එක okay. But ultimately we have to find out which production is maximized, or that production mix is maximize the ultimate goal of profit. Profit එක අපි මොන production mix එකේද optimum වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් වැඩිපුර වෙන්නේ. ඒක තමයි මේක find out කරන්න. It's somewhat complicated, but I will explain it in simplest manner. Right. In cost, the management account in LP is most commonly used to determine the optimal production mix where the multiple resources are limited. That linear programming is the common methods. In contemporary, we can use Excel programs and also Tableau programs to do that calculations. Methods තියෙනවා, formats තියෙනවා. ඒවට දාලා අපිට calculate කරන්න පුළුවන්, graphs ගන්න පුළුවන්, simple. But in here, we have to do it in the manual now. So therefore, try to do that. Right. Then, if you are going within that linear function methods, we can go ahead with two options. First one graphical option, second one tabular options or tableau options. Got the idea? First we are discussing that graphical options. Graphical options. අපි graph වලට කොහොමද යන්නේ කියලා බලමු. කොහොම වුණත් අපිට ඕන කරනවා මෙන්න මේ කියන arguments. These are very important factor. Right? Carefully see. To solve linear programming problem, we must build a mathematical model using three main components. Three main components. The first one is objective function. Now we can call it as a OF. Second one, subject to. Third one, non-negativity. Like that it has. Right? We are building up. Right? We will see it in simply. Right? So first one is objective function. If you are going within, it has two options. No. Number one, maximize of profit, or number two, minimize of cost. Those are the two options. එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන් අපිට profit maximize කරනවා, තව එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන් cost minimize කරනවා. අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ඔයාලගේ මේ syllabus content එකේ basics ගින් තියෙන්නේ profit maximization. ඒකට අපි පොඩ්ඩක් try කරලා බලමු. පොඩි calculation එකක් very simply. Right? එතකොට මේ method එකෙන් අපි මේක ගත්තා කියලා හිතන්නකෝ. එතකොට අපේ objective එක මොනවද වෙන්නේ? profit වැඩි වෙන production mix එක හොයන එක. Second එක වුණා නම් cost එක අඩුම වෙන production mix එක මොනවද? ඒක තමයි argument එක. By using that limited resources. Got the idea? Right. See, objective function. Right. This is the goal of you want to achieve. Usually maximize the total contribution, profit, or minimize the cost. මේක තමයි final object එක. පැහැදිලිද? එකක්. Not both. If you are going within maximize of profit, maximize in here most probably we are using coefficient values. Coefficient means අපිට අර දැන් x මේම ලිව්වාම x කියලා තියෙනවනේ symbol එකක්. ඔය x ලිව්වාම මේකේ coefficient value එක කීයද? x කියලා ලිව්වාම මේ coefficient value එක කීයද? නිකන් simple mathematics. දැන් ඔයාලා normal ලියනවනේ just 1. x කියලා මෙහෙම ලිව්වාම අපි ඉන්ටර්ප්‍රිට් කරනවා මෙතන කීයක් තියෙනව කියලාද? එකක් තියෙනවා කියලා. නමුත් අපි එක ලියනවද? නැහැ. අන්නේ coefficient value එක තමයි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මේ measurement එකේ යන්නේ. Say for an example, is it having two productions like AB? මේ දෙක තමයි productions දෙක. Got the idea? එතකොට අපේ production capacity එක මේ equation එක තුල interpret කරන්නේ කොහෙද? efficient එක ඇතුලේ, coefficient එක ඇතුලේ. පැහැදිලිද? එතකොට හිතන්නකො 120A plus 250B. මේ දෙක හැදුවොත් තමයි අපේ profit maximize වෙන්නේ. Like that. That's the argument. පැහැදිලිද? Minimize also similar. Product maximize නැත්නම් profit maximize කරන්න එන්න ඕන production mix එක. That's our objective function. We have to build up trust that in your examination directly they have given that objective function. Right? It's a kind of professional work to find out that in your second or third attempt you can go through that calculation. Right? But anyhow, now you are in foundation now, so therefore directly they have given that particular combination to maximize of profit or minimize of cost. In here most probably maximize of profit. Right? See, example, maximize of profits 2000 units of product A plus 1500 units of product B. Like that. Maybe there a combination එකක්. Or in here my example 120 units of A, 250 units of B. Like that. That's the maximum profit functions. Then ultimately we are finding out that production mix. Say for an example A50, B100. Then you can find out how many profit you can find out at the end. දැන් අපි කලින් හැදුවේ අර පුතා limited resources වල දාලා මොනවද කරේ? A produce කීයද, B produce කීයද, C produce කීයද? ඊට පස්සේ ඒ වගේ හෙව්වා මොනවද? contribution එක. contribution එක. එතකොට මෙතන coefficient එක interpret කරන්නේ ඒ contribution part එක තමයි. contribution part එක coefficient එකේ. Then by using this production mix ultimately you can find out total contribution or maximum profits. Like that. It's very simple. By using that graphical method you can get. Second one, decision variables. These are the things you can control typically, the number of units of each products you plan to produce. So based on that particular limitations of that resources, you have to plan how many productions produced by using that limited resources in this linear programming methods, by using either mechanisms, that core basics or specialist knowledge. You have to plan it based on which constraints or limitations, right? See, example, let A unit of produce A to produce and B is equal units of product B to produce. How many units to produce? By using that limited resources. That is second argument. Simply I will show. Then you can build up that constraint functions. Constraint functions. See, these are the limits of restrictions on your resources, such as maximum available labor hours or material quantities or labor hours or anything, right? Constraints are written as inequalities. That's the main reason. In here we do not use equal sign. Based on the constraint functions, mainly we are focused it as a greater than or less than or greater than or equal, less than or equal, like that. Got the idea? Right. Then in here, if you are going within maximum function, maximum of profit, in here we are using this less than or equal symbol. Less than or equal symbol. Careful about that. In your examination, similar to this. මේ විදිහට මතක තියාගන්නකෝ. Profit maximization එකක් එනවා නම් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට එන්නේ less than or equal symbol එකක් constraints වලට. දැන් මේකේ constraints දෙකක් තියෙනවා. It's having labor hours or machine hours or materials as kgs. Got the idea? If you are using that limited resources, they are providing these two arguments. That means 5A production plus 3B productions, we need less than or equal 6,000 hours. That's the first argument. Second, if you are going within material constraints, we can produce 4A plus 2B maximum of 480 kgs. That's the second argument. Got the idea? Right. The third one is non-negativity. Non-negativity means there's nothing any minus values to interpret that productions. අපි productions හැම වෙලාවෙම හිතනවා single එකේ තියෙනවා කියලා. Greater than or equal to 0. Productions, එතකොට productions අපි ගන්නෙ එකක් විදියට. එහෙම නැත්නම් දෙකක් තුනක් ඒ විදිහට තමයි යන්නේ. There's nothing any non-negativities. Those are co-identical basics. Got the idea? Right. Next, we can build up by using these equations graphs. මේ equations පාවිච්චි කරලා අපිට මොනවද හදන්න පුළුවන්? Graph හදන්න පුළුවන්. We can do some graphicals, right? So in here, if you are using that particular previous example based limitations in here, 5A plus 3B less than or equal to 600. 5A plus 3B less than or equal, yes, that. Less than or equal 600. 600. මේකට තියෙන්නේ. ඔව්. මේකට දැන් අපි බලන්න ඕන මොනවද? graph එකක් build up කරගන්න. It's very simple. Right. Then in here we are using zero mechanism. Zero mechanism, very simple. Zero mechanism means if x is equal to 0, how is the y value? Second option, if y is 0, what is the x value? Very simple. Then you can put 0 marks for that. That's the calculation mechanism in here. Got the idea? එතකොට මොනවද පුතා මම කියන්නේ? දැන් මේක x නෙමෙයි sorry a b නේ ගත්තේ a and b නෝ අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලා බලනවා a0 වුණොත් y අගේ කීයද y0 වුණොත් a අගේ කීයද දැන් මේ ඉක්වේෂන් එකට දාලා මට පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න බලන්න 5a plus 3b මම මේක ගන්නම් equal 600 600 මේක මට කියන්න a equal 0 what's the b value what is the b value not 2000 200 b is 200 if b is 0 b is 0 b is 0 means this one become 0 then 600 divided by 5 what's the answer 120 then a is 120 so based on our graph if I am interpreting that a production is going within x b production is going within y axis tell me the plotted lines a0 වුණාම plotted lines කොහොමද අපි ලියන්නේ within brackets මේ ඔයාලා grade 8 ඒවා කියන්නේ plotted lines කොහොමද එන්නේ කිරනවා then x is equal to 0 then y is 200 එතකොට අපි ලියන්නේ කොහොමද x plus y second එහෙමනේ ලියන්නේ isn't it මෙන්න නේද graphical interpretations මේකේ කොහොමද වෙන්නේ y is 0 x is 120 කොහොමද ලියන්නේ plotted එක like this දැන් graph එක අඳින්න බැයිද පුළුවන් right second එක මොකක්ද තියෙන්නේ 4a plus 2b 4a plus 2b is equal where's that 480 no 400 yes I had mentioned that 480 this one 480 no then you can build up if a is 0 what is the b if b is 0 what's the a like previous එතකොට a එක x නම් b එක y නම් b production එක y නම් plotted areas ගන්න බැයිද පුළුවන් මේක පොඩ්ඩක් කරන්න බලන්න simple example එකක් නේ ඉස්සෙල්ලා ඔයාලා ලියන්න ඕන මොනවද objective function write down linear programming නෙලිව්වේ objective function මේක simple mechanism එකක් මම කිව්වේ ඒකයි simple කියලා දෙන්නම් කියලා first you have to write down objective function objective functions දැන් මේකේ කොහොමද මේ example එකේ දීලා තියෙන objective function එක I will erase those මම මේ ටික erase කරලා දාන්නම් මොනවද පුතා objective function එක තියෙන්නේ මේ example එකේ මේක ලොකුට ගන්න එපා නිකන් drawing එක කරන්න විතරක් ගමු මම තව එකක් දෙන්න calculation එක 2000 a plus 1500 b මෙහෙමනේ දීලා තියෙන්නේ මේක තමයි අපේ මොනවද profit maximize function එක එතකොට අපි මෙන්න මෙහෙම තමයි ලියන්නේ max මේක තමයි coefficient sign එක මේ මොනවද objective function කියලා ලියලා මේක තමයි අපේ final objective එක second you can mention subject to or you can mention it as a st මේක අපි දානවා of objective function එතකොට subject to එකේ ඔයාලා මොනවද build up කරේ constraints ඒකේ තියෙනවා මේ functions දෙක it's having these two functions මේ දෙක ලියා ගන්නකො in second subject to these functions hours ලියන්න අවශ්‍යත් නැහැ මේ ෆන්ක්ෂන්ස් දෙක ලියලා මේකෙන් දාගන්න constraints තියෙනවා labor hours within bracket labor hours මේක තියෙනවා material kg got the idea material kg මේ equations දෙක දාගන්න මේක තමයි ඔයාලගේ limitations the third one is non negativity third ඔයාලා mention කරන්න ඕනේ nn එක non negativity ඒ මොනවද AOB greater than or equal to 0 AB කියන ඒවා අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම production එකක් එමු නැත්නම් එක ඒ minus values නැත්නම් මොනවද අර decimal values නැහැ පැහැදිලිනේ non negativity based on this object those are assumptions right then you can solve the problem by using these constraints දැන් මේ constraint එකෙන් අපිට හොයාගන්න පුළුවන් මොනවද optimal production mix එක පැහැදිලිද කතාව ඔව් ඒකට හොයන්න නම් ඔයාලා මොනවද කරන්නේ ඉස්සෙල්ලාම equation build up කරගන්න ඕන now you can start your calculation calculation එක කොහෙන්ද start කරන්නේ ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ඔයාලට ගන්න පුළුවන් 5a plus 3b equal 600 කියන constraint එක graphical අපි ඒක ගමු a is x b is y of the axis අපි axis විදියට ගමුකෝ එතකොට අපිට හරි පහසුයි මේක අපි a production එක ගන්නවා x axis එකට b production එක ගන්නවා y axis එකට y axis එකට second එක ඔයාලට ගන්න පුළුවන් 4a plus 2b is equal 480 දාලා a equal 0 නම් b equal 0 නම් කොහමද කියලා අරගෙන graph දෙක අඳින්නකෝ හේතුව මේකේ මේ කැල්කියුලේෂන් නැතුව graph එක විතරයි පෙන්නලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒ graph එකත් එච්චරම feasible නෑ පෙන්නලා තියෙන විදිය. ඒකින්ද මම ඔයාලට පොඩ්ඩක් practice කරන්න දෙන්නේ පුතා. මම තව calculation එකකුත් කරන්නම් ඔයාලට. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයාලට මේක තේරෙනවා මේ කියලා දෙන්න ඕන ටික තේරෙන්නේ ඕක ඇඳලා පස්සේ තමයි ආ. ඕක අපි ඇඳලා බලමුකෝ නැතුව නිකම්මට කියවලා වැඩක් නෑ ඔයාලට. answer එකක් generate කරන්න ඕන. අඳින්න කොලන graph එකක් පුළුවන් නේ? අර points ගන්න පුළුවන් නේද? මොනවද මට ආපහු ලියන්න වෙයිද මේ equations දෙකනේ it's having these two equations A කියන්නේ x axis එක A production එක that A productions you can use A axis x axis for B production you can use y axis right like that you can mention it එතකොට A equal 0 කියලා දැම්මාම ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ලියන්න ඕන x එක 0 වෙන විදියට got the idea okay write down and draw it both දෙකක් තියෙනවනේ it's having two graphs මම සිම්පල් මේ හරියට මෙෂර් කරන්න මට ඔයාලගේ ආන්සර්ස් ඕන right 5a plus 3b equal 600 පළවෙනි ආගියුමන්ට් එක a is 0 මම කියනවා a කියන්නේ x axis එක b කියන්නේ y axis එක graphical නේ යන්න ඕන
A0 නම් B value එක 200. 200. එතකොට අපිට මේ plot එක දාන්න පුළුවන් කොහොමද? A එක කියලා ගත්තේ x. එතකොට x එක 0, y එක 200. මේක තමයි එක plot එක. second එක B0. B0. B එක 0 වුණා නම් A එක කීයද? A is 120. Then A represent by x 120, 0. මෙහෙමනේ යන්නේ. දැන් මම හිතන්නේ පුතා ඔයාලා graph එක අඳින්න නැති මේකට. x එක ගත්තා, y එක ගත්තා. right? x and y. එතකොට මම මේකේ ගත්තොත් එහෙම අපි 100 යමුකෝ. 100, 200, 300. 100, 200, 300. Similar 100, 200, 300. පළවෙනි එකේ කොහොමද එන්නේ? x0, y200. That's mean this plot. Second එකේ එනවා x120 like this. මම මේක 50 ගන්නම්කෝ. නැත්නම් මේක graph එක එච්චර ලස්සන වෙන්නේ නැහැ. 100, 150. එතකොට 120 මම මේ හරියට වගේ ගන්නම්. right? එතකොට graph එක පේනවනේ. එතකොට මේ විදිහට ඔයාලට අඳින්න පුළුවන් මොකද graph එක? 5a plus 3b equal 600. මේක තමයි මේ graph එක. Got the idea? Like that. Second one, 4a plus 2b is equal 480. Our first argument, a is equal to 0. Then b is 240. Then you can write down your plot area 0, 240. Second one, if b is 0, then a is 120. Then you can write down 120, 0. Like that. Isn't it? Maybe neither. Students, 0, 240. In here, x is 0, y is 240. 240. මේ වගේ තියන්නම්කෝ. Then x is 120. In here, b is, this one is this. Got the idea? මේ මෙයාලගේ දීලා තියෙන question එක එච්චරම powerful නෑ. But anyhow, මම මේකට මෙහෙම argument එකක් දාන්නම්. මේක මෙහෙම draw කරනවා. මේ part එක පළවෙනි එක. second එක ගත්තොත් equation is 4a plus 2b is equal 480. මේ තමයි ඒ equation graph එක. මම මේ graph එකට පාවිච්චි කරනවා මෙන්න මේ වගේ region එකක්. මේ වගේ region එකක්. Got the idea? එතන අපි බලන්න ඕන මේ දෙකටම common region එක කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ කියලා. Then we have to find out some simple plot for that. එතන මේ දෙකටම common region එක වෙන්නේ මේ දෙක. Got the idea? මේක නැහැනේ. මේ ටික වෙනවම යන්නේ. Then we can find out two plots. මොනවද? මේකේ මෙතන එක plot එකයි මේකේ මෙතන එක plot එකයි. Got the idea? එතන අපි හොයන්න ඕන maximum mix එක කොතනද තියෙන්නේ කියලා. Like that. Got the idea? Right. අපි පළවෙනි plot එක ගත්තොත් x එක කීයද තියෙන්නේ? x0. මම ඒකයි කිව්වේ මේක ඇත්තට powerful example එකක් නෙමෙයි මේක ගිහින් තියන්නේ. මම example එකක් තව එකක් කරමු. x එක කීයද තියෙන්නේ? 0. x එක 0, y එක 200. y එක 200. Then we can calculate it. මේකට දාලා මම පොඩ්ඩක් calculate කරලා පෙන්නන්නම් මෙතන in here. දැන් මට කියන්නකෝ අපේ profit maximization function එක මොනවද මේකේ අපි ලියාගත්තේ කියලා. First one, objective function, what's that? No, it's constraint. This one is a constraint function. I am asking profit maximization, no objective function. What's that? ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ලිව්වේ objective function එක. What's that? Maximize of profit is equal, how many units of A? 2000. 2000 A plus 1500 B. මෙහෙමනේ තිබ්බේ. මේක නේද? Then we are finding out in this place how is our profit. මෙතෙන්ට આવොත් මොකද්ද profit එක කියලා හොයන්න ඕන. පැහැදිලිද? දැන් මේක නම් 0 නේ වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. සාමාන්‍ය මේ වගේ optimal solution එකක එක production එකක් නැති වෙන්නේ නැහැ. That's why I told you this one is not a prominent example. Right. දැන් ඒ ටික ඔක්කොම වදිනවා ඒකේ. ඒකින් තමයි මම ඒක අයින් කළා. දැන් මේ keep කරා නම් එහෙම save වෙනවා. Save button එක click කළා. Right anyhow. ආපහු ලියමුකෝ අපි 1000 objective function, right? Right. Maximize of profit 2000 A plus 1500, no? 1500 B. Then අපි එනවා පළවෙනි plot එකට. In here I had seen one plot and here we can see that common plot. ඔයාලා දෙකට දෙවිදියට දාලා fill කරාම එනවා ඒ combined plot එක. ඊළඟ එක ලස්සනට අපි කරමුකෝ. Right. In here A කියන්නේ මොනවද? මේ x axis එක. x එකනේ අපි A කිව්වේ. එතකොට මේ plot එකේ නම් 2000 multiply by 0 plus B එක වෙනවා 1500 multiply by this one 200, no? 200. Then you can find out how many profit. This one becomes 0. This one is 1500 into 200. That's mean 30. 300,000 in this plot. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද? අපි දැන් මේ production එක නැත්නම් production B එක විතරයි කරන්නේ 200. මේ selection එක අනුව common selection එක අනුව. එහෙම කරොත් අපිට profit එක ගන්න පුළුවන් 300,000 in this method. Got the idea? By using both constraints. දැන් පළවෙනි එක අපි යන්නේ මොනවද? labor එකට. second එක යන්නේ මොනවද? materials වලට. මේ combine එකක් බලන්න දෙකටම මොනවද common කියලා. common එකට තමයි මම regions දෙක එක graph එකක් මේ මැන්දා අනිත් graph එකට මේ මැන්දලා common region එකට හෙව්වේ. දෙකම cross වෙලා තියෙන region එක. ඒක තියෙන plots තමයි. දැන් මේක නම් අපිට ආවේ plots දෙකයි. එතකොට second plot එක කියන්නකෝ. If you are going within second plot, maximization of profit 2000 A plus 1500 B. Got the idea? එතකොට මේකේ අපිට තියෙනවා මොනවද x value එක. A එකේ value එකක් තියෙනවා. What's the value in the here? 120. Isn't it? 120. 2000 into 120 plus 1500. X becomes 0 in here. මේකේ නම් ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ 0. Got the idea? 0. Then you can find out 2000 into 120. That's mean 240. Isn't it? 240. Like that. You can find out final answers. 430. Right in here 240, no? 240. Then which one is the maximum profit? This one. Then we can produce this production. What's that? This one. Based on these combinations. එතකොට මේ වගේ combination එකක් ආවම අපි බලන්නේ maximum profit එක කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ කියලා. පොඩ්ඩක් මේ measure එක දාගන්නකෝ පුතා. එතකොට අපි ඒක හොයන්නේ කොහමද? By using our objective function. Objective function එකට අපේ අර optimal solutions වල තියෙන මේ plots තමයි අපි recognize කරන්නේ. In here we can see only two plots based on this example. Based on this example. In here it's having some different arguments. Don't use this. මේ වගේ වෙන දෙයක් තියෙන්නේ අර වගේ ඩිස්කස් කරලා තියෙන වෙන දෙයක්. Right. Anyhow. You can use that. But ultimately you can generate this. Plot each constraint as straight line on a graph. ඉස්සෙල්ලාම අපි මොනවද කරන්නේ? plot කරනවා straight lines by using that constraint graphs. The feasible region is the area that satisfied all constraints at the same times. අපි අර ගත්ත graph දෙකේම feasible region එක ගන්න ඕනේ. දැන් මෙයාට මේ ටික තමයි region එක. මෙයාගේ තියෙනවා feasible region එක මේක. පැහැදිලිද? Then common area is this. මේ දෙකටම common වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ region එක. මේකට අපි කියනවා මොනවද? feasible region. This is the feasible region. මේ total area එක තමයි feasible for both constraints. එතකොට මේක අපිට හොයාගන්න පුළුවන් මේ interpret වෙන්නේ අපිට graph දෙකක් ඉඳලා මේ plots දෙකයි එන්නේ. දෙකටම commons. ඒ දෙකට තමයි අපි හෙව්වේ. Got the idea? Right. Next one, final one. බලන්නකෝ. Calculate the value of objective function at each corner point and find the best results. Got the idea? ඊට පස්සේ අපි මොනවද කරන්නේ? අර objective function එකට දාලා ඒ point එකේ තියෙන AB productions වල capacities calculate කරනවා. Then we are choosing highest or maximum profit combination. Maximum profit combination. Got the idea? මේක තමයි method එක මේක යා. මම තව simple example එකක් දෙන්නම්කෝ. මේක notice කරගන්නකෝ. මේ ඔයාලගේ book එකේ තියෙන ගොඩාක් දේවල් වල තියෙනවා මේ errors ඒව පොඩ්ඩක් check කරගන්න. මම දැන් last week කරපු graph ගොඩක් වැරදිනේ. ඔයාලා හරියට වැන්දනේ නේද graph? ඔයාගේ notebook එකේ බලන්න ඒව check කරලා. ඒක අර wrong locations තමයි fix කරලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒතකොට ඒ answers ගන්න ගියොත් එහෙම ඔයාලට answers හොයාගන්න බෑ. පැහැදිලිද? හරියට edit කරන්න ඕන. Okay, write down this simple one. Podi simple එකක් දෙන්න ඒ වගේම. First, objective function. Write down. Objective function. පොඩි එකක් හදමු අපි යා. simple එකක්. මේ යාලගේ දීලා තියෙන ඒවා ගොඩක් අපැහැදිලි. First one, objective function. You should need write down this. First, you can mention objective function. In here also similar. Maximize of profit. Max equal 80x. මම මේකට xy ම දෙන්නම් එතකොට ලේසියි. Now you are having that idea. මේක මේ region එකේ වැඩ කරන්නේ නැහැ වගේ. Right, okay. In here try to do that. Okay. Objective function is equal maximum of profit equal 80x plus 120y. Second, you can write down subject to based on constraints. X plus 2y less than or equal less than or equal in here you can write down now. Make a touch කරපු ගමන් ඊළඟ එකට යනවා. What is that? Less than or equal 160. මේක ඔයාලා කැමති එකක් දාගන්න label or material or anything now. Second one, x plus y less than or equal 100. Right. Next one, non-negativity, very simple. In here I am mentioning x and y are greater than or equal to 0. greater than or equal to 0. You are right down under that, you are required to find an optimal solution under graphical method. You are required to find an optimal solution under graphical method. Right. අඳින්න බලන්න. It's a simple one නා. මම simple එකකින් තමයි ඔයාලට දෙන්නේ. exam එකේ දුන්නත් ඔය වගේ ඔයාලා පොඩි question එකනේ ඉන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ අර මොනවද? කියන්නේ MCQs නේ යන්නේ. ඒතර ඔයාලගේ පොඩි එකක් දීලා optimal එක ගන්න පුළුවන් ආ. එතන මොනවද මේක කරන්නේ? ඉස්සෙල්ලාම ඔයාලා සිලෙක්ට් කර ගන්න ඕන මොනවද? constraint functions. functions දෙකක් හෝ තුනක් හෝ පහක් තිබ්බත් මේ ඔක්කොටම මොනවද කරන්න ඕන? equations build up කරලා graph අඳින්න. If x is 0, what's the y? If y is 0, what's the x? Only that. ඕක අනිවාර්යෙන් ක්‍රොස් ලයින් එකක් එන එකක්. එතකොට ඔප්ටිමල් සොලියුෂන්ස් වලට ප්ලොට්ස් තුනක් ගන්න පුළුවන්. ප්ලොට්ස් තුනක්. දැන් ප්ලොට්ස් දෙකක් આવුත් එහෙම ඒකේ අර රීජන් දෙකක් නෙන්නේ. එතකොට එක ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එකක් අපිට මොකද වෙන්නේ? මිස් වෙනවා කැල්කියුලේෂන් එකේ. මයිනස් වැලියුස් එන්න විදියක් නැහැ. What is that? මොනවද මන් දුන්නේ equations? x plus 2y is equal 160. එතකොට x 0 වුණාම y කීයද 80. y 0 වුණාම x කීයද 160. සිම්පල් නෝ. දෙවැනි එක මම ලියපු එක භාගෙට ලියවිලා තියෙන්නේ නේද? මොනවද ඉක්වේෂන් එක? ඒක තියෙන්නේ x plus y not x minus y ආ. හේතු ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන්ස් දෙකක් නේ. ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් නැති වෙන්නේ නැහනේ. මේක අනිවාර්යෙන් කම්බිනේෂන් එකක් නේ. ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන්ස් වල මම අර ලියද්දි ලියවිලා නැහැ. combination of මේ productions දෙකම පාවිච්චි කරනවා නම් අපිට labor තියෙන්නේ 100 එහෙම නැත්නම් material තියෙන්නේ 100 maximum. That's the constraint limitation limit එක. මේක සමානලාට labor limitation එක මේක material limitation like that. Anyhow more than one limitation of resources we are using graphical methods but it's limited to two production in here. මේක නම් අපිට උපරිම දාන්න පුළුවන් productions දෙකක් තියෙනවා නම් විතරයි ආ. xy විතරයි access තියෙන්නේ. That's why we are using graphical method. Yes, graph දෙක අඳින්න ඕන. graph දෙක ඇඳලා feasible region එක ගන්න ඕන පුතා. දැන් අරකේ මම feasible region එක වලට ඇඳලා පෙන්නුවනේ. මේකෙත් ඒ වගේම feasible region එක ගන්න පුළුවන්. right. මොනවද equations දුන්නේ? x plus 2y. x plus 2y equal 160. Next one, x plus y equal 100. මේවනේ ඔයාලට build up කරගන්න වෙන්නේ. right. pen එකත් සවුත් වෙලා වගේ. මේක නැද්ද උනේ? right. එතකොට මට කියන්නකෝ if x is equal to 0 f 0 වුණොත් region එක කියන්න. මේක 160. x 0 නම් y80 නෝ y80 නේද? ඔව් y80. එතන අපි කොහමද ලියන්නේ? 0 80. මේක තමයි floating area එක. එතකොට අපි y0 ගත්තොත් y equal 0 x become 180 160 then 160 0. මේක තමයි plot area එක වෙන්නේ පළවෙනි එකට. Is it okay? Then you can draw it. draw කරන්න බැයිද? පුළුවන්. simple. x y පළවෙනි එක මොනවද? x0 y80 මේ කොහොමද අපි ගන්නෙ? right 20 40 60 80 100 right මේ පැත්තට යමු 50 no 20 40 60 80 100 120 no it's 7 more than that no then 140 160 like that එතකොට graph එක පේන හොඳට if x0 we can see the 80 of y if 160 of x then y is 0 then you can draw this line that line is x plus 2y is equal 160 second එක හදලා බලමු second එක හදලා බලමු x එක 0 නම් y කොහමත් 100 y එක 0 නම් x එක y එක 0 නම් x එක 100 පැහැදිලිද පළවෙනි එක ලියන්න පුළුවන් 0 100 second එක ලියන්න පුළුවන් 100 0 simple no x එක 0 නම් y එක 100 y එක 0 නම් x එක 100 මේ වගේනේ තියෙන්නේ 100 to 100 100 to 100 මේ වගේ ලයින් එකක් එන්නේ මේකට අපි කියනවා x plus y equal 100 line මේක ලයින් එක අපි අඳපු graph එක right මම ඉස්සෙල්ලා පළවෙනි එකේ අපේ region එක මාක් කරගන්නම් මේ අතට graph එක trust one is it okay second එක මම මේ අතට පාවිච්චි කරන්නම් not that this one this is the second region then you can find out feasible region එක කොහෙද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ region එක නේද මෙතෙන්ට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා මෙතෙන්ට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා මේක තමයි feasible region එතන මෙතන එක plot එකක් තියෙනවා මෙතන එක plot එකක් තියෙනවා මෙතන එක plot එකක් තියෙනවා got the idea එතන මේ plot එකේ ඔයාලා හොයන්න ඕන count එක කීයද තියෙන්නේ කියලා x කීයද y කීයද හරියට මාක් කරගන්න හරියට මාක් කරගන්න ඒකල ඔයාලා මේ plot එකට දාගන්න a plot එක මේ plot එක b plot එක this one is c plots තුනක් තියෙනවනේ මේකේ පැහැදිලිද ආවද හැමෝටම plots තුනක් ආව නේද ඔව් දැන් මේකේ ඔයාලා දන්නවා මේකේ මොනවද x එක 0 y එක 80 මේකේ y එක 0 x එක 80 මේකේ x එකටත් value එකක් තියෙනවා y එකටත් value එකක් තියෙනවා in b point then you have to find out your objective function එක දාලා මොනවද ඉස්සෙල්ලාම හොයන්න a point එකේ හොයනවා මොනවද profit එක maximize of profit මම දුන්නානේ objective function එක හොයන්න b point එකේ ඊට පස්සේ හොයන්න x එක කීයද y එක කීයද b point then find out c point by using which your objective function like previous පැහැදිලිද a point එකට apply කරලා දැන් හොයන්නකෝ බලන්න that's the method I do not expect in your examination but they can ask like those kind of simple question මට කියන්න a point එකේ profit එක කීයද b point එකේ profit එක කීයද c point එකේ profit එක කීයද The objective function is 80x 120y. 80x plus 120y. That is our profit maximization function. එතකොට A point එකේ x0 A point එකේ ඇදුවොත් x becomes 0, y is 80. Then this one is 0 plus 120 into 80. 120 into 80. What's the value? 9,600. That's the total profit in which point A. If we come to point B, what's the x value? B එකේ x එක කීයද? B එකේ කීයද x එක? කීයද x එක? 48. Why? 60. In here, just that. But in here, you can see the combinations, no? Combinations of these two graphs. මේ දෙක මොනවද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? intersect වෙලා තියෙනවා. intersect වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒතර මේක අපි හොයන්න නම් මොකද කරන්න ඕන? මේ equation solve කරන්න ඕන ඉස්සෙල්ලා. ඉස්සෙල්ලා ඔයාලා point C එක හොයන්නකෝ. point C එක හොයන්න. point B එකේ පොඩි වැඩක් කරන්න තියෙනවා. මම ඒක කියලා දෙන්නම්. මේක මේ equation එකට apply කරන්න බෑ. Why is that? It has a kind of combination. ඒතර xy අපිට වෙනමම හොයාගන්න වෙනවා මේකේ. xy. එහෙම නැත්නම් මේකේ ඉන්නේ different value එකක්. right. අපි ඒක බලමුකෝ. ඒක අර එක region එක point එකකට එන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක අපිට tableau ගාලා හොයන්න පුළුවන්. right. මම කියනවා point C එකේ කොහමද එන්නේ? point C මෙතන x එක 100 no? X is 100. 80 multiplied by 100. Y becomes 0 no? Y becomes 0. 0 නේ තියෙන්නේ. Y එක 0. එතකොට total profit එක කීයද එන්නේ? 800. Sorry, 8000. Clear? Point C එක හරි නේද? Point C එක okayද? Right. Then we can find out point B. Point B. Point B එක පොඩ්ඩක් බලමු. Right. Point B in here, right? In point B we are using two equations. One is, what's that? එකත් ඉරේස් කරලා නේද? පළවෙනි equation එක මොකද්ද පුතා ආවේ? This one. X plus y is equal 100. මේක දෙවෙනි equation එකනේ. පළවෙනි equation එක මොනවද අපි ගත්තේ? x plus 2y equal 160. මේමනේ ගත්තේ. මෙතන අපිට problem එක solve කරන්න පුළුවන්. මොනවද? One minus 2. Simply you can find out x and y values. Got the idea? හොයන්න පුළුවන්ද බැයිද? පුළුවන්. Simple. මේක අපි මොනවද? 1 minus 2 කරමුකෝ. 1 එකේනේ high value එක තියෙන්නේ. Got the idea? 1 minus 2. That's mean x to x කැපිලා යනවා. Isn't it? එතන මේ 2y ඉන්නවා මෙතන minus y වෙනවා. එතන ඉතුරු වෙන්නේ කවුද? y. y විතරයි ඉතුරු වෙන්නේ. y is equal 60. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද කතාව? 1 minus 2. පළවෙනි equation එකෙන් අඩු කරනවා දෙවෙනි equation එක. එතකොට දෙවෙනි එකේ මොනවද වෙන්නේ? minus වෙනවා. එතකොට minus x minus y minus 100. එතකොට ඉතුරු වෙන්නේ මොනවද? y විතරයි. ආන්සර් කරේ නැතිනොත් ඉතින් ගන්නවම තමයි නේද? ඒක අපේ බිහේව් එකනේ. රයිට්. ඒතර y60 එක කැමති එකට ඇප්ලයි කරලා බලන්නකෝ. පළවෙනි එකට ඇප්ලයි කරන්න. y60 ඇප්ලයි කරාම එකට කීයද? x is equal 40. 40. Got the idea? x is equal to 40. Intersect point එකනේ. Got the idea? වාගේ graph එකෙත් කිට්ටුව තැනක එන්නේ නැත්තේ 40 ළඟ තැනක නේද? එහෙම නේද? ගෙස් කළා 40 දැම්මේ නේද? නෑ ඒක තමයි 40 එන්න ඕන. මම කියන graph අපි ඇන්දාම හරියට correct man දොත් ගන්න පුළුවන්. මම ඒකට ටැබියුලෝ ගහලා පෙන්නුවේ එක. මේක 40 තමයි එනවා ඇත්තේ. 40 60 තමයි. මේකත් මේ 60 කිට්ටුවනේ තියෙන්නේ. මම ඒක නොපෙන්න තමයි ඔයාලා මේකෙන් හදලා පෙන්නුවේ. ඊට පස්සේ ඔයාලා මොකද කරන්න පුළුවන්? අර maximum profit function එකට දාන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කීයදාවේ max is equal what is the value? මට මතක නෑ ඒක ආවේ නෑ. 80 no? 80x plus profit maximization objective function 120y no 120y එතකොට අපිට මේක ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා මොනවද x වලට value එක 40 80 into 40 plus 120 into 60 got the idea 120 into 60 then what's the profit 10,400 now you can compare A plot එකේ කීයද ආවේ profit එක 9,600 C plot 8,000 in here 10,400 එතකොට මේක තමයි අපේ මොනවද profit maximization contribution එක profit maximization contribution එක then අපිට පුළුවන් x produce කරන්න x 40 units y 60 units in that constraints limitations of our combined resources පැහැදිලිද පුතා profit එක maximum වෙන location එකේ තමයි අපේ production එක කරන්න ඕන by using graphical methods is it okay Isuruni is it okay send me your feedback හරිද ආන්සර් එක ආව නේද ඒ දෙක තමයි ඔයාලා මේකේ මෙන්ෂන් කරත් එන්නේ ඒ දෙක මම ඒක නොපෙන්නවා තමයි කැල්කියුලේෂන් එකට ගියේ Is it okay? OB point, yes. value එක තමයි මෙතනින් ගත්තේ මම ඔයාලට හදලා පෙන්නුවේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඔයාලට මේ යා කරන්න පුළුවන්. y එන්නේ 60ක් වගේ තමයි. x එන්නේ කීයද? 40ක් වගේ තමයි. ඒක ඔයාලට මේ graph එකට දාලත් measure කරන්න පුළුවන්. මොනවද අපේ constraint graph එක තියෙනවනේ. ඒ දෙකම combine වෙලානේ තියෙන්නේ. intersect වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒතර ඒ දෙක solve කරත් මේ answer එකම තමයි එන්නේ. Good idea. That's why I am using this. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඔයාලට පුළුවන් මේක දෙකෙන් වැඩි කරන්න. දෙකෙන් වැඩි කරලා ආපහු අඩු කරන්න පුළුවන්. මොනවා හරි method එකක් පුළුවන්. But simple way is there no. එක අඩු කරන්න පුළුවන් දෙකෙන් 1 minus 2. Then simply you can find out either x or y. one එකක් object එකක් හොයාගන්න පුළුවන් නේ. But anyhow, ultimately our goal is to find out profit maximization optimum mix. මෙතන අපි profit එක maximum වෙනවා 10,400. ඒකේ optimum mix එක තමයි x 40 y60. That's the final arguments. පැහැදිලිද? අපි අනිත් ඒවා ගෙත් හදන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් අපේ profit එක maximize වෙනවද නැහැ? දැන් මෙතන අපි x හදන්න නැතුව y විතරක් 80 හැදුවා නම් අපිට හම්බෙන්නේ 9,600. loss එකක් එනවා වැඩිපුර. මෙතන හැදුවත් ඒ වගේ 8,000 එන්නේ. But this is the optimum place in these graphical methods. Got the idea? That's why we are using graphical method. Clear? Shall we take a break? Break at the Isuruni, shall we take a break now? Right, try to build your objective function and non-negativity in here. I mark දෙනවා මම ඔයාලට පොඩක් equation idea එක පොඩක් capture කරනවා. ඔයාලගේ experience දීලා company එකේ instructions දෙකක් තියෙනවා. First we have building up an objective function. කොහොමද ඒක objective objective function අපි කොහොමද ලියන්නේ maximum of profit no maximum of profit is equal මොනවද details දීලා තියෙන්නේ x ගෙන් හදනවා නම් profit එක කොච්චර තියෙනවද ඒකද කියන්නේ ඔව් කීයක් තියෙනවද profit එක 400x plus 300y 300y this is the objective function. Second, you have to build up what subject to or your constraint function. In here it has two machines M1 and M2. M1 and M2. What's the description? What are the other? The total machine hours available in each machine is 100. M1 එකේ තියෙන්නේ 100, M2 එකේ තියෙන්නේ කොහමද? 100. මම මෙතන දාගන්නම්. M1 100 තියෙනවා. M2 also 100. Got the idea? This is the second thing. එතන machine දෙකටම constraint equation එක build up කරොත් මොනවද එන්නේ? less than or equal to 100. Otherwise they can proceed those things, no? ඔන්න දැන් ඊළඟට අපි මොනවද කියනවා x and y කියන විස්තරයක්. But the company in here x required 1 hours of M1. X required 1 hour of M1. M1 එකේ අපි x එකට ගත්තොත් 1x 1 hour පාවිච්චි කරලා 1x M1 M2 and 4 hours of M2. 4 hours of M2 to produce what? Product X. Then 1 hour of M2. M2 again on equations. M1 and M2. Okay, like that you require to do. Then make a machines take up from a scenario you are giving. Better complicated than simply or again hours, materials like that. It will build up.
x එකට කීයද limitations මෙතන දෙනවා මොනවද total limitation count එක clear then finally you can mention non negativity කියලා මොනවද දෙන්නේ in here we have only two products x and y these all are more than or equal to 0 that's a linear program then you can solve the problem by using graphical mode මේ දෙක දැන් ඔයාලට අඳින්න බැයිද? අඳින්න පුළුවන්. graph එක අඳින්න පුළුවන්. points mark කරන්න පුළුවන්. find මොනවද කරන්නේ? solution එක ගන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? කරවද? solution එක කරවද? if you need you can do it. වෙන part PDF ගන්න. මේක build up කරන්න. මේක ඉස්සර notice කරගන්න. this is the brush card. I have given to you to build up linear program problem. මේක තමයි problem එක වහලා. linear program එක දැම්මා based on that particular scenario got the idea second part B to solve this problem using graphical method and find maximum profit production mix
Test run.
හරිද? ඇඳද? Simple no? Then tell me how is your profit? A part of that how many points? Points කීයක් එනවද? 3 points no? 3 points. Blue, right. If I am using this graph, first one, x plus 2y is equal to 100. Then is x is 0, y become 50. X is 0, y we can see the 50, isn't it? Is y 0, x become 100, no? 100, isn't it? මේ වගේ line එකක් එන්නේ. Is x 0, y is 50, is y 0, x is 100. Then x plus 2y equal 100. X plus 2y equal 100. Then come to this, is x is 0, y become automatically 100. 100. Y is 100. Then y is 0, x is 25. This one is 50, this place is 25. Then we can see the drawing like this. Right. If I am fulfilling this part by using this array, it's like this. Then I am going forward with another color to fulfillments of this region. I can see it's like this. Then the feasible region is like this. මෙන්න මේ වගේ feasible region එකක් තමයි common වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. Then you can put point A, point B and point C. Point A, point B and point C. Got the idea? මේ එකක් නේද පුතේ එන්නේ? It's like this, no? Then A, very simple, you can find out. This is the profit maximization function. In point A, directly you can find out. In A, x equal to 0, y equal to 50. Then this one becomes 0, 300 multiplied by 50. Then it's equal to 3 zeros, 5 into 3, it's equal to 15. Then come to point C. Point C, those are points, huh? Point C, the x is 0, sorry, x is 25, 400 into 25 plus 300 into 0. Then it's equal to 10,000. 10,000 of profit. Then we come to this. you can solve your problem like previous. Equations දෙක cut කරලා ඕනනම් ගන්නත් පුළුවන් නැත්නම් මෙතනින් හොයන්න. මෙතෙන් හොයන්න ගියා නම් අමාරුයි නම් ඔයාලට පුළුවන් ඒ equation එක පාවිච්චි you can use that x plus x plus 2y equal 100, 4x plus y equal 100. Then first you can multiply this by 2. මේක දෙකෙන් වැඩි කිරීමක් දාගත්තා නම් හරියා. 1 multiply by 2. Then 8x or this one 4. මේක 4ෙන් වැඩි කරත් හරියා. අපි එක 4ෙන් වැඩි කරමුකෝ. 1 is multiplied by 4. Simple no. 4x plus 8y equal 400. This is the third equation. Then third, this one is 1, this one is 2. Third minus 2, you can solve the problem. 4x plus 8y. Then 4 to 4 කැපිලා යනවා නේද? 3 again 2 ගියාම 8 minus y means it has only 7y is equal 400 minus this one, it's equal to 300. Then you can find out y value, no? What's the y? 4 around of 43. 42.8 or 43. 42.8 or 43. දැන් මේක අපිට ගන්න ගියාම ටිකක් අමාරුයි. මේ වගේ තැනකනේ එන්නේ 15 නේ අරන් තියෙන්නේ. ඒකින්ද මේ measurement එකට දාලා ගත්තා නම් හරි, but graphically we can see it. Then how is the y value? No, x value. x is equal අපි ඕන තැනකට දාමුකෝ x එකට මෙතෙන්ට ගන්න. y එක කීයද ආවේ? 42.8. මෙතනින් වැඩි කරා නම් ගන්න පුළුවන් නේද? x plus 2 into 42.8 is equal 100. Then you can find out x. Apply to first equation. X is 14.4. මේ අතරනේ එන්නේ. It's okay. X is 14.4. Then you can apply it to this function, profit function. Profit එකට දැන් දාන්න පුළුවන්. By using point B. Point B is equal 400 into x value is 14.4 plus 300 multiplied by 42.8. 42.8. You can find out profit. Profit. What's that? In here 18,600, like that amount. Then the maximum is this. Profit maximum is this. The combination is this. Then you can interpret it as a 15 units of, you can round up. 14.4 means more than 14 units, no? Then 15 units of x, 43 units of y. That's the optimum production mix, like that. I think now you are having that entire knowledge, no? In which is it having only two productions based on the limitations of multiple resources. Multiple resources, right? Okay. Next we have to discuss another matter in here. A simplex method for advanced cases. A simplex method for advanced cases. Right. That means it's having more than one resource limitations. More than one resource limitations. More than one resource limit. And also more than two production mix. More than 2 production mix. පළවෙනි එකේ මොනවද අපි පාවිච්චි කරේ? At the first in our limiting factor calculations, only one limiting factor of resources, either material or labor hour or machine hours. The second method, we can go ahead with any resource limitations. It may be 1 or 2 or 3 or more, but it's limited up to 2 productions. That's the second scenario. Then we can use which? Graphical method. Clear? Why is that? We are having only 2 axes now to interpret productions, but in here we can go ahead with multiple resource limitations and multiple productions. That's a simple thing. Got the idea? So this one is not a simple one. It's having kind of advanced calculations, right? So therefore we are using some Excel calculations or Tableau calculations like that. But we can do it, but we can do it. In here I had practiced it based on this example, but it's having difference of this final solution. So therefore I had practiced it. The makeup අර වගේම සිටුේෂන් එකක් අපි කලින් කතා කරපු ලීනියර් ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් එකම තමයි යන්නේ පුතා. ඒතර ඔප්ටිමම් සොලියුෂන් එක වෙනවා A20 B30. මෙයාගේ මේ ආන්සර් එකට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ මෙහෙම ආන්සර් එකක්. දැන් අපි මැක්සිමම් ෆන්ක්ෂන් එකට දාලා බලන්න ඕනේ. ඒක ඕකේද කියලා. දැන් මම ගහලා බැලුවා. මෙයාගේ බලන්නකො දීලා තියෙන්නේ මේක තමයි. set score එක. මේක maximum profit. මේක තමයි set score එක. 40A plus 30B. simple මම explain කරන්න කලින් 40A plus 30B. 40A plus 30B මේක දීලා තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට A ගේ value එක කීයද? 40 into 20 plus 30 into 30. Right. Here 40, A is 20, B is 30. No, what's the final answer? 40 into 20, it's equal to 800 plus 30 into 30, it's equal to 900. Then altogether 1700 should. Is it this answer? But here they are mentioning 1900. It's a wrong one. පැහැදිලිද? දැන් final solution එක කරන් තියෙනවා මේ simplex method එකේ. මේ මම final solution එක ඔයාලට check කරලා කිව්වේ මේ book එකේ තියෙන මේක wrong. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද? Then we can find out that. මම ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් හොයන විදිය කියලා දෙන්නම්. This method is somewhat advanced. In here we are using this kind of Tableau graph or the table. Tableau table, right? To more than one productions or 2 productions, right? So this is the equation. මම ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් අපි calculation එක කරලා බලමු. Like previous. Now you are having that idea, no? What's this? මේ මොනවද? Tell me. What's this? What's this? Simply your objective function, isn't it? Then idea තියෙනවනේ ඔයාලට. This is what? Your objective function. මෙතන මොනවද තියෙන්නේ? These two are your subject to function, no? In here you can see subject to function. This one, what's this? How we can call this? This one? No, those are constraints. These constraints are represented by subject to. This one, A and B are more than 0. Yes. Term එක ආවම මතක් වෙන්නේ දැක්කම මතක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. That's a non-negativity. ඒතර ඔයාලගේ මේ linear program එක මේකම තමයි in here. Then by using this tabular method or simplex methods, we are interpreting or we are aligning some slabs for this to solve it. වට කියනවා අපි slacks දානවා කියලා. slack එකක් දාලා තියෙන්නේ. පළවෙනි equation එක මොනවද? 2a plus b මේකනේ තියෙන්නේ. but in here it's having මොනවද? less than or equal symbol. අපි කලින් එකේ එක අයින් කරන්න මොකද කරේ? x assume කරා 0 y assume කරා 0. ඒකල තමයි අපි equation එක punch කරේ. In here we are using slack activities. For first equation we are taking into account slack 1. Then we can put 100. That's the mathematical way to go ahead with this. Second, a plus 2b. On that we are using second slack equal 80. මෙන්න මෙහෙම අපි build up කරගන්න ඕන මේ equation එක. Got the idea? Right. Notice කරගන්නකො මේකම අපි යමු. Calculation එකක් කරලා බලමු පොඩ්ඩක්. මේක ටිකක් advance ආ. මේ calculation එක exam මම නම් predict කරන්නේ නැහැ. I do not predict it. But anyhow, try to do that and try to get correct answer. දැන් ඔයාලා guarantee තියෙන answer එක wrong answer එකක්. මම ඔයාලට පෙන්නුවා start කරනකොටම නේද? ඔව්. මේකේ ඔයාලා think කරලා ඉදන්නවද? මේ මෙතනින් තමයි මම touch කරගත්තේ. It's having kind of problems, right? Identify the leave-in variables using minimum ratio test. Perform a pivot operational, update that tableau. For simplify, show the iteration, demonstrate methods. Further iterations can be automated using spreadsheet or software tools. Got the idea? Software එකට ගහලා තමයි output ගන්න පුළුවන් කියලා මෙතන තියෙන්නේ. ඒකින්ද මම predict කරන්නේ නැහැ ඔයාලගේ exams ආයි කියලා. Got the idea? But anyhow, manually we can do it. අපිට manually මේක කරන්න පුළුවන්ද බැයිද? පුළුවන්. අපි try කරලා බලමු. Right. It has a method. Right. Basics okay da? Basics ටික ලියා ගන්න. You know, objective function is this. Second, it's having constraint functions. Third, it has non-negativity function. Got the idea? Putha, please close the door. Do it wale. Clear? Right. දැන් මේකේ නම් මොනවද තියෙන්නේ? Limited resources වර්ග දෙකයි තියෙන්නේ. It's having only two limited resources, labor hours, materials. And also it's having two productions, only A and B. But we can do more than that. More than that. More than two, in here more than two, just like that. By using this, that simplex method or that tabular method. Got the idea? Right. මේ ටික හරියද? ඔව් මේ ටික notice කරගන්න book එකේ. නැත්නම් ඔක මේ ඔයාලගේ මේකේ තිබිලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. Now you know the way, no? Simplex method කියලා දාගන්න heading එක. The heading is simplex method. Simplex method. Simplex methods. Where we are using simplex methods? More than two resource limitations and more than two productions. We can use that. එතකොට අපිට complicated වාස්ම scenario එකක් ආවොත් මේකෙන් answer එකක් ගන්න පුළුවන්. graphic එක limit වෙනවා productions දෙකකට. පළවෙනි method එක අපි limiting factor එක ගැව්වම basic limit වෙනවා එක resource එකකට. නමුත් මේකෙන් ඔක්කොම overtake කරන්න පුළුවන්. By using this kind of mechanism, we can overtake all kind of these constraints or limitations. Got the idea? That's the important thing of simplex methods. But in here it's having a simple question, right? Simple question, right? The මේව තමයි දීලා තියෙන්නේ objectives විදියට නේද? Objectives. Second is constraints. Then we can build up. මෙතනින් තමයි step 1 පටන් ගන්න. In here you can see the starting of step 1. Step 1. This is the question. This is the step. I am having different kind of questions, but I do not discuss with you. ඒක ඔයාලගේ සිස්ටම් එකත් එක්ක මේ ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් කරලා තියෙන්නේ නැති හින්දා මම මේක ලොකුවට ඩිස්කස් කරන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් මේකට ආන්සර් එකක් ඔයාලට ජෙනරේට් කරලා දෙනවා. ඔයාලගේ ආන්සර් එක වැරදි ආන්සර් එකක් තියෙන හින්දා ෆයිනල් ආන්සර් එක. Right. The step is convert to standard form. Your that constraint equations. On that we are using this introduce slack variables for each and every limiting factors. දැන් මෙතන limiting factors තුනක් තිබ්බනම් මොකද කරන්නේ? තුන්වෙනි equation එකට අපි add කරන මොනවද? S3 එක. Like that. Got the idea? මේක තමයි mechanism එක. Right. Note down this. මේක note කරගන්න. Step number 1. Step number 1. දැන් කලින් නම් අපි x equals 0 and y equals 0. We had used that mechanisms to build up our graph. But in here, we are introducing some slack values. Slack values. But in here, the important thing is we are taking into account these coefficient values as 0. But they didn't mention it. අපි මේකේ coefficient value එක ගන්නේ 0 විදියට. That's the other factor. Other factor. එහෙම නැතුනොත් අපිට මේක solve කරන්න බෑ. මේ ඔයාලගේ මේ calculation එක ඇතුලේ නෑ. නමුත් අපි බලමු. I think I had calculated that to some extent. It has මේක. Clear? පැහැදිලිද? Right. Okay, go to next. In here, third, we are building up, right? This kind of table. Don't draw this. මේක අඳින්න එපා. මේක system base එක ගහන්න පුළුවන් එකක්. අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මේක measure කරන්න පාවිච්චි කරනවා. මෙන්න මේ වගේ model එකක්. ඔයාලා draw කරගන්න manual මෙන්න මේ වගේ method එකක්. Right. It's having 1 2 3 4 no? 1 2 3 4. Then this one is the fifth one. Those are the identical rows. මේ rows ටික තිබ්බාම ඇති. Then first we are mentioning Cj values. Cj values means our basic equation values in our objective functions, right? මේක නම් මොනවද අපිට දීලා තියෙන්නේ? 40 plus 30 no? Objective function එකේ තියෙනවා මොනවද? 40 of A 30 of B. Objective function එකේ එහෙමනේ තියෙන්නේ. ඔව් එහෙම තමයි තියෙන්නේ. Got the idea? Then we are interpreting two slabs S1 and S2. S1 and S2. The coefficient value of that is 0. මම කලින් කිව්වේ අපි ගත්ත slack value වල අපි interpret කරනවා coefficient value එක 0 කියලා මේ method එකේ. පැහැදිලිද? ඒතර ඔයාලගේ objective function එක තියෙන්නේ මොනවද? 40A plus 30B. මේකනේ යන්නේ. මෙහෙමනේ තිබ්බේ objective function එක. Got the idea? Right. Then we are interpreting it's having two slacks based on the limitations of material and labor. Like that. එතන මේක S1 කියලා ගත්තා මේක S2 කියලා ගත්තනේ. මම කිව්වා මේ වගේ coefficient අපි interpret කරනවා 0 කියලා. interpret කරන්න ඕන මේ method එකේ 0 විදියට. Why is that? අපි ඒවා dummy විදියට තමයි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. We are using as a calculation dummy. Clear? පැහැදිලිද? Right. Then we can find out final quantities. Quantities in here. Oh my god. Are you serious? No? Right. I'll draw it again. In here it has a quantity 2, 3, 4. Right. Then it has productions of A, B, slack 1, slack 2. This one is 40, this one is 30. Those are the Cj values. Cj values, we call it as a Cj. Don't hesitate regarding that term, right? Then we are ultimately finding out Zj values, right? The main thing is in here we are focusing our that constraint functions. Constraint functions that particular coefficient values. බලන්න constraint functions කීයක් තියෙනවද උතන? දෙකක් තියෙනවා. දෙකක් තියෙනව නේද? මොනවද තියෙන්නේ? 2a plus b and a plus 2b. එහෙම නේද යන්නේ? දෙකක් තියෙනවනේ. හවුරු. අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලාම දානවා මොනවද? පළවෙනි ඉක්වේෂන් එක 2a + b. එතකොට මෙතන අපි ගන්නේ a එකේ මොනවද coefficient value එක 2. a නම් 1. මේක අපේ slack එක කීයද යන්නේ? slack 1 එක S1. slack 1 is S1. එතකොට මෙයාගේ coefficient එක අපි ගන්නේ 0 විදියට. 0 coefficient. Got the idea? Right. එතකොට මෙතන අපි මෙයාට value එකක් we require to add one value for this in this method. Got the idea? But S2 become 0. To interpret in trust. This one become 0. Then total is equal to what? 100. 100. Quantity is 100. Got the idea? ඉස්සෙල් draw කරගන්නකො මේක. මාත් එක්කම හදයියා. So this one we can call it as a solution basis, or basis. This is the basis of solution. This part, second part. Media advanced, that's why we are using tools or the systems. Spreadsheets දාන්න මේකේ ඉඳ තමයි මේ calculation එක ටිකක් advanced. මේ S1 එකේ coefficient value එක ඉස්සරහින් දාගන්නකො. ඒතර පැහැදිලි නේ එක. S1 is 0. Then if we come to S2, coefficient value is 0. S2 තියෙන equation එකේ මොනවද details තියෙන්නේ? a plus 2b equal 80. ඒතර a එකේ කීයක් තියෙන්නේ? 1යි. b has 2 coefficient. S1 becomes 0, S2 become 1. That's the method. Got the idea? Then පැහැදිලි වෙයි. Then quantity is equal to 80. This kind of mathematical way to solve our problem. Got the idea? Right. Then පැහැදිලි නේ. slab දෙක දැම්මා. slab දෙක මෙතනින් interpret කරා. Is it clear to you, Buddha? Right. Then third we are finding out Z values. We call it as Z values. Some of those who are using different terms, but in here you can use this Z values. The මේ final set එක හොයන්න තමයි මේ යන්නේ. මේ අන්තිමට ඕනේ ටික තමයි මේකේ දාලා තියෙන්නේ. පැහැදිලිද? මේක නෙමෙයි calculation එක. ඒකෙන් තමයි මම මේ කියලා දෙන්නේ. Right. The ZJ we are finding out using this. What? That coefficient multiplied by this coefficient. We can find out for both the equations. Is it having 3 equations? We are using for 3 equations. The making a coefficient here is 0. 0 into 2, what's the value? 0. In here 0 into 1, 0. All together 0 in here. The make a 0 now may occur 0 kill then what idea can order? අපි total එක ගත්තොත් 0. පළවෙනි attempt එකේ මේ ඔක්කොම 0. Got the idea? 0. Why is that? මේ coefficient එක S1 has 0 coefficient, S2 has 0 coefficient. Then ultimately අපි මේ දෙකම ගන්නෙ. We are taking into both as ZJ. If you need you can mention it parallel, in your note. Then third we are finding out answer for Cj minus Zj. What's that? Cj minus Zj. Cj minus Zj. Now you know the Cj's, you know the Zj's. Then in here we are finding out what? Cj minus Zj. 40 minus 0, it's equal to 40. 30 minus 0, 30. then 0 minus 0 0, these are 0. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද පුතා පළවෙනි step එක? Then we are finding out our maximum solution. දැන් මෙතනින් අපි ගන්නවා maximum profit තියෙන column එක මොකක්ද කියලා. In here we are finding out maximum region. It's this. Not up to this, only this. I am missing that. Right. Up to this. මේක තමයි අපේ region එක. මෙයාගෙන එතකොට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ 40 වෙනකොට තමයි මොනවද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? Maximum ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට මේවා තමයි coefficient value. Those are the coefficient values. Got the idea? Then this is the feasible region. Then we are finding out how many units we need in here. දැන් මේ coefficient එකෙන් තමයි අපි මොනවද කරන්නේ එතකොට? Divisions කරන්නේ. Divisions. මේ second mechanism එක. Please carefully see this. The coefficient is 2. Then we are divided by 2. Then it's become 50. This coefficient is 1. 80 divided by 1. It's equal to 80. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද? මේක පොඩ්ඩක් capture කරගන්න හරියට. හේතුව මේක exams එන්නේ නැහැ. Definitely I know that. It's a somewhat complicated one. But මේ mechanism එක. අයි මේක දෙකෙන් බෙදුවේ මේ අපි තෝරගත්ත feasible region එකේ තියෙන coefficient values වලින්. In here we can see 2, in here we can see 1. Got the idea? Note down it. Note කරගන්න. ඔක්කොම හදන්න ඉදිරියට මේක කරන්න බෑ. Step එකකින් step එක හදන්න ඕන. මේකේ steps කීපයක් ගන්න ඕන. Second, we are selecting minimal quantity range in here. Carefully see that. ඔයාලට මේ පැත්තට එන්න පුළුවන් නම් එන්න. පේන්නේ නැහැ නේද? Minimum quantity කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ මෙතන? 50. මේක තමයි region එක. ඒතර අපි minimum region එක විදියට මේක select කරගන්නවා. Minimum region එක. Got the idea? Mark කරගන්න එක. Right. Then we are going within our second calculation. එතකොට ඉස්සෙල්ලාම අපි select කරගත්තේ කවුද? A40. අපි එයාට තමයි හදන්නේ ඊළඟ එක. A40. That coefficient having 40 values. Coefficient having 40 values. Second, we are selecting this minimal region. Minimal region. ඊට පස්සේ අපි හොයාගන්න මොනවද? පොඩිම region එක by using that coefficient value. එතකොට මේ coefficient value එක කීයද ආවේ? 2. එතකොට මෙතෙන්ට අපි 2 ගන්න 2 over 2 it's equal to 1. 1 over 2 it's equal 0.5. 1 over 2 it's equal 0.5. 0 over 2 it's become 0. 100 divided by 2 it's equal to 50. 50. Note down it. Note කරගන්න එක. Is it okay? ටිකක් නේද? ඔව් මේක ටිකක් complicated. That's why we are using tools. ඔළුවට idea එක ගන්න. මෙතනින් ගන්න මොනවද? region එක select කරා. region එකට තියෙන coefficient එකෙන් divide කරලා තමයි මොනවද ගන්නෙ? A40 මේ selected region එක. Good idea. Then we can solve it. At the end we can solve it. That's why I am using this. Right? Then we have to solve this part, no? දැන් අපිට ඉතුරු උනේ මොනවද? S2 එක. S2 it's having coefficient of 0. S2 coefficient of 0. පැහැදිලිද? ඔව්. මේක අපි ගන්නේ parallelly working එකකින්. Parallelly you have to do one working, right? මම ඒක ඊළඟ page එකේ හදන්නම්. S2 දාගන්න working එකක් ඊළඟ page එකේ. S2 working එක දාගන්න පුතා parallel page එකේ. Directly we do not take that value. but try to get that idea. Idea is important. Now, in that mainly we are focusing that basic value or original row value. What's that? 1, 2, 0, 1. Got the idea? Right. First you can put it 1, 2, 0, 1. Those are the original row values. Original row values. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද? original row තිබ්බ එකම තමයි අපි ගන්නෙ. Second, we are considering in here, if you need to mention, you can mention. Now, second, we are considering this coefficient value. Coefficient value of our cumulative row. Coefficient value එක කීයද? 2 එකේ 1යි. ඒ එකෙන් අපි වැඩි කරන්න ඕන මෙන්න මේ answer එක. මේ answer එක. Got the idea? ඔක්කොගේම එකයිනේ තියෙන්නේ. එක මේකෙන් වැඩි කරා කියලා වෙනසක් වෙනවද? මේ coefficient value එක එක තියෙන හින්දා මේකෙන් වැඩි කරොත් වෙනසක් වෙනවද මේ value එක? No, similar value. මේක දෙක වුණා නම් it should change. එතකොට අපේ පළවෙනි attempt එකේ ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ මේ coefficient එක 1 කියලා මේ feasible region එකේ. එතකොට අපි select කරන්නේ in here we are selecting that coefficient 1 value. එතකොට අපි ඊළඟ එකේ mark කරනවා deduct කරන්න deducting value එක අපි හොයාගත්ත coefficient value for these our basic CJ values. CJ එකේ තියෙන values. CJ values වල coefficient value එක අපිට ආවා 1 කියලා. මේ 1 එක තමයි multiply කරන්නේ මෙතන තියෙන region values වලින් 1 0.5 0.5 0 50 1 0.5 0.5 and 0 finally it's having 50 units. Finally it's having 50 units. Previous it has මට මේක fulfill කරන්න බැරි වුණා. Where's that? In here it has 80 units. මේකේ 80 නේ තියෙන්නේ. Right. ඒ 80 මෙතන mention කරගන්න ඕන. මට එතන මිස් වුණා 80 දාන්න. It's 780. Got the idea? Then we are minus this one against this to find out H2 value. Then 1 minus 1 0 1 minus 1 0 2 minus 0.5 it's become 1.5 0 minus 0.5 what's the value? 0 minus 0.5 minus 0.5 very good 1 minus 0 1 80 minus 50 30 80 minus 50 30 those are the H2 representing values in our this total මේකට දාගන්න ඒ values ටික you have to put those values in here. What's that? First one is 0 second one 0.5 third one again no 1.5 in here no 1.5 minus 0.5 0 0 and here 50 50 Is it okay? දාගන්න බලන්න. හරි අපරේ fulfill it. හදලා නැහැනේ. Why is that? working එක දාගන්න ඕන working එක. working ඉස්සෙල්ලාම මොනවද? මේ basic එක දාන්න ඕන. 1 2 0 1 මේකනේ අපි හදන එක 1 2 0 1 see 1201. 1201. It's having 80. Got the idea? Then next, it's having coefficient value and now finding final value of this. අපි හොයාගත්ත මේ value එක ගන්න ඕනේ මේ coefficients අඩු කරලා. පැහැදිලිද? මෙතන තියෙනවා 2 2 බෙදනවා 2කින්. It's become 1. 1 into 2, then we can see 1 divided by 2, 0.5 like that. එහෙම තමයි මේ ඔයලා තියෙන්නේ. Got the idea? Then in here, third we can see 80 minus 50, it's become 30. 30. That's the final attempt. Right? Then we can put in here, not 50, it's 30, no? 30 on that. Those are the final values. Got the idea? Then you have to multiply again. In here, coefficient is 40. 40 into 1, it's 40. 0 into 0, 0. Got the idea? Then total is 40 of Zj. 40 of Zj. Then come to this. 0 into 1.0, it's become automatically 0. 40 into 0.5, it's become 20. Got the idea? Like that. Others you can do. May they කරන්න පුළුවන් නේ. 40 into 0.5 means it's become 20. In here, 0 into minus 0.5, it's become 0. Then total is 20. Total is 20. Then in here, 40 into 0, 0 into 0, all become zeros. All become zeros. Got the idea? Right. Note කරගන්න බලන්න. It's not a simple one, nah? That's why we are using tools. මම මේකට අත ගැහුවේ මේක හදන්න ඕනේ ඉඳා. නැතු ඔයාලගේ exam base එකට නෙමෙයි ආ. නැත්නම් answer එකක් අපිට generate කරන්න බෑනේ මේකේ wrong answer එකක් දීලා තියෙන්නේ. Right. Then you can find out what? This one. Cj minus Zj. Cj minus Zj. What are the values? Cj 40, 40 minus 40 becomes 0. 30 minus 20, 10. Got the idea? Next one. It's having 20. Next, this one is 0, no? This one becomes 0 automatically. But in here we need to find out this region. Now, in here you can see the maximum value. In here, 10 is the maximum value for this region, second region. Mark it. දැන් මේකේ කලින් එකේ නම් 40 නේ ආවේ. මේකේ 10 තියෙන්නේ මේක 0 වෙලා. පැහැදිලිද? Notice it. The second, you have to use this coefficient value. Coefficient values to divide this coefficient values to find out this kind of values, no? මේ value එක අපි හොයන්න ඕන. Then 50 divided by 0.5, that's the region, no? 30 divided by 1.5, you can find out quantities. බලන්න quantities කීයද එන්නේ කියලා. 50 divided by 0.5 means it's become 100. 30 divided by 1.5 means 20, like that, no? එහෙම නේද යන්නේ? Check that and note it. Step by step කරන්නකෝ. Idea එක capture වෙයි එතකොට. Then in here, what we are selecting? Minimum one. Minimum one. 120. එතකොට මේ 20 එක තමයි මොනවද? Minimum එක වෙන්නේ. This is the minimum one. Got the idea? එතකොට ඊළඟ එකේ අපි prioritize දෙන්නේ කාටද? මේ minimum තියෙන එක්කිනාට. Again, I'll draw in. මම ආපහු වඳින්නම් මේක මේ ටික ඉරේස් කරලා. නැත්නම් complicated වෙන්න පුළුවන්. third stage එක. Right. Now we are in here now. Students, now we are in here now. Then again we are going within third calculation. Why? We are having 10 values as maximum values. දැන් මට කියන්නකෝ මේක ඉස්සෙල්ලාම අපි select කරන්නේ මොකක්ද? First what we are selecting? Tell me. දැන් මේක select කරන්නේ මොනවද? දැන් ඔයාලා ඇඳපු එක බලලා මට පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්න බලන්න. දැන් ඔයාලා මම steps දෙකක් කරානේ. දැන් මේ selection එක ආවා. ඊළඟට අපි select කරන්නේ මොකක්ද? Based on that particular sequential elements or streamline way. What's the next one? ඊළඟට අපි මොකද කරන්නේ පුතා? දැන් ওই දෙකක් ආවම ඔළුවට එන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟට අපි කරන්න ඕනේ එක. ඊළඟට මොනවද කරන්නේ? sequential step එකක් කරන්නේ. කියන්න පුතා. මේකද select කරන්නේ මේකද? මට ඉස්සෙල්ලා කියන්නේ ඒක. Which one we are selecting in here? Minimal එකද අනිත් එකද select කරන්නේ? දැන් අපි කලින් region එක ආවේ මේකනේ. ඒක ආපින්ද මොනවද අපි ගත්තේ? A40. දැන් මොකද්ද region එක ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ? මේ region එක. ඒතර අපි select කරන්නේ මොනවද? B30. B30. B30 එකේ තමයි දැන් අපි යන්න ඕන. Why is that? Our region is this B30. එතන model එකේ අපි select කරන්නේ මොනවද? මෙන්න මේ model එක. This model, second model, S0 model no. S0 model එක කොහොමද අපි select කරන්නේ? මේ model එකම මේ තියෙන coefficient value එකෙන් divide කරලා. කලින් නම් 2 divide කරා 2කින්. හදනවද නැද්ද? නැත්නම් මම මේක මෙතනින් නතර කරනවා. මේක irrelevant එකක්. ඔයාලා කැමති නම් මට පුළුවන් perform කරන්න. Otherwise I can reject it. පැහැදිලිද? මොකද කරන්න කියන්නේ? continue කරනවද reject කරනවද? මම බැලුවා ඔයාලට මේකට final answer එකක් හොයලා දෙන්න. මේ මෙයාලා wrong answers දාලා තියෙන්නේ මේකට. හේතුව මේක tool එකකට දාලා හදලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒනකට final answer එක wrong. මේ වගේ continuous calculation එකක් කරන්න ඕන. තව එක step එකක් ගියා නම් මේක finalize කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකින් තමයි මම ඔයාලට හදලා පෙන්නන්නේ. පැහැදිලිද? ඒකින්ද පොඩ්ඩක් open mind එකේ අර positive mindset එකක ඉන්න වැඩේ කරන්න. එහෙම නැත්නම් මටත් එපා වෙනවා. boring නෝ. ඔයාලා boysලා වුණාට කිසිම නෑ අර active ගතියක් නෑනේ. ඒ වුණාම continue කරන්න බෑ. step එකෙන් step එක යනවා නම් කරන්න පුළුවන්. පැහැදිලිද? දැන් මට කියන්නකෝ මේක තමයි feasible එක. That's why we are selecting no. ඒතර ඒක නම් මේ coefficient එකෙන් තමයි අපි divide කරන්නේ. මේක region එක. Got the idea? We are selecting that region. Then 0 divided by 1.5. You can find out final answer. 0 divided by 1.5. What's the answer? 0. 0 divided by 1.5. 0 is the answer. Got the idea? Second, 1.5 divided by 1.5. What's the answer? 1. Then come to next. 0.5 divided by 1.5. What's the answer? Yes. 0.33 like that. මේවට එන අගයන් ගැන එච්චර හිතන්න එපා. අපිට මෙතනින් තමයි ඔයාලට මේ -40 -30 අරන් දෙන්න යන්නේ. මේ box එකේ තියෙන -30 -40 ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට තමයි මම මේ perform කරන්නේ ඔයාලට. පැහැදිලිද? Right. Then in here 0 divided by 1.5. What's the value? It's become 0. 0. Right. මම අනිත් ටිකත් erase කරන්නම්කෝ. Zero. Then quantity is 30 divided by 1.5. Then it's become 20. 20. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද? දැන් අපිට ඉතුරුනේ මොකක්ද? In here S0 එකත් හරි S1 එක අපි කලින් හැදුවා. දැන් ඉතුරුලා තියෙන අය කවුද? ඉතුරුලා තියෙන්නේ මොකක්ද? දැන් බලන්න ඔයාලා අඳපු එක බලන්න. අයිඩියා එකක් ගන්න බලන්න. දෙකම 0 කරලා තියෙන්නේ. පළවෙනි එකත් 0 කරා, දෙවෙනි එකත් 0 කරා. එතකොට අපිට ෆයිනල් කරන්න පුළුවන් A40 එක. In here we can finalize A40. A40 එක ඉවර කරලා දාන්න පුළුවන්. පැහැදිලිද? Then we can finish it out A40. A40 එක දැන් කොහොමද measure කරන්නේ? කලින් measure කරා වගේ. Go to next. ඒක තමයි මේ steps hard කියන්නේ. මෙන්න මේ measure කරපු model එකට අපි මොනවද කරන්න ඕන? A measurement එකක් දාගන්න ඕන. A measurement එකක් දාගන්න ඕන. Got the idea? Right. A measurement එකේ ඉස්සෙල්ලාම අපි ගන්න මොනවද? Basic values. මේකේ තියෙනවා basic values in here. Basic values 1, 0.5, 0.5, 0 and 50. Those are the basic values of A. මේකනේ අපිට A ගන්න ඉතුරුනේ. In here. See? අපි දැන් මේක තමයි divide කරලා ගත්තේ. මේක තමයි ඉතුරුනේ එක. පැහැදිලිනේ? මේක divisions කරා ඉතුරුනේ මොනවද? මේ equation එක. ඒතර මේක ඉස්සෙල්ලාම අපි basic equation එක දා ගන්න ඕන. 1, 0.5, 0.5, 0, 50. Only that. Right. Notice it. 1, 0.5, 0.5 and 0. Total is 50. No? It's 750. Second, we are having coefficient value in second. Yes. Right. Coefficient value. In here you can see the coefficient value is 0.5, not 1. That's the second thing. Got the idea? එතකොට මේ 0.5 වලින් තමයි අපි වැඩි කරන්න ඕන මොනවද? මේ අපි හදාගත්ත region එකේ තියෙන value එක. මේ region එකේ තියෙන්නේ මේක වැඩි කරන්න ඕන මොකෙන්ද? 0.5 එකෙන්. මෙතන තියෙනවා coefficient 0.5. මේ ගත්ත value එක වැඩි කරන්න ඕන 0.5 එකෙන්. Right? 0, 1, 0.33, 0. Go to that. 0. Tell me that 0, no? 0. Next one. What's the value? Tell me. 1. Next one. 0.33. Next. 0. Right. මේක අපි multiply කරනවා මොකෙන්ද? 0.5 එකෙන්. 0.5. That's the second. 1 is multiplied by 0.5. This one is multiplied by 0.5. This one is multiplied by 0.5. Final value also similar. We are multiplied by 0.5. Then it's become, I think, 10, no? 20 into 0.5. into 0.5, it's become 10. Right, come to this. 20 into 0.5, it's equal to 10. 0 into 0.5, it's become 0. 0.33 into 0.1, it's equal to similar value, no? 0.33, like that. Then 0.5 into 1, 0.5. 0.5 into 0, 0. Then we can minus that values to find out final values. Got the idea? 1 minus 0, it's equal to 1. Second one, 0.5 minus 0.5, it's become 0. This one, 0.5 minus 0.33. It's become, no, this one is 0.5, no? Then value is 165. But value එක වැරදුනා. එකෙන් වැඩි කරේ මං. මේක අපි වැඩි කරන්න ඕන කීයද? 0.5 එන්නේ. එතකොට 165 වගේ value එකක් එන්නේ. එතන අර මට පේන එක වෙනස් වුණේ ඉඳනේ. Then we can see the value of 0.335 like that. මේම value එකක් එයි. Then in here 0 minus 0 becomes 0. 50 minus 10 it's become 40. It's become 40. මේක තමයි working 2 එක. Got the idea? Right. දැන් මේ ටික අපි interpret කරලා එහා පැත්තට ගෙනියන්න ඕන. We have to go forward that. 1 0 0.335. What's that? 0 no 1 no. It's in 1. මට කියන්න පුතා මේ පැත්තේ ආව answers ටික. This one is hurry up 1 no. Isn't it? 1. Then next one 0. Next one 0.335 like that. Next one 0. Next one 40. Like that. Memane aave? Got the idea? Right. Then again you can find out Ishat J values. Ishat J values in which this one multiplied by this one multiplied by this. Got the idea? Right. See 30 into 0 it's become 0. 40 into 1 40. Got the idea? Come to second. 30 into 1 30. 40 into 0 0. Then it's become 30. Again 30 into 0.33. What's the value? 30 into 0.33. Then 40 into 0.335. Then add this. Get the total. 13.4. Very good. 13.4. Come to this. All are 0 no. Then it's become 0. Then we are in final step. I will erase others. Make what up. Erase it. Right anyhow. Right. I will select in that. Then Cj minus Ishat J. That means Cj is this. Ishat J is this. 40 minus 40 becomes 0. 30 minus 30 becomes 0. 30 minus 30. It's equal to 0. 30 minus 30 becomes 0. In here 0 minus 13.5 minus 13.4. 0.0 it's become 0. Then you can see our optimal mix. It's become 0. Then ඔයාලට මේක පේනවා 15 ඔයාලා හදපු එකේ minus 40 minus 30. දැන් මේකේ ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා මේ තියෙන්නේ minus 40 and minus 30. We are finding out like that. Got the idea? In here we can see our productions. First it has B, second it has A. Then B having 20 units, A having 40 units. This is the final answer. Got the idea? In which that maximum product mix. Clear? පැහැදිලිද වැඩේ? ඒක complicated ah. නමුත් හදලා අපිට answer එකක් ගන්න පුළුවන්ද බැයිද? පුළුවන්. Got the idea? Right. Then finally note down it ah. B is 20, A is 40 ah. ලිව්වනේ? Right. Then finally you can find out මේක ඉරේස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මම ඒක permanent කරපු ඉඳා. maximum function එකට apply කරන්න පුළුවන්. You can apply it to maximum function. මේකේ maximum function එක කීයද දීලා තියෙන්නේ? 40 plus A 30 B. Got the idea? එතකොට අපිට A එකට කීයක් ආවද? 40 into A 40 plus 30 into B B value is 20, no? 20. Then this one is equal to 400 plus this one equal to plus 140, no? Then 1600. Then altogether 2100 is the your maximum. Wait. Abhi आप बोलिए right. Tell me this one, no? Our maximum මේක ලිය වෙන්නේ නැහැ පුතා මේක පොඩි අවුලක් තියෙනවා. Maximum is 40A plus 30B. මේමනේ යන්නේ 40A plus 30B. 40 into 40, no? 40 plus 30 into 20. Then this one become 1600 plus this one become 600, no? 600. Then altogether 2200. That's the final maximum profit in optimal mix. එතකොට ඒකේ අපි හදන්න ඕන මේ වගේ ලොකු complicated situation එකක් ඇතුලේ නම් A හදන්න ඕන 40 B හදන්න ඕන 20 මේව හදලා අපිට final answer එකක් ගන්න පුළුවන් like that. එතකොට මේකේ ඔයාලට හදලා පෙන්නලා තියෙන එක තමයි මේ region එක ඇතුලේ මේ region එක ඇතුලේ මේක නිකන් simple ඔයාලට පෙන්නලා තියෙන්නේ but it's not the exact calculation. If you are using that calculation it's like that. ඒක පොඩක් complicated calculation එකක්. පැහැදිලිද? ඒක අර final answer එකේ doubt එකක් තිබ්බින්ද තමයි මම හැදුවේ. But in here they are mentioning most probably we are going within software tools and spreadsheet to measure that. spread එකකට දාගත්තා නම් එක formula එකයි ඒකම copy කරලා අපිට පහළට ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒතකොට යා calculate කරලා දෙනවනේ පුතා copy කරලා ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකයි tableau method එකේ spreadsheet එකේ මේක හදන්නේ. But anyhow manually we can do it. It's somewhat complicated, right? But we had performed many cases. Not only that දැන් ඔයා මේ මගේ university book එක බැලුවොත් එහෙම මේකේ තියෙනවා මේ වගේ calculations 20ක් විතර අපි කරලා. පැහැදිලිද? ඔව්. ඒතර මේවා අපි manual තමයි කරේ. automated situation එකේ නෙමෙයි. Then we can perform those. But in here we are discussing some few. Got the idea? But that mechanism is very important. First you have to mention Cj, then you have to get Zj values, finally Cj minus Zj. It's having sequential calculation elements. But it's not a simple one. But if you can keep remember, it's important for your due course. ඉස්සරහදී ඔයාලට ඔක manual හදන්න ගියත් automated හදන්න ගියත් ඔය method එක ඕන වෙනවා. Got the idea? Right. Shall we take a break? Break එකක් ගමු නේද? Evening අපිට කතා කරන්න තියෙන simple area එකක් මේක ගැන ලොකුවට worry වෙන්න එපා. Don't worry regarding this calculation. මේක මම ඔයාලට interpret කරන්න ඕනේ ඉඳ විතරයි හදුවේ එහෙම නැතුව ඔයාලට මේ වගේ calculation එකක් දාන්න නැහැ exam එකේදී. right. ඊට පස්සේ අපිට shadow price කරලා මේක ඉවර කරන්න පුළුවන්. මේ simple ටිකක් තියෙන ඊට පස්සේ අපිට discuss කරන්න තියෙනවා short term decision makings. Only that. Isruni, am I audible to you? Isruni, am I audible to you? Are you in the lecture? Right, anyhow. Right. Up to this we were discussing that limited factor, no? Online, is that Isuruni, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Huh? The reason is that boys are late. Huh? That's the main reason. Otherwise, I will start at 1:30 or 1:15 like that. I'm waiting until they are coming. Now, that's the main reason, right? In here, mainly we are focusing that limiting factor. Got the idea? That limiting factor means limited resources. Limiting of resources, right? If you are summarizing that part, in limiting factor, right? If you are summarizing, in that limiting factor, we are having the limitations of resources. Limitations of resources. On that, is it having single resource limitations? We can directly go ahead with our simple limiting factor calculation. Is it having two productions with more limiting factors or limiting resources? We can go through graphical mode to calculate that. Okay. Is it having more than one productions with more than one resource limitations? Then we can use our third method, linear method. Linear methods, you can go ahead with that, and by using that slack variables you can calculate by using tabular method. Got the idea? Like that. But anyhow, based on that particular situation, we can use that particular calculation. It's having an option to go forward with that calculation. Right, then finally in here we have to discuss another part, that is shadow prices. Right? Shadow prices. You know that is it having any limitations of our resources? Generally automatically build up demand for that particular limited resources or that scarce resources. That's the general thing, no? Then we can see some upper prices regarding that particular resources. Then as an organization we can set by using our contribution margin and production capacities. By using our production capacities and our contribution margins to set that prices. That's the main thing. Based on the materials or limiting factors, based on the labor hours, we can set it. Is it having kind of doubts of our production capacity by using existing machines? Then if we require to purchase another machine, we can set that efficiency of utilization of that particular resource. Like that. Generally we call that setting prices as shadow price. It's a simple kind of task. It's not the hardest one. After calculating your resource limitations, you know which one is the limited, which one is the non-limited. Just like that, you can argue it based on your calculations. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද පුතා? ඔයාලගේ calculation එක base කරගෙන ඔයාලට පුළුවන් limit resource එක recognize කරගන්න. See, a shadow price in here we can capture very simply. What is shadow price? A shadow price, also known as a dual value. Dual value tells you how much objective function, usually total contribution, would increase if you hand one or more unit in limited, we can call it as a binding resource. Binding resource, right? Such as extra hour of skilled labor or 1 more kilogram of materials. Is it having kind of limit of our labor hours? If you are having kind of limitations of our labor hours, generally you know the utilization of that particular labors per hours. Say for an example, in current situation, if you are using 4 hours to produce single units, you know the rate. Is it 1000? You know 1000 is the exact level of that rate. Then you can set the shadow price. Sometimes below that or more than that. You can set it based on the demand of that particular capacity. Got the idea? Like that. In here we are discussing that. In simple, a shadow price show how valuable an extra unit of scarce resources is to the business. But anyhow, ultimately, by setting that shadow prices, we are recognizing the organizational reputation based on that branding or production brandings. Got the idea? අපිට production එක නැති කරගන්න බෑනේ පුතා. We cannot ignore our particular productions. Is it having unavailability in our market? Then that customer base shift to competitive brands. That's the main reason. So therefore we have to keep remain our customer base. That's the ultimate goal. That's why we are setting shadow prices for some limiting resources. Limiting resources. Got the idea? Right. No doubt need. What is mean by a shadow price? What is mean by a shadow price? What is mean by a shadow price? Write down an answer. A shadow price is a shadow price is a shadow price is a set-in price based on the limiting or scarcity of resources. Limiting or scarcity of resources in which shows how valuable an extra unit of scarce resources to the business. Right. Second, why are shadow prices important? What's the importance of shadow prices? See, shadow prices quantify the opportunity cost of scarce resources. They help to answer questions like those. See carefully. Should we pay overtime to get more labor hours? Is it having limited labor hours? Shall we pay into OT to recover our production basis? That OT means it's not a regular price, no, regular rates. Got the idea? In simply, if we are working with overtimes, generally it has 1.5 capacity of current price. Then the rate take 100 nang, labor rate take away 100 nang. Api overtimes wala karna $100 ta? No. 1.5 then no minimal. That's mean it's become 150. Like that it has covering rates. Genuinely like that. Then in here, is it having kind of limit of that particular labor hours? Then we can schedule to go ahead with outsourcing or by using that internal workforce by using overtime rates. Got the idea? That's one thing. Second, is it worth paying higher price by extra materials? That limiting is materials, then we have to plan in which price range we are purchasing that limited resources. Got the idea? In limiting situations, that materials are limited based on our productions, then we can set the shadow price to purchase it. We can quote it. That's why we are using that. පැහැදිලිද පුතා? මාකට් එකේ materials අඩුයි. ඒතර අපේ production එකේ අපි දන්නවා demand එක කොහමද, contribution එක කොහමද කියලා. By using those we can set the shadow price for that materials. Then we can set the price regarding that limitations. That's why we are using those. දැකලා ඇතිනේ පුතා. සමහර productions වලට එයාලා set කරලා බඩු ටික ඔක්කොම ගන්නවා. ස්කෙයාර් වෙන වෙලාවට, crisis වෙන වෙලාවට. On that they are predicting prices. That predicting price is which? That shadow price. Got the idea? Like that. It's depend on that particular situation. Based on that particular limitations of resources. Labor nang labor mata dependent. Is it material? It will depend on materials. Right. Next one. Should we outsource tasks of free up internal resources? අපි outsource කරලා resource ටික ගන්නවද? Internal resource use කරන්නේ නැතුව. Got the idea? Those are key identical factors to go forward with shadow prices. So one kind of factor, right? See this example. Let's say company runs a linear programming model and get the following results. Skilled labor hours are fully used. That's mean fully used means it should be a binding one, no? Fully set. Limiting. Got the idea? Right. It's a binding constraints. It's having binding constraints. Then others are non-binding. Material එතකොට බයින්ඩින්ද නෑ ලේබර් විතරයි බයින්ඩින් වෙන්නේ පැහැදිලිද අපි ලේබර් බයින්ඩින් වුණා කියලා ඒ ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එක හදන්න මැටීරියල් වලට සෙට් කරොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ මැටීරියල් වල එහෙම වුණොත් wastage එකක් තමයි එන්නේ අපි වැඩිපුර purchase කරන්න ගියොත් just like that we have to careful about that. That's why we are analyzing in here. See, shadow price for skilled labor is 1500 per this example. They are setting price, it has a 1500. Got the idea? See, interpretations. If the company could get one extra of skilled labor, it could increase the total contribution by 1500. That's the important thing. If we are utilizing that additional labors from open market, we can increase the contribution. Why is that? We had already calculated it will arise shadow price to us. It will directly affect to our contribution margin. Got the idea? If we can take into account minimal for that price, say for an example 1200 for that labors, then 300 become a direct profit to you. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද? Like that. That's why we are setting those kind of shadow prices. Right. Go to one example, another. මම මේක පෙන්නන්නම්. මේක පොඩක් බලන්න read කරලා. ඒක වගේම තමයි. The company has used linear programming to optimize that production plan in 2 software development projects. As it limited number of available hours from its senior software developers. That limitation is the capacity of labor in software developers or senior software developers, right? The analysis show that the senior developer hours are binding constraints. Generally it having kind of resource limitations on that capacity. A model එකේ capacity එක අඩුයි market එකේ ගන්නත් අඩුයි, right? They are fully utilized. The linear programming output also provide as a shadow price for 1 hour senior labor developer time as 7500. Got the idea? එතකොට යාර shadow price එකක් set කරලා තියෙනවා කීයද? 7500 for that particular capacity of labor. Got the idea? Right. The chief, that technology officer, is considering hiring the external contractor to provide an additional 100 hours of senior developer time for a month. The contract has quoted the prices of 6000 per hour, like previous scenario. මම අර කිව්වේ අපි set කරලා තියෙනවා shadow price එක 1500යි අපිට 1200ට ගන්න තියෙනවා නම් කොහොමද profit එක? In here also similar. See that shadow price is 7500, but we can hire that persons from 6000 below that shadow price. Got the idea? Right. See that the CTO unsure this good deal for ask you to interpretations of shadow price kind of recommendations. If we can go for that hiring by using 6000 rate per hour or not directly, then how is your interpretation based on these arguments? දැන් මේ කතා කරපු දේවල් එක්ක මේක simple. දැන් shadow price එකක් set කරලා තියෙනවා ඊට වැඩි අඩුවෙන් අපිට කෙනෙක් set වෙනවා 7500 තමයි අපි shadow කරන්නේ. එතකොට 6000 වලට අපිට hire කරන්න chance එකක් opportunity එකක් තියෙනවා. Is it profitable to us or not? Profitable, no? Simply profitable. Per hour, our contribution should be comparison in between shadow price and exact that quoted price. Only that. That's the profit. අපි shadow price එකක් set කරලා තියෙනවා. මේ shadow price එකට අඩුවෙන් හම්බ වෙනවා නම් අපිට ඉතුරු එක මොනවද වෙන්නේ? Contribution එකක් නැත්නම් profit එකක්. 4500 only that. Got the idea? That's why we are setting shadow prices. පැහැදිලිද පුතා කතාව? ඒතකොට shadow price එක set කරන්නේ එකක් තමයි අපි constraint එක වළක්ව ගන්න. We require to manage our particular constraints or the limitations of resources by setting higher prices. But if we can get below that prices in open market as materials or labor capacities or anything, then it will beneficial to us, no? It will increase our contribution or the profit. That's the reason, right? See in here. මේක තමයි කතන්දරේ. Careful read that. Read කරන්න බලන්න. You explain that the shadow price is 7,500 represent as a additional contribution of profits. Got the idea? That shadow price is more than the market price. Then it will arise genuinely some kind of contributions to you. Got the idea? Right. That Trident logic will earn every 1 extra hour of senior developer time it can obtain. It is the final value of more units of scarce resources. Why is that? That capacity of that professionals are limited. So therefore, are we using that particular professional? Generally, our business will boost, increase. That's a simple thing. That our competitors not having that capacities, no? That's the main thing. Market එක limited නේ. කොහොමත් අපිට boost කරන්න පුළුවන් business එක. ඒක එකම ඇත එක. See? In simple terms, 1 extra hour, this specific time of labor is worth rupees 7,500 at the company bottom lines, right? See, compare benefit source cost. In here, simply you can see that shadow price is 7,500, our quoted rate is 6,000. Then genuinely, it has a net gain or net profit contribution of 1,500. So therefore, we can directly purchase them, or we can directly hire them. That's the main thing. That's why we are setting shadow prices than regular prices. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද කතාව? Right. Is it having any kind of questions in your examination you require to manage by using this kind of tactics? Now you know the reasons. පැහැදිලි දන්නවනේ. Limited වුණොත් තමයි අපි මොනවද කරන්නේ? shadow price එකක් set කරන්නේ. Limited resource වලට. එතකොට non binding නැත්නම් non limited resources වලට අපි set කරනවද? නැහැ. Right? ඒක තමයි argument එක. දෙවෙනි එක shadow price එකට minimal නම් එතන අනිවාර්යයෙන් මොනවද තියෙන්නේ? contribution එකක් තියෙනවා. Those are the basic arguments, right? මෙතන බලන්නකෝ අනිත් කතාව. This one. Binding constraints and non-binding constraints. Right. මේ දෙක පොඩ්ඩක් ලියා ගන්න. මේකෙන් question එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන් සමහරවිට ඔයාලට simple MCQ එකක්. What is mean by binding constraints and non-binding constraints? What is mean by binding constraints and non-binding constraints? Yes. Yes. And importance of shadow price. අපි ඒක explain කරානේ. question එකක් දුන්නද? No. දුන්නද? මොනවද දුන්නේ? මම ඒකට answer එකක් කිව්වනේ. ලිව්වේ නැද්ද? ඒ ගැන ලියලා නැහැ. මම answer එක read කරානේ. ඔව් answer එක read කරා. Now I am asking what is mean by binding constraints and non-binding constraints. Simply, right? බලන්න binding constraints means fully utilized resources. Binding constraints means fully utilized resources. That means limited resources. Second, non-binding resources is the resources that has spare capacity. Spare capacity means more extra capacities. It's not a binding one. That's why we called it as a non-binding. Second, see, it will have positive shadow price in here. We can set positive shadow price for that limiting resources. These are your true bottlenecks. You have to handle that. Bottlenecks means bottleneck එකක් කියන්නේ මොනවද? idea එකක් තියෙනවද? Do you have any idea? Bottlenecks. You know the architect of that bottles, no? Bottle එකේ architect එක දන්නවනේ image එක. මොන වගේ තියෙන්නේ? අඳින්න පුළුවන් ඒක දන්නේ නැහැ. මේ මොනවද? tip එක නේ. මේ මොනවද තියෙනවා? හරිද මං හන්ද? Like this, no? දැන් ඉතින් වෙන මොනවාරි මතක් වෙනවනේ. So right. Bottleneck කියන්නේ කොහෙද? Where's the bottleneck? Is in here, is in here, is in here or this. This I'm playing 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the bottleneck? Yes. Which place? Number 4, 3, 2 or 1? Which one? 4. Your answer? 3. Yes, 3 is the bottleneck, not 4. Why is that? මේ මැසිව් පාර්ට් එක නෙක් එක කියන්නේ මොනවද? මේකනේ. ඔව් අපේ බොඩි එක කොහමද? ලොකුයි. මේ ඔක්කොගේම අපි ඉඳන් මොනවද? බ්‍රේන් එකට ට්‍රාන්ස්මිට් කරන්නේ කොහෙන්ද? සිම්පල් රීජන් එකකින් මේක මැද්දේ. මේක කට්ටුවොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? මැරෙනව නේද? මේකත් එහෙම තමයි. ඒතර හිර වෙනවා කියලා කියන්නේ දැන් අපි බොටල් එක ආපහු අනිත් පැත්ත හරවලා මේ ටික රිමූව් කරන්න ගියොත් නැත්නම් පෝරින් කරන්න ගියොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? මෙතන ප්‍රෙෂර් වෙනව නේද? ප්‍රෙෂර් වෙනව නේද? ඒ වගේ තමයි. In within an organizations අපිට capacity නැති වුණාම මොනවද? bottleneck වෙනවා. හිර වෙනවා. ඒක තමයි reason එක. good idea. ඒතර මේ binding constraint එකක් ආවොත් අපි production එක ඇතුලේ මොකද වෙන්නේ? bottleneck වෙනවා. හිර වෙනවා. ඒක තමයි reason එක. good idea. right. That's enough no? ඒකට. right. Second one non binding na. That means we are having extra resources or more resources or spare resources. Resources that not fully utilized. If you are purchasing more, what has happened? අපිට resource limited වෙලා නැහැ. අපි වැඩිපුර purchase කරනවා මොකද වෙන්නේ? outdated වෙනවා, expire වෙනවා, waste වෙනවා. Got the idea? So therefore, first you have to recognize that limited resources prior to set shadow prices. If you set into shadow price for this, what has happened to us? We cannot set exact price for our productions. පැහැදිලිද? මාකට් එකේ ඊට වැඩි අඩුවට ගන්න තියෙනවා. ඒක shadow price set කරන්න ඕනද? ඕනේ නැහැ. So therefore, first you have to find it out, go ahead with our management accounting to recognize which kind of resources are constraints or limited. Only then. Clear? That's the entire part of this section 2. Got the idea? අපි ගොඩක් දේවල් කතා කරා morning ඉඳන්. Right. Then I will stop that discussion. Right. මේ answers දෙක ලියා ගන්න ඕන. ලිව්වේ නැද්ද? පළවෙනි එක binding constraint. මේක ලියා ගන්න. Binding constraint is a resource that fully utilized. While non-binding constraint is the resource that has extra capacities. Extra capacities or spare capacities. Then finally, therefore, we are setting shadow prices for binding constraints or binding limitations. Okay, now you can put a heading. Chapter C, section 3. This is your final section in chapter C. Short-term decision making. This one. Short-term decisions and management reporting. Short-term decisions and Chapter C, section 1. That chapter C is portfolio profit analysis and short-term decision makings. That's the chapter C, don't write it. But we are discussing chapter C, section 3. Short-term decisions and management reporting. On that we have to write a report regarding your conclusions and recommendations. Right? We'll see. Most probably they are asking that part in here and some calculation basics. Good idea. In that short-term decision makings, mainly going within our relevant cost.
already we had discussed some basic parts regarding categorizations of cost. It's a different kind of cost now. Fixed cost, variable cost, and what else? What are the types of cost? Opportunity cost now, okay. What? Sunk cost. What's that? I am asking basic categorizations. Material cost, okay. All those are variable cost now. That's why I am explaining that what variable cost and fixed cost. What are the other basic types? Already we have discussed. Direct cost, indirect cost, very good. What else? You know what's our exams, huh? Right, anyhow. In here we are discussing relevant cost and irrelevant cost. Relevant cost and irrelevant cost. These two. See? Understanding relevant cost and irrelevant cost for going within short-term decision makings. Got the idea? That's the important factor, important point in here. Badly. අපි කලින් කතා කරේ limited factor, ඒකදී අපි මොනවද කතා කරේ? Limited resources ගැන. දැන් කතා කරන්නේ මොනවද? Short term decision making. ඒකේ අපිට important වෙන cost types දෙක මොනවද? Relevant cost සහ irrelevant cost. Go forward. Right. Carefully with this. On that you can recognize what are the short term decisions. Careful reading. Okay, identification. What are the short-term decisions? 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 Right. Check, you can write down some answers. Make what up, check the answers. What are those? Tell me any single that short-term decision. මොනවද මේකේ ඔළුවට වයින් ලැබෙන්නේ? Within 1 year completed decisions. Very good. You මොනවද? I know the examples. Yes. Accept or reject which orders? Regular orders, special orders, special orders. Out of our regular productions, is it having any special orders to us? Taking short termly, we are taking into account some decisions regarding the accept or rejection of them. What else? That's why I'm asking. Let me highlight color here. Accept a one-off order. Outsource productions. You got to go again. Make go buy decisions. अब in-house make करने वाले components, ये वाला outsource करना meeting करना वाले. Make go buy decisions. But Next, discontinue of a product or product line. Say for an example, ABCD, then we plan to discontinue of C. It's a kind of short-term decisions. Right there. Good idea. Right. We one by one bagala over answer that. Huh? Okay. Activities do not in there. Right. It was same right. See, except or reject of special order. Accept or reject special order. Accept or reject special order. Right. Don't write others, huh? You can mention the idea. Let's see what it means. This decision assesses whether the accept of one-time customer order. That's why we call it as a special order. It's not a regular order from your distribution channels or your customer base. It's a kind of single order, single time order. Usually at lower price than usual. That's the main thing. They are asking some bulk purchase. That price is lower than your regular price. That's the main behind it. On that, are you accepting or not? That's the argument. Got the idea? Such order are often considered when this spare production capacities and order will be interface with the regular sales. That means if you are having some additional capacities to produce, directly you can accept it, no? Got the idea? You can utilize that spare capacities. Second thing, it will not interfere with regular sales. ඒක හැදුවා කියලා ඔයාලගේ regular sales එකට ලොකු interfere එකක් එන්නේ නැහැ. doubt එකක් එන්නේ නැහැ. That's the case. Got the idea? Got the idea? දැන් ඉතින් මතයි. මේක off කරලා දාන්න වෙනවා. Right. In here, key analysis. That key analysis is going within which our relevancy and irrelevancy of cost. Got the idea? Relevancy and irrelevancy of cost. Right. We'll discuss later. Right. Second, make or buy or outsourcing decision. Right away. Second one. Make or buy or outsourcing decision. Second. That means simply see, this decision involves choosing whether to produce of components or services internally or purchase it from external suppliers. අපි production එක හදන්න ඕන. Say for an example, is it a vehicle? Vehicle එකේ අපි interiors මොනවාරි හදන්න දෙනවා. ඒක අපි මෙහෙ හදලා fix කරනවාද නැත්නම් outsource කරලා fix කරනවාද? මොකක්ද benefit? Make or buy. Then we have to do some analysis. Got the idea? Right. See next. Product or segment discontinuation. Discontinue. Product or segment. Discontinue. Right on. Third one. Those are the short-term decisions. Then we can discuss all the matters. Product or segment discontinuation. That means this decision assesses whether to discontinue a product or the service line or business unit that appear unprofitability. අපි ABCD options තියෙනවා. අපිට එකක් non profit වගේ අපි ඒක discontinue කරනවාද එහෙම නැත්නම් continue කරනවාද? It's a kind of short term decisions. It's depend on kind of reasons. Right? Go to next. Equipment replacement. Equipment replacements, another kind of short term decision. No doubt it. Lunch lago balik ini dia tadi bener. Hah? මෙච්චර මේ 60ක් වෙන වත්තාම කෙලින් ඊයේ දවසේ lectures කරලා. මේ වාඩි වෙලා ඉන්නවා අවුරුදු 20 25. Right, equipment replacements. Right. That equipment replacements means we are changing existing machines or plants. But idea. See, this decision evaluates whether to replace all equipment with newer or more efficient machineries. අපි අලුත් එකකට යනවාද පරණ එක තියාගන්නවාද? Right. Okay. Next one. Special pricing decisions. Next decision. Right now. Special pricing decision. Special pricing decision. Especially for new market entrants. අපි අලුතින් මාකට් එකට එනවා නම් ස්පෙෂල් ප්‍රයිස් එකක් සෙට් කරලා තමයි එන්නේ. Good idea. මොනවද දෙන්නේ? කස්ටමර් ඩිමාන්ඩ් එක ඉන්ක්‍රීස් කරගන්න. Let's see. This decision involves setting the price below the usual selling price to achieve strategic goals such as entering new markets, responding to the competitions, or clearing excess inventories. අවුරුද්ද අවසානයේ තියෙන සේල් දානවා කියලා 20% off, 50% off. They are not special pricing decisions in short terms. Good idea? Okay. In here we are discussing only that. Right. Now you know it's having different kind of short-term decisions. Good idea? Short-term decisions are the key back there. But in each and every situations, we have to analyze that situation carefully to get that decisions. Mainly, we are focusing quantitative factors. Quantitative factors. But in contemporary, we are focusing qualitative factor also. Got that here? අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට quantify කරලා relevant cost එක calculate කරලා අපිට පුළුවන් decision එකක් දෙන්න. නමුත් වර්තමානයේ වෙනකොට contemporary or currently we are using qualitative factor also. Say for an example, if we are discontinuing of one product of our organization, it will directly affect to other productions of our organization. Got that here? Based on our calculations of cost, we are having kind of loss or non-profitabilities, but based on the reputation of that particular organization, without having that productions, got that here? Then it will having kind of direct issues to your market share or the capacity of other productions. Capacity means sales of other productions, like that. We have to consider both factors. That's why at the end we are discussing reporting part in here. අපි දැන් අර සාමාන්‍ය විදිහට මෙතන කැල්කියුලේෂන් එක විතරක් නෙමෙයි පුතා කරන්නේ. මෙතනදී අපි පොඩ්ඩක් ඩිස්කස් කරනවා මොනවද? මෙන්න මේක මොනවද? Preparing management reports and recommendations. Preparing management reports and recommendations. Got the idea? By using which qualitative factors and quantitative factors both. We value them kata. Right. Okay. Go to first. First, we are considering relevant cost for that short-term decisions and irrelevant cost for that short-term decisions. Right. First, you can recognize relevant cost. Relevant cost. Right. Write down the question. What are the types of relevant cost, or what are the categories of relevant cost? Don't write these. Don't write these. Carefully see. That relevant costs are future oriented. They will be incurred only in the future, not in the past. Relevant cost එක කියන්නේ දැනට කරලා තියෙන එකද? නෑ. ඒක වෙන්නේ කවද්ද? decision එක ගත්තට පස්සේ. After getting your decision, it will occur. Then it will indicate future oriented characteristics. Second, differential. It's having kind of differential in between existing one and your decision one. Got the idea? It may be increase or decrease, incremental or discriminantal, but anyhow we can see that differential. Let's see. They will vary depending on the decision made. They are avoidable or incremental. It's having kind of capacities. Got the idea? Those are the basic recognition of that characteristics of relevant cost. Right. A relevant cost is defined similarly. It must be expected to arise in the future and differ between decision alternatives. Then it's having several categories. In here, I am asking that. Right. Now you can see the answer. Number 1, no doubt. Avoidable cost, no doubt. Those are the relevant cost. Categories of relevant cost, I am asking from you. No doubt. First one, avoidable cost. Second one, differential cost. Third one, incremental cost. Fourth one, your answer, opportunity cost. Those are relevant cost in short-term decision makings. But then here, එතකොට relevant cost කියලා exam එකේ යවුවොත් එහෙම මේ වගේ answer එක match කරන්න මතක තියාගන්න ඕන. Avoidable cost, differential cost, incremental cost, opportunity cost. Those are the liable cost under category of relevant cost. Right. Now we can get some idea. Description. Avoidable cost. Cost that can be avoided by choosing one alternative over another. එක වැඩකට පාවිච්චි කරනකොට අනිත් එකෙන් avoid කරන්න වෙනවා. Got the idea? If we are accepting special order, that resource will avoid for our regular basis. Got the idea? Then it will occur kind of additional cost to you. See here, direct labor and materials for specific order. It's a kind of avoidable cost. Come to second, differential cost. The difference in cost between two alternatives. Two alternatives. See, rupees 3,000 to make was rupees 3,400 to buy. It's having kind of differential. අපි in-house හදනවා නම් cost එක calculate කරාම කීය දෙන්නේ 3,000. But directly if we can purchase it from open market, it's having 3,400 difference. That's why we call it as a differential cost. Is it having? We are considering it as a relevant cost. Third one, incremental cost. Additional cost incurred to one decision but not others. Based on your that simple decision, it will occur, not for your regular one. Got the idea? Generally we call it as what? Incremental cost. See the example, rupees 200 additional packaging for export sales. You have to specialize your packaging based on this export market, then it will arise some additional cost to you than your regular packages. It's a kind of relevant cost. Next one, opportunity cost. The benefit foregone by not selecting the next best alternative. It's having several alternatives. Then we are choosing that best alternative values as which opportunity cost. And girls like now goda එකකින් ඔයාලගේ partner විදියට එක්කෙනෙක් select කරගන්නවා. නේද? එතකොට ඊළඟට ඉන්න best mate කෙනා ඔයාලට miss වෙනවා. එයා තමයි ඔයාලට opportunity cost මේක set වෙන්නේ නැති වුණොත් නේද? ඒකනේ ගන්න තියෙන එක. ඒකට opportunity cost එක ඔයා එකක් select කරනවා. In here it's a kind of economic concept. What is it? Huh? Think about it. Right over here. Right? See, contribution loss from regular sale due to the using capacity for special order. Regular sale එක miss වෙනවා. අපි special order capacity වලට දැම්මා. Then it's a kind of opportunity cost. Got the idea? But these all types of cost are we are considering in short terms as a relevant cost. Clear? Now it's clear. Right. Now go to second one. What are the irrelevant costs? Right on this page. What are the types of irrelevant cost? What are the types of irrelevant cost? Right. Don't write these. In here we are recognizing that characteristics. Right. Irrelevant costs do not affect the decision's outcome because they are past cost. Or you can call it like you sunk cost. Already we had done that particular cost. No? Generally it becomes sunk cost. That cannot be recovered. Say for an example, we plan to purchase a new machine. It's an existing machine. Then we are ignoring that cost of existing machine. We are going within new machines. Then that existing machine become a sunk cost. Like that. Future costs that do not differ between alternatives. In here, they are committed or unavoidable. That means all are simple. But then it's become irrelevant. Simple. Right. See the categories in here. Number one, write down. Sunk cost. Write down the answer. Sunk cost. Second one, allocated fixed cost. Those are the categories, types. Third one, committed cost. Next one, non-cash cost. Non-cash cost. Those are the irrelevant costs. Keep remember, important for your examination. That your sample pilot paper, it's also having kind of questions in this part and also that reporting part. That's why I'm explaining in advance. Sometimes they can ask. Then your that regular calculations, calculations already may have been they can practice. Description, sunk cost, you know that. Cost already incurred and cannot be changed in future decisions. See, past investments in equipments, it's a kind of sunk cost. Historical development cost, already we had done. Based on our development, we had already done that particular cost. Then in future cost of decisions, we do not affect it, no? Next one, allocated fixed cost. That after cost allocated that do not change between the decisions. Fixed cost එකක් තියෙනවා. කොහොමද ඒක allocate වෙලා යනවා? අපේ decision එකට ඒක බලපානවද නෝ? Is it having or not? We require to that particular fixed cost. See, head office overheads allocate to department, production departments and other departments. Without having that special order, it will rise to that particular department. Second. Third one, committed cost. Future cost that will occur regardless of the decision made. Already committed, already done. See, lease payments under non-cancelable rental contracts. Already we signed that particular agreements. Then we require to go forward with that. Based on the special reasons or any reasons, we cannot change that. No? It's already we had done. That's why we call it as a committed cost. But then, final one, non-cash cost. Generally, you know that. Is it not having kind of cash benefits or cash lines? We are incurring that, right? Accounting costs that do not involve this cash outflows, like your kind of provisions, depreciations. There's nothing contribution in that cash values, no. It's only kind of predetermined provisions. Depreciations not relevant unless the reflex of actual cash outflows. Like that, those are combinedly irrelevant costs. Then we can take into account decisions, right? Now we can see all the decisions, right? Okay. First one, carefully see that. Accept or reject special order. You know the situation and also you know relevant and irrelevant cost. Right? Key analysis. Only incremental cost should be considered. Typically direct materials, direct labor, variable overhead. If the selling price exceeds the relevant cost, the order can generate positive contribution. That's the main thing based on which your quantitative measurements. Quantitative measurements. Relevant cost. In that relevant cost, most probably in special orders, we are considering only marginal or variable cost only. But we do not hesitate regarding fixed cost. In that special orders, all are become irrelevant cost, that fixed cost. So therefore, we can accept based on the variable cost with selling price. That's the main thing. But apart of that, in here, we have to discuss another matter. What's that? Qualitative considerations also. It is important for your examinations. Then quantitative we discuss value examples. But in here we have focused additional matters. Will accept if the order disrupt regular customer relationship. That's the important thing. Based on the different prices. You know that is it a special order? It's a minimal value of your regular price. They are asking to some discount prices. So therefore you have to find out this. Second one, could it lead to long-term business opportunity? After engaging with that particular customer, is it having kind of opportunities, then you can accept it. Without having additional contributions. Like that. Those are some qualitative factors. Next one, does it affect the company's pricing strategy or brand? Based on that special order, it will occur to your regular brands. Say for an example, very simple. I had worked within that Diana organization for recent past years. On that, we are accepting many of the special orders from Cargills, from Keels, from Arbico, like that. We are producing our productions, but we are packaging for that particular organizations. Manufactured by ourselves, but distributed and marketed by that organization. Then our packaging is going within their requirements. එතකොට අපි කීල්ස් එකට තමයි පුතා branding කරලා packaging කරන්නේ production එක අපේ. But yeah, like that. On that we are evaluation that. What's that? Special order acceptance. එතකොට අපේ business එකට ඒක ලොකු influence එකක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. Why is that? Packaging එක ගැන වෙන name එකක් ඉන්නේ. It's a Keels brand, Kiss brand, or Arbico brand, like that. But we are analyzing those. By trust and listening is based on the quantitative, but qualitatively we have to analyze it. That's the strategic decision. But then we strategically බලන්න ඕනේ උපාය මාර්ගිකව. Set වෙනවා තමයි accept කරන්න ඕනේ. Like that. In here you can see one example. Right? A clothing manufacturer is offering one-time order for 20,000 polo shirts at rupees 950 each. The variable cost per shirt is 800. And there is a sufficient capacity. Capacity එකක් තියෙනවා කියනවා. The order will give contribution of 150 per shirt, totally rupees 3 million. That's the main argument. Without considering which fixed cost and other things. That's when they are asking to 950. We are having variable cost of 800. Then directly it has 150 of contribution. In here order is 20,000. Then your total profit or total contribution is 3 million. 3 million directly. Then you do not hesitate regarding the sales attempt, marketing attempt, advertisements, or anything. It's having an opportunity to go forward with that contribution. Then what is your recommendation directly? Insurance. Accept another, reject another. Accepting. It's having more benefits to you. See, recommendation. Accept the order as the provide positive contribution without affecting regular operations. Directly you can earn more profit. Got the idea? I told you. අර qualitative පැත්ත බලුවොත් ඔයාලා මොනවද advertisements කරන්න ඕනද මොනවද ඕනේ නැහැ. order එකේ benefit එක එනවා. marketing campaign, sales commissions මොනවත් නැහැ. By using those, we can go ahead with that directly. දැන් ඉතින් අද පුතාගේ regular business එකක් කරනවනේ දැන් ඔයාලා ඔකට set වෙලා නැහැ නේ. practical එක වැඩ කරන cost accountant කෙනෙක්, management accountant කෙනෙක් උනාම තමයි ඔය තේරෙන්නේ. පැහැදිලිද තමයි මම simply single කියන්නම්කෝ. දැන් ඔයාලා වැඩ කරනකොට ඔයාලට එනවා විවිධ reasonings. ඒකෝ මේවා කියන්නේ continuously යන ප්‍රශ්න. සමහර කට්ටිය කරනවා දැන් හිතන්නකෝ අපේ regular packaging එක යන්නේ rupees 100 අර corporate එකකින් අපේ ආනවා ඒම package එකම similar package එකම එයාට දෙන්න කියලා 70 වගේ. දැන් ඔය කාර්යස් full city වගේ දානකොට පැහැදිලිද? එතකොට අපේ regular package එක මේ වගේ special scenario එකක් නෙමෙයි. අර normal packaging එකම තමයි යාලා ඉල්ලන්නේ මොනවද? lease price එකට. එතකොට අපි ළඟ හරියට cost එක තියෙනවා නම් මේක accept or reject කරන්න පුළුවන්. what the idea? පැහැදිලිද මම කියපුවද? based on which that bulk orders. ඔයාලා හිතන්නකො මේ 100 දෙනකොට අපිට rupees 40 දෙනවා. මොනවාද profit එක? එතකොට 70 දෙනකොට අපිට කීයක් තියෙන profit එක? 10, only 10. පැහැදිලිද? මේ 10 එක මෙයාලා ඉන්නනවා bulk එකක් 1 million productions. 1 million productions. what the idea? එතකොට directly අපිට කීයක් එනවද? 1 million ඉල්ලුවාම 10 million profit එකක් එනවා. පැහැදිලිද? මේ 40 rupees ගන්න අපි සමහර වෙලාවට මේ single attempt එකක් නෙමෙයි. මේ වගේ 1 million sale එකක් කරන්න 2 months වගේ utilize කරනවා. what the idea? 2 months වගේ utilize කරනවා කියන එක. which one is the profitable? Sales commission යන්නේ නැහැ. Additional fuel cost නැහැ. like that you can analyze it. based on the accepting of this particular prices or requested prices. Got the idea? Like that. Okay, go to next one. Make or buy decisions. Make or buy decisions. Special order question එකක් දෙන්න very simple. දැන් පස්සේ දීපා question එකක් කතා කරලා ඉන්න මම හදන්න දෙන්නම්. ඒකට අදින්න. Right. Make or buy decisions. Generally you know the situation. අපි in-house හදනවද පිටින් ගන්නවද? Right. Key analysis. Compare the avoidable cost in-house production with the purchase price. In-house produce කරන්න කීයක් cost එක යනවද? Outsource කරන price එක කීයද? It's a kind of comparison in between in-house cost and outsource price. If operating full capacity, opportunity cost must also be considered. එතකොට මේ වගේ අපි make or buy decision එකකට යනකොට අපි maximum capacity මේ වැඩේට දැම්මාම we have to consider what our opportunity cost also. Why is that? What's the reason? We are ignoring that particular production opportunity by utilizing that particular capacity. So therefore, is it having fully capacities? We have to be careful about opportunity costing here. Right. Qualitative consideration, second factor, not only quantitative, qualitative. Reliability and quality of the suppliers. If you are outsourcing, we have to be careful about the quality of that outsourcing products, not only prices. පැහැදිලිද? අපි එළියෙන් ගන්න තීරණය කරනවා අපි හැදුවොත් 3500යි එළියෙන් ගන්නවා නම් 3000යි. හැබැයි 3000ට ගෙනින්න quality නැත්නම් මොකද වෙන්නේ? sales අඩු වෙනවා අපේ production එකේ quality එක decrease වෙනවා. Impact on the internal workforce and morale. අපි outsource කරන්න යනවා internal වැඩ කරන මිනිස්සු කැමති දෙයකට then you have to manage it. Is it cannot, then you have to change your decision. Just like that. Loss of control over productions. Loss of controls over productions. We have to be careful about that particular production capacities. Or in-house sadhana කියලා යනවා. එතකොට production capacity වලට match වෙන්නේ නැහැ. So therefore directly we can go for a outsourcing. Just like that. We have to consider that qualitative factor also in that particular decision. Right. Go to next. It's having one example. Right. Careful read this. Read a construction company can either make staircases at relevant cost of 40,000 or buy them with rupees 45,000 directly. This is the acceptance one, no? Based on your quantitative factors. Why is that? Minimal is that, no? Simply that's the decisions. Right. See, make internally saving 5,000 per unit, rupees million in total 200 staircases. Is it going to be 200 staircases? That profit you can multiply by 200. Then you can earn more profit. Like that. Very simple, no? Okay. Next, product or segment discontinued. It's a special kind of matter, right? Generally, you know the situation, right? Key analysis. Determine whether the production or segment generates a positive contribution margin. Then evaluate whether the fixed cost can be avoided or simple reallocation. In here, if you are discontinuing, we have to consider additional material. What's that? Fixed cost. Fixed cost. We can ignore for that particular profit calculations. Then you can see is it having kind of contribution or not. Based on your discontinuing decision, sometimes it will align with full cost. Then you have to recalculate it, avoiding which fixed cost. Then you can finally find out is it having kind of quantitative benefits. Second, qualitative considerations. Impact on customer loyalty and brand. While එක production එකක් අතර කරාම ඒක අනිත් productions වලට බලපානවා. customer බලපානවා. You have to be careful about that. Effect on complementary products. ඔයාලගේ තියෙන සමගාමී productions වලට issue එකක් වෙනවා. Third one, employee morale and redeployments. Employee morale and redeployments. Is it having kind of downturns? Then you have to rethink your decisions. Next one, example. See,
a rubber estate division is showing net loss due to allocated group overheads. However, it generates contribution of 50 million, while only 30 million of a fixed cost can be avoided. Got the idea? It will arise 50 million of contribution, while only 30 million of fixed cost can be avoided. That's the scenario. See, continued operation as discontinuations would be reduced overall profit of 20 million. Why is that? The difference in between 50 million plus 30 million of fixed cost is 20 million. If we are discontinuing that, we are missing that profitabilities. Got the idea? Next, equipment replacements. Equipment replacements. Right. In here, scenario is okay. Now you know the scenario. Key analysis. Compare future operating cost of existing asset with those of the new assets. Ignore sunk costs such as book value of past depreciations. We can ignore these all as irrelevant costs, but we are considering only then these depreciations and other book costs become as sunk cost. Sunk cost. Those are the qualitative considerations. Disruptions from installing or trainings. While aluth machine එකක කොහමද trainings okayද? එහෙම නැත්නම් aluth machine එකකදී වැඩි කරන්න පුළුවන්ද බැයිද? You have to analyze it. It's a kind of qualitative factor. Second, reliability of the all equipments. You have to find out, is it feasible that existing machine or not? Otherwise, your attempt should be install one. For the year. Next one, technological obsolescence. You have to find out, is it expired your particular technology? Then you can go forward with new machines. New machines. Right. In here, one example. A company consider replacing equipments with a new machinery costing of rupees 5 million. Rupees 5 million, saving 1.5 million per year in operating cost. Operating cost. What does it mean? It will directly affect to your efficiency, no? While the machine එකෙන් වැඩ කරලා මොනවද වෙන්නේ? Waste වෙනවා. 1.5 million per year as operating cost. Over a 5 years period, the saving exceeds the investments. That means if you are using existing machine, it's a wasteful machine. It's not a sufficient one, efficient one. It will occurs kind of wastage or operating cost, additional operating cost. Then directly you can get the decisions in smartly to replace. Recommendation: replace the equipment to improve long-term cost efficiency. You have to be careful about that efficiency, no? Always we do not accept that abnormal cost, abnormal wastages. Right. Next one, special pricing setting. For innovation productions or new production, new entrants, or different scenarios we can see. Clear end of that particular productions. See, the prices should be at least cover relevant variable cost and generate contribution margin. අපේ variable cost එක cover වෙනවා නම් ඒ cover වෙන price එක මොනවද කරන්නේ? Sale price set කරනවා. Only that. We require to ignore or close our that particular stocks. That's our final reasoning. Or if you are going with the new markets, we require to attract our customers by selling quality products at least price or lowest priced. Qualitative considerations: risk of undercutting regular pricing. ඔයාලා බලන්න ඕන price එක undercut කරාම ඒක මොනවද risk එක? ඉස්සරහට customer demand කරොත් මේ price එක මොකක්ද දෙන්න පුළුවන්ද? වැඩේ අමාරු සමාදානට ගන්න දාලා යන්න පුළුවන් නේ. Qualitative factor. Long term customer value. You have to be careful about that. Your regular based customers. ඔයාලා බලන්නේ seasonal customers ලා ඒක regular based customers වල issue එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Next one, computer response and market questionings. You have to consider regarding the reactions of your competitors. It's important. And also brand questionings of customers. Customers lage අර brand එකට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙන reputation එක question වෙලා තියෙන එක. නැති වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඔයාලා prices sale markets ගියාම. Right. Example, a company consider entering a new market with a selling price of rupees 950. The variable cost is rupees 800. generating contribution of 150 simply. 950 minus 800. The price is lower than the domestic market but helps establish a market presence. Why is that? It will indicate contributions to you, no? And also you can attract it to the customers by using least selling price. Recommendation: proceed with the special pricing, ensuring it aligns with long-term strategic goals in your market share increasements based on your actions. Those are kind of attractive places in short-term decisions. On that, basically you are focusing relevant cost and you are ignoring some irrelevant cost with sunk cost, fixed cost, non-value cost, like that. Good idea? Okay. In here, it's having one question. Right. Carefully see that. Make a product balance. Make a product ignorant. Make a case study of the case study of the carefully see this scenario. Make what are the return Maternity mother in the Mapota and Alright, okay, read that. One of the details, read it. But now we return one, Kata or Potakan. One of the what's the scenario? What are the main decision maker? It's a different kind of short-term decision, no? What's the decision? What are the main decision maker? Isubi? What's this decision? Main decision maker what? Aapne kata kar pehले diya tha. Yes, very good. Make or buy decision. जब बोला ने making वाला दिया cost. Direct purchase करना ना outsource करने के cost का दिया ना. See carefully. Cost to make, cost to buy. Direct material 1000, direct labor 1500, variable overheads 500. All together 3000. Got the idea? Second, outsourcing, no buying. Supplier, they are providing 3200. Got the idea? Make it my basic. Then total return cost for this. Total return cost for this. Got the idea? Then your argument. Allocating fixed overhead cost 800 per unit. Is it relevant or irrelevant? Then make it another variable cost figure. It another fixed cost figure 800 then make or by addition can be considered another. Why is that? It's become irrelevant category. Irrelevant category, have fixed cost considered another. So therefore, we can depend on these two in here. Got the idea? Right. Then allocated fixed overhead cost is rupees 800. This is irrelevant because it will not be occurs whether you make or buy. It will arise to all departments. Why is that? It's the allocated one as a fixed cost. Then it's not depend on your short-term decisions. Right. Then how is the financial feasibility? The net financial advantage of making is rupees 200 per unit. Then you are choosing this one is the best one. Not the purchase or not the buy. But then see, this analysis show clear financial reason make the components. However, this is not the final decision. That's the main reason. But this is kind of which quantitative decision. A part of that you have to think qualitative factor also, right? It is vital input. It's give the financial context you need to evaluate as the qualitative factor. But qualitative factor. We have to think regarding that. Right. Okay. See this one. Students, carefully see this one. A new European retail client has offered buy 20,000 units of standard corporate polo shirts. a one-time promotional event. Right. Which kind of decision in here? මොකක්ද මේ decision එක? Type එක මොනවද? Reject which? Special order. Right. They are offering price of rupees 950. They are offering 950. Right. Per shirt, which below your normal selling price of rupees 1200. ඔයාලගේ normal price එක කීයද? selling price එක 1200. එයාලා කීයද ඔයාලගෙන් ඉල්ලන්නේ? 950. Let's see. The sales director hesitant because the standard full cost per shirt is rupees 1050. If you are comparing with this price, yes, based on which this term is very important. What's that? Full cost. Full cost means only fixed cost. Yes, all cost. All cost. Got the idea? Right. Then you can analyze it. It's having a point. Got the idea? Point එකක් තමයි අපි හොයාගන්න ඕන analyze කරන්න. In here we can see that full cost term. Right. Suggesting a loss on the order. However, he mentioned that the Katunayaka factory has significant spare capacity of producing that polo shirts. Katunayaka තියෙනවා අපිට spare capacity එකකුත්. spare capacity එකක් තියෙනවා. අපේ ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ මොනවද? cost එකේ. cost එකේ issue එකක් තියෙනවා. And the order would be affect any existing customer relationships. He asks you to analyze whether they accept this special order. That's it. How is your expectation? Regarding this complexion, what's the difference in between these two? 950 to 1050. 100 rupees. 100 rupees. Then you have to find out what is the per unit fixed cost. Then you can solve that in a smart way. Why is that? It's having significant that spare capacities, no? Capacity එක තියෙනවා extra capacity එක. ඒතකොට opportunity එක තියෙන මොනවද? මේ cost එක පොඩ්ඩක් reduce කරගන්න විතරයි. Right. See the scenario in here. Simply read that. After analyzing those matters, you can find out the solutions. That's why we are discussing this. Got the idea? Right. බලන්න පුතා analyze කරලා. Identify the irrelevant cost. මේක පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්න. මේක තියෙනවා direct material 500, direct labor 250, variable overheads 50. Altogether it's become 800 as variable cost. Variable cost එක අපි analyze කරාම කීයද තියෙන්නේ? 800. දැන් මෙතන තියෙනවා irrelevant cost. The full cost of rupees 1050 includes 250 allocated to fixed production overheads. Got the idea? එතකොට variable cost එක තියෙන්නේ 800. එතකොට 250 ම ගියේ මොනවද? Fixed cost එකට. Make a special order එක. Then you can approve it, no? Based on the quantitative factors. Right. Production overheads, factory ends that supervise salary. Since Blue Gem has spare capacity, these fixed costs are irrelevant because they will incur whether order is accepted or not. That's the main thing. Got the idea? That fixed cost will occur, no? We have to cover up. They are not that incremental to this specific decision. Then you can accept that particular order by using 150 of contribution margin. Got the idea? That variable cost is 800, their offering price is 950. Then you are having contribution of rupees 150. Not only that, they are ordering 20,000 polo shirts. 20,000 polo shirts. Then it will indicate 3 million of total contributions to your organization. Then, if you are considering that full cost calculation in our basic calculations, only that are we rejecting that particular order, we are having kind of loss of this contribution. That's why we are going within below cost calculation. Now you are having that idea now. Do not go in with additional calculations. You have to promote your that identical basics regarding the irrelevant and relevant cost. Clear? Right. Okay. Go to next. In here, it's another scenario. Okay, right. Try to do this. Make another exercise. What's that? Lotus construction case study. Lotus construction case study. Okay, try to do that. Lotus construction case study. Carefully read and do it. Carefully read and do your calculation and set your final issue. But at the end, it indicates based on this, he thinks buying is cheaper. By using these details, you can negotiate with him regarding your returns. Hari, tell me, what are the identical basics in here? The Lotus Construction Limited working on new Lotus residency apartment project in Kandy. The project required 200 that precast concrete staircases. The company owned that modular plant on Kampaha can make them, but the plant is very busy. Alternatively, a reliable external supplier has quoted a price of rupees 45,000 for staircase. Which kind of case? Which kind of short-term vision? Make go buy. Make go buy. The project manager needs to make a quick make-go-buy decision. He gives you the following cost estimates from Kampaha plant to produce one staircase. Direct material for cement and steel 20,000, direct labor 15,000, variable overhead 5,000, allocated fixed cost 8,000, altogether rupees 48,000. Then which one is the profitable? External purchase. All are accepted. All are agreed. Then qualitative balance. The plant depreciation is 8,000. Consider that. Good idea. Qualitative elevated fixed overheads, not variable overheads. Then in make or buy decision, become irrelevant cost. Calculating that. Suggest the answer. that relevant cost for making, not 48,000, only 40,000. You have to ignore, yes, fixed cost. It's become irrelevant cost. Allocated fixed cost of rupees 80,000 is irrelevant to this decision. The depreciation on Gabha plant is a kind of sunk cost related to the past decision buy of equipments and committed cost that will be incurred regardless whether the plant makes these specific staircase or not. You have to do that particular depreciations for that allocated fixed cost. Got the idea? So therefore, in here, relevant cost is 40,000. Relevant cost for make 40,000. Relevant cost for outsource or buy is rupees 45,000. Then which one is the most profitable to us? Make. Not like that. Huh? Based on the relevant cost analysis, rupees 5,000 cheaper for you to make the staircase in house. In here, you are having 2,000 staircase completes with 500 per unit contributions. Then altogether, you can earn 1 million of contribution. Make it internally. Got the idea? Right. Okay. Second thing is qualitative factor. Key qualitative factor. Right. Already I have discussed with you to some extent. See, make go buy decisions. Will supplier be reliable and maintain quality? अभी outsource करना हमारा था quality का consider करना मैं repeat करना होगा हम इसे लगती हुआ. Is there a risk of supplier increasing the prices in future? अभी देंगे यार एक agreement sign कराते इस तरह समाधान यार prices වැඩි කරන්න පුළුවන්. You have to consider regarding that particular signing of agreements with outsourcing. What is the impact of employee morale if you outsourcing their works? යාලගේ internally කරන්න තියෙන වැඩේ තමයි ඔයාලා outsource කරන්න. And then you have to analyze by using questionnaire or survey regarding the morality. That's the important thing, key thing. For special order decisions, how will your regular customer react if they are finding out the lower price? ඔයාලගේ regular customers ලා ඉන්නවා 700 වලට purchase කරනවා. ඔයාලා special order එකකට දෙනවා 500. සමහරවිට market එකේ මෙයාලා දාලා කරන්න පුළුවන් 550. Like our scenario. Right? අපි ආපිකෝ හදනවා cream biscuit එක ආපිකෝ වලට දෙනවා අර 100 pair package එක රුපියල් 50කට. අපේ packet එකක් market එකට දානවා 85. ඒතර යාට දාන්න පුළුවන් 50 වලට අරන් 75 වලට. Right? ඒක එයා price එක set කරනවා අපිට වැඩිය low price එකක්. It's a kind of compete. If we can manage it, we can approve that order. You have to consider it in advance by discussions with your government officials in different departments like marketing manager, sales manager, like that. Because board meeting කරගෙන තමයි decisions ගන්නවා. Right. Could this order lead to valuable long-term relationships? Long-term relationships. ඒතකොට organization එකේ reputation එක ගැන හිතන්න ඕන. දැන් අපි ආපිකෝ එක්ක connect වෙනවා කියන්නේ ඩයනයකට opportunity එක create වෙනවා for other kind of factor, other kind of productions. Just like that. We have to find out that. Next one, how will it affect your brand premium image? Then our packaging, it has manufactured that category. They are only going within distributions and marketing. Like that. You have to be careful about this kind of qualitative factor also in your decisions. For production discontinued decisions, what the impact of loyal customer who relies on that particular productions? ඔයාලා එක ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එකක් වහන්න යනවා. එහෙම වුණොත් ඔයාලගේ ඉන්න කස්ටමර් බේස් එකට මොනවද වෙන්නේ? අයිඩියා එකක් තියෙන්න ඕන. Otherwise you can continue with easy rising losses. Got the idea? To continue your reputations in the industry. Will continuing this product affect the sales of your other products? I told you earlier. ඒක impact වෙන්න පුළුවන් ඔයාලගේ අනිත් productions වලට. ඕවත් කවදා නැති වෙයි. අපි ඒක ගන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. දැන් ඔය Toyota වල කරලා තියෙන්නේ bits එක නතර කරලා තියෙනවා. Production එක නේද? දැන් bits එක නෑ මොනවද අර Yaris එක විතරයි ඉන්න අර කොට කාර් එක, පොඩි අර hatchback එක. ඒතකොට එහෙම වුණාම මිනිස්සු කල්පනා කරනවා මේක අරගෙන මේක ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එක නතර වුණොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? ආන් B/D එකට යනවා සේල් එකක් like that. ඒතර ඒක think කරන්න ඕන. discontinue කරනවා වගේ නෙමෙයි operations. ඒක බලන්න ඕන අනිත් වාද productions වල මොනවද වෙන්නේ කියලා. It's a kind of qualitative factor going within some management disciplines. What message does not send to the market about your company's stability? Based on your shutdown of some parts, it will arise that organization will close or shut down in due course. Like that. That's the alert as a message. Right. A framework of evaluation. Right. In here, right, you can discuss some of the methods. Right. Make a put up read color scenario. In your examination, sometimes they are asking those kind of simple scenarios to go forward with some final decisions. A board of Mango Holding is reviewing the performance of agriculture division. The financial reports show the rubber estates have generated net loss of 150 million for the year. It's a loss, 150 million. The loss figure was calculated after allocating rupees 2 million share of group's head office administrative cost. Administrative cost. Due to the recent 15% drop of global rubber prices, some board of members are proposing that Mango Holding should shut down the rubber estates to eliminate this loss. මොනවද කියන්නේ? rubber factory එක වහලා දාමු කියන්නේ නේද? ඊට අමතරව drop එකක් තියෙනවා global prices වල 15%. The CEO Chamari Pereira asked you to prepare and analyze to guide this discontinuation decisions. What are the factors considered under the line? What are the key factors to evaluate to take into account this decision? The proceeding main thing in discontinuation of production or the service or part or segment. Yes, profit or loss, but we can avoid which fixed cost. Fixed cost. That's the main thing. Others, already I can discuss with you that all parts. Others, I know that we qualitative factors. It is aligning with several kinds of qualitative factors also, no? We have to be careful about that. We are shut down in our main factory, rubber factory. Got the idea? Right. See that? First one, quantitative analysis. Careful, see that. It's important for your next calculation, right? Quantitative analysis based on relevant cost. See, contribution margin loss. If these estates are closed, company will lose sales revenue from rubber. You calculate contribution margin, sales revenue minus variable cost. Simple. Generated by the rubber estate, which is 50 million. This is actual profit contribution that would be loss. So there you are. Contribution එක කීයද දෙනවා කියන්නේ මෙයාලගේ 50 millions. 50 millions. But they are asking to go ahead with shutdown based on which general loss of 150 millions. Then generally it's having kind of which fixed cost. අපි අර කතා කරපු දේ තියෙන්න පුළුවන් මේක ඇතුලේ. That's why we are analyzing this, huh? Right. Avoidable fixed cost. You investigate fixed cost, fine only rupees 30 million. Specific state supervisors and salaries are direct. Avoidable cost that would be saved, operation is shut down. That's the second thing. Then see irrelevant cost. The rupees 200 million allocated head office cost of irrelevant for these decisions. What is that? It's a kind of direct fixed cost allocated to particular state or that rubber. This is committed group of costs that continue would be simplified reallocate of other division rubber states were closed. රබර් එක වැවුවා කියලා මේ තියෙන ෆික්ස් කොස්ට් එක නැති වෙනවද? නෑ ඒක අනිත් ඩිපාර්ට්මන්ට් වලට යන්න පුළුවන්. ඩිවයිඩ් වෙලා. Got the idea? That's the scenario. Financial conclusion. Contribution loss 50 million. Avoidable fixed cost save 30 million. Then net financial impact of shutdown 20 million loss. 20 million loss. Why is that? It's having 30 millions of this avoidable fixed cost of the salary of our specific state supervisors. We have to be careful about that. Like that, you can analyze it advance these cases by using that significant points. That's the important thing. Got the idea? එතකොට ඔයාලා phase view එකෙන් අර quantity factors වලින් විතරක් ගියාම ඇත්ත මේ වගේ එකක් analyze කරන්න. Not only that. Simply you are knowing that we can use that basic relevant and irrelevant cost, but we have to analyze it advance. What are the relevant costs in advance, not as basics. Got the idea? තව ටිකක් analyze කරාම තමයි මේ reasons වලට හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්. Then the analysis show that shutdown of a rubber state would be actually make the group overall profit. That was rupees 20 million. 20 million. That's the case. We can see the vice versa of our predetermined decisions. So that based on the analysis of these kind of cases, you can find out different decisions. That's the interpretations of this case study, right? Go to next. In qualitative factors, already we had discussed, right? We had discussed. In here, we have to consider employee impact, brand reputation, supplier relationships. Those are some key insight in here. We have to consider, right? Go to next. මම මේක කතා කරන්න කලින් ස්ටේට්මන්ට් එක කතා කරලා ඉන්න. Madam question. What are the key elements? What are the key elements of management report? What are the key elements of management report? Now you know the case. We do not take the decision or we do not conclude the recommendations by using only quantitative measurements. We have to consider further analysis of relevant cost and irrelevant cost and also qualitative factors. So that's why we are using those. Right. See, a well-written report helps decision makers to feel confidence in your recommendations. It tells clear story using your analysis as evidence. This builds trust and ensure your insight lead to the actions. While recommendations කියනකොට report එකක් විදියට ඒක import වෙනවා users කට. It's having kind of clear picture. That's why we are using the report without using simple calculations. Got the idea? එතකොට මේ වගේ decision short term decisions වල අපි මොනවද කියන්නේ? We are using a simple report to get in some decisions based on your conclusions and recommendations. Right. In here, I am asking that basic elements. See, number one, mention executive summary. That's the elements of your report. Note කරගන්න පුළුවන්. මේවා exams දාන්න පුළුවන්. First one, executive summary. Or kind of key introduction. Second, problem definition. Problem definition. Third, analysis of alternatives. Next one, recommendation and justification. Next one, implementation plan. Implementation plan. Like that, those are the basic contents aligning with your management report. Right. See one by one. Right. Can we see that? The professional accounting bodies emphasize the importance of structured communication. That's the main thing. As for visible leader, you have to be careful about all the decisions of your organization or that particular industry. So therefore, professionally we have to proceed your arguments by using proper communication mediums or the channels. That's the meaning here. Is it having proper way to go ahead with by using that simple device? You can provide it. You can do it by using those, right? A good report follows the logical format to build up compelling arguments. Then if you are building up this kind of statement, it's having all the decision making schedules. It's not an easy task for you as student, but if you are further studying these kind of statements, it's very familiar to you. Got the idea? All of them may following situation එකේ ඉන්නකොට පොඩි පොඩි doubts එන්න පුළුවන් reports ලියන්න. නමුත් මේවා තමයි report එකේ structure එක. Right. First one, executive summary. බලන්න executive summary එකක් කියන්නේ මොනවද කියලා. A brief overview of the problem, analysis and recommendations. It's like an abstract. පොඩි summary එකක් ලියන්න ඕනේ ඉස්සෙල්ලා problem එක ගැන. Introduction එකක්. Got the idea? In here, see, brief overview of the problem, analysis and recommendation. Write this last but place is first. That's the main thing. ඔයා වැඩේ ඔක්කොම කරාට පස්සේ තමයි ඔයාලට මේ idea එක එන්නේ. එතකොට තමයි ඔයාලා notice කරන්න පුළුවන්, but in your report first you have to place it as abstract or executive summary. Got the idea? එතකොට executive summary එක තමයි ඔයාලගේ report එකේ මොනවද කියන්නේ? පළවෙනි එකම තියෙන්නේ. Got the idea? ඒක එතකොට හැමදේම තියෙනවා. What's that? Problem is there, analysis is there, recommendation is there as brief. KDA. Second, problem definition. A clear statement of the decisions you are addressing, its context. Problem එක හරියට analyze කරලා ලියන්න. You have to divide it into relevant parts. That's why we call it as analyzing. Got the idea? Third, analysis of alternatives. That means you can analyze by using quantitative factor and qualitative factor. Or then your discussion is fulfilled. In contemporary, we are expecting this kind of arguments, this kind of calculations in our reporting. But they are not only your simple that number calculations. You have to discuss some of the other factors. You can indicate those based on the reportings. Right. See, quantitative analysis. Present and relevant cost calculation for each options. Qualitative analysis. Discuss the non-financial factors and their potential impact. By using some point form, you can explain something. Already we have discussed now several qualitative factors based on each and every decision. How many decisions are there? Decisions here, at the first, I have given no, it's 7, 6 or 7. First one, special orders. Second one, make or buy. Next one, discontinuity. Next, replacements of equipments. Next, special price decisions for new products or anything, or selling price like that. Then each and every problems. You know the problems. Those are the problems. You can define the problems. And you can explain by using quantitative analysis and qualitative analysis. Got the idea? Then finally you can recommend your decisions by arguing these all. That's mean quantitative factor and qualitative factor both. See, state your final recommendation clearly. Explain how balances financial and non-financial factors and aligns with the company strategies. You know the organizational vision and mission as management accountant. Got the idea? Then you can propose your recommendation based on that particular organizational business strategy. Got the idea? Then යාලා brand reputation එක නම් ලොකුවටම focus කරන්නේ අපි quantitative මතම depend වෙලා ඉඳලා හරියනවද? No, then we have to be careful about qualitative factor also. That's the strategy of that particular organization. Got the idea? Then finally, implementation plan. You can put some, is it required? You can put some implementation plan. Say for an example, discontinue of productions. කියන්න පුළුවන් මෙතනින් පටන් ගන්න මෙතනින් තමයි ඉවර කරන්න ඕනේ. based on the solve of that problem. Briefly outline the next step and any risk is it considered under this implementations of plans regarding that particular decisions. Got the idea? Those are key identical contents in that management reports. In your examination, most probably they can ask it. Right. Next. In here, it has one case. Carefully see that. Make what the a potential new client, a large e-commerce retailer, wants to outsource its entire warehousing and distribution function for the western province of Zenith Logistics. What's they asking? The potential new client is large e-commerce retailer, wants to outsource its entire warehousing and distribution function for the western province to Zenith. Zenith එක දෙන්න ඕන කියන ඔයාලගේ සම්පූර්ණ පාඩ එක. Right, see, this is a major opportunity, but would be require Zenith to operate its that Pariyagoda warehouse near full capacity. The COO or Chief Operating Officer, that Shalini Pereira, needs to conscious report with a clear recommendation on whether they accept that particular contract. She needs to understand the financial implication as well as any non-financial risk before making financial decisions. Got the idea? Because I expect quantitative evaluation and qualitative evaluation both. Got the idea? Like that. Then तीनों बड़ी sample लेगा. बारह लसन की evaluate करा लिया नहीं को बोलेंगे ना. Right? Carefully see that. First, you have to put your heading contents in your email. Email එක නම් තියෙන්නේ email එක මේක පාවිච්චි කරන්න දුන්නේ නේද? Is it? Email එකේ report එක දාලා යන්න පුළුවන් නේද? පුළුවන්. මේක email එක වෙන්න පුළුවන් එහෙම නැත්නම් ඔයාලගේ reporting format එක වෙන්න පුළුවන්. කාටද දෙන්නේ? CEO ට. From කවුද? Management accountant. Date එක දාන්න පුළුවන්. මේක තමයි subject එක. Recommendation of e-commerce outsourcing contract. That's the heading. What the idea? Second, introduction. Introduction means kind of executive summary. Executive summary. See, this report analyzes the proposal from the e-commerce retailer to outsource their Western Province logistics to Zenith. The decision is whether to accept of higher volume contract which would utilize our remaining warehouse capacity at the Pariyagoda hub. That's the introduction, brief introductions regarding the requirements of that retailer of e-commerce submitted to CEO of Zenith. Second, quantity analysis. A relevant cost analysis shows the significant positive financial implications. In here, it's having kind of numbers, but you have to be careful about that valuations of that particular numbers. Right? See, project annual revenue for the contract 120 million. Then you can see the relevant cost. Staffing, it has 35 millions. Fuel and vehicles 20 millions. Extra utility admin cost 8 millions. Then you can see project contribution or loss as quantitative measurements. Quantitative measurement. This is an example. Now, make example देखा. मैं format का थोड़ा बोल दिया है. Format के points और questions आने बोलूँगा. मैं format का और report का हमारा practical approach करने लगा. But then the second one is qualitative analysis. Qualitative analysis. क्या आप किसी दे? First one, strategic benefit, operational risk, reputation risk. Like that you can categorize it based on that identical situation or that case. You can analyze it. See in here, strategic benefit. Securing a major e-commerce client would be established Zenith as a key player in the high growth market, aligning with our strategic goals. That's worldwide e-commerce retailer aligning with our logistics. Then that reputations directly affect to us no as a positive sign. It's a kind of strategic goal. Next one, operational risk. Operating the Pariyagoda warehouse at a near full capacity could reduce our flexibility to handle unexpected volumes. අර case එකේ කිව්ව මොනවද? It's having kind of higher capacity in our valuable warehouse. So therefore, if we are assigning agreements with that retailer, it will indicate some kind of complexity in our capacities. That's the second thing. You can analyze it carefully. From existing clients and potentially straining service levels. We have to be careful about that. Next one, reputation risk. Failure to meet the demanding of several levels of agreements of large e-commerce player could damage Zenith reputation for reliability. But the idea, if you cannot handle their capacities in advance based on the distributions, it will directly affect to your reputation of Zenith. But the idea like that, those are some key factors you require to evaluate in advance to go forward with these kind of reportings. It's kind of advanced things. Don't hesitate regarding that. That idea is very important. I think you are having that idea now. All මොනවද උදා කරන්නේ එතකොට quantitative factor එකක් පොඩ්ඩක් evaluate කරලා බලන්න ඕන. qualitative factor එකක් evaluate කරලා බලලා balance වෙන recommendation එකක් conclusion එකක් දෙන්න ඕන. management විදියට. management account කරලා. But the idea, let's see. Recommendation. It's the recommendation that Zenith accept the contract. The projected annual contribution is 57 billions based on our quantitative analysis. The strategic entry into e-commerce logistic market outweigh the manageable operational risk. It's having kind of risk based on your capacity utilization and also your distribution channels. To mitigate these risks, I recommend we simultaneously approve small scale investments to expand our cross-docking capabilities in valuable facility. අන්න recommendation එකක් දෙනවා. මොනවද? Capacity increase කරන්න යාත් එක්ක investment agreement එකට යන්න කියලා. But idea, why is that? Otherwise it will indicate kind of damage of your reputation based on the handle of that higher capacity of customer base in retailers. But idea, like that. Which will improve through output is of capacity that pressures. Like that. You can indicate all the matters in advance within your reports as smart management accountant. But the idea, පැහැදිලි කතාව. That's it for this. Right. In here, already we were discussing short-term decision making with reporting. Mainly focus with relevant and irrelevant cost as quantitative factor. A part of that, we have to be careful about each and every decisions based qualitative factor. Finally, you can build up your report by using content areas, that format areas. How many areas? Basically, executive summary, second one, problem definitions, analytical alternative and the qualitative and quantitative. Yes. Implementation of final plan, like that. Got the idea? Those are the key elements, and also you have to analyze each and every parts. A part එකේ මොනවද තියෙන්නේ? Say for an example, executive summary. What's that? Executive summary එකක් කියන්නේ මොනවද? දැන් අපි discuss කරන්නේ.
Brief definition of all details.
Yes. Brief overview of all the details. That means your problem, your analyze, your recommendations, and all. You can find out these all details at the end, but you have to put it in trust. That's the meaning, right? Sometimes it is asking the examination. That's why I am recording. Okay. Wait. Only 4. No. Break දුන්නොත් එන්නේ නැහැ ඔයාලා. අර lunch break දීලා 2යි එද්දී. තව break දුන්නොත් එහෙම එන්නෙම නැහැ. දැන් 4යි වෙලාව. ඊළඟේ තව ටිකක් ඩිස්කස් කරලා බියන්. පැහැදිලිද? Is it okay? මම මේ ඉන්නේ තාම උදේ ඉඳන්. හා? ඔයාලා දැන් වාඩි වෙලා ඉන්නේ මම මේ ඉඳගෙන ඉන්නේ හා. right. break එක කොහොමද? දැන් අන්තිමට මම අමාරුනේ දාපෝ ගිහින් එනකොට මට අමාරුයි. අපි පාර්ටි එක කරන්නේ 4:30 වගේ ඉවර කරමු. Is it okay? මේක ටිකක් කතා කරලා හෙටත් ක්ලාස් එක දාන්න නේද? හෙටත් උදේ එකක් තියෙනවනේ. හෙට අපි බජට් එක ඉවර කරලා දාමු. පුළුවන් මේ බජට් එක. අපි සමරයිස් කරලා report එක විතර discuss කරනවා. නමුත් මේකේ මේ key areas වලත් එක්ක කතා කරේ මේව point කරන්න පුළුවන් උදා ඔයාලගේ exam එකට. දැන් ඊළඟ report එකේ එක කොටසක් qualitative fact එක, decision type එක. ඔය හැමදාම තියෙනවා මේකේ questions කරන්න පුළුවන් not only calculations. ඒතර calculations විතරක් discuss කරලා අමාරු මේ subject area එකේ. ඉස්සෙල්ලා අපි calculations තමයි කරේ ඒකට කරා management accounting කියලා. In contemporary ablation syllabus it's having both theory part and then theory කිව්වත් ඒක theory නෙමෙයිනේ මේක practical. දැන් report එකක් වුණාම ඔයාලා report එකේ contents දැනගන්න ඕන. report එකේ that points දැනගන්න ඕන. qualitative factor මොනවද analyze කරන්නේ decision එකට අදාළව. like that. It's a big picture of that entire syllabus. මේක දැන් ගොඩක් දේවල් අපි කතා කරනවා practical දේවල්. It's important for your developments also. Right anyhow. Go to next one. Yes, this one no. මේක පොඩ්ඩක් අපි discuss කරලා යමු. මම foundation එක දීලා යනවා. මේක මම ඔක්කොම එකට කරලා arrange කරනවා ඊට අපිට discuss කරන්න. Right. Write down this chapter. We are in chapter D now. කවන්න ආගෙන ඉන්නේ නේද? ඔළුවේ තියෙනවනේ. හදන්න දෙයක් තියන්නේ නැහැ නේ ඒකේ. ඉග්නෝ කරන්න බෑ. හැබැයි think කරන්න ඕන හදන්න විදිහ. එක්සෑම් එකේදී අහන්න පුළුවන් මේක. Write out chapter D, section 1, standard cost. Standard cost. මේකේ පොඩි discussion එකක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ ආ. පොඩි discussion එකක් හිමීට ආගෙන ඉන්න තමයි තියෙන්නේ. මේව මතකද? marginal versus standard absorption cost. आता कराने जब marginal costing, absorption costing, profit statements है दोनों इधर. एक मतलब मैं यहाँ पे थोड़ा repeat करने के लिए discussion करूँगा. Okay. Not only that, in here it has several chapters. Standard cost, purpose of budget and budgeting process. Second, types of budget, budget preparation and use of data analysis, forecasting tools, employee engagement in budgeting, and finally, variance analysis. Variance analysis means it's a kind of equations. You have to go through that to measure favorable and unfavorable things. First chapter එකේ ටිකක් අපි කතා කරනවා ඒක නේද? ඒක ફોකස් එක එනවා ඒක උදේ basically. Okay, standard cost. Right. Carefully read this. මේක ගොඩක් තියෙනවා. මෙමිට read කරලා මම explain කරනවා. Right. That standard cost means in generally it's a kind of budgeted cost. Prior to produce, we are setting all utilization of our capacities and also prices, so values. We are predicting, we are setting some values based on historical figures, based on analyticals, based on forecastings. By using these all matters, we are setting our standards. Got the idea? Say for an example in here, a bakery estimates that standard cost to produce 1 loaf of bread is rupees 80. Rupees 80. Simply now you are knowing everything, sir. This includes rupees 34 wheat flour, rupees 10 for other ingredients. But those 30 is wheat flour, 10 for other ingredients. Yes, these two. All those are kind of materials, no? Isn't it? Then we have wheat flour, at the bread harder. If you are having that idea, yeast stone, very good. What else? Mainly is no. Yes. What else? Yes, labor is parallel part. I am asking regarding materials. In here you can see that wheat flour is there no. A part of that we have to consider other kind of ingredients. Those are become category of material. Not labor. Got that? Second, 25 for labor. It's an additional factor. Remember idea again. 25 for labor and rupees 15 for overheads. Like that. Then combined we can see the standard cost of this. The second argument, example 2, carefully see, is the foundation or layout of our variance analysis. A furniture manufacturer determined that one wooden chair should require, what's that? It's a wooden chair. Wooden chair. Required 2 meters of timber. What's that? 2 meters of timber. At rupees 500 per meter. That's the standard cost. යාලා කියනවා පුටුවක් හදන්න ඕන. ගිහි ඕන කොච්චරද? meters දෙකක්. cost එක 500. 3 hours of direct labor. අන්න advance වෙනවා. 3 hours of direct labor at rate of rupees 200 and rupees 150 for overhead cost for that particular unit of chair. The standard cost for one chair would be 2,250. Isn't it? How we are calculating that? We need 2 meters of timber. 1 meter is 500. Then altogether 1,000. Come to 3 hours of direct labor. Labor rate is 200. 200 into 3, 600. Then come to overhead. It's become directly 150 in here. Got the idea? Then if you are expanding this based on material, labor and overhead. Material, labor and overhead. You can write it like this, no? We need material in here, this example, no? Material, we need 2 meters. We need 2 meters at the rate of what? 500. Then material rate is 1,000. This is the argument. Huh? Second, we need labor. 3 hours. The labor rate is 200. Then we can see the total of 600. Then third, it's having overhead. Directly they have given 150. Then you can calculate per unit cost. It's equal to 2,250 like that. That's the basic idea.
1,700.
Which one? Yes. This one is wrong, no? It has kind of mistakes, huh? That's me. I have used this one. But it's wrong, no? It's a mistake. 1,750, no? 1,750. Make them on our additional 500 and then 3 meters like that we require to build up our standard cost calculations, huh? In our variance analysis we can discuss it, but anyhow that argument is the foundation of our standard cost elements. But that not only that, we are predicting demand of that particular productions. Demand එකක් අපි expect කරනවා. Production capacity. Budgeted productions. Right. Go to next. While both standard and budgets are essential tools to cost management, they serve different complementary purposes. A standard is the target cost for one unit in one of should 80, the budgeted plan of total activity. That's the second thing. The total monthly cost should be rupees 4 million at which 50,000 productions. Is it? 400,000 in 50,000 productions. 50,000 into 80, it's equal to this. That's why we are planning our productions. Take half the is doing a fulfilling the value. 400,000 total income. අපේ activities කීයක් යන්න ඕනද 50,000 outputs යන්න ඕන. ගියොත් තමයි අපිට කොහොමද වෙන්නේ 400,000 එන්නේ. capacity එකත් එතකොට මොනවද plan කරන්න ඕන. We have planned our production, no budgeted productions in that cost. Right. Okay, next. These are some additional details. Right. In here we are using that standard cost to calculate at the end variance. It's a kind of management tool to recognize what you are budgeted with. What? We are comparing budgeted with what? Actual. We are using variance analysis tool, right? Okay. Next. Okay. Note down this. Heading exam another. Isn't it? We are in chapter D, section 1. Right. Write down a question. Which industries are relevant to go forward with standard costing. It's simply, don't write. If we are using this kind of standard costing assignments, directly it should have some continuous operation or repetitive productions. Is it having kind of unique productions? Our attempts will destroy. Got the idea? Abhi samanen monawada standard cost නැත්නම් budgeting cost set කරන්නේ එක දිගට යන productions වල operations වල. And productions for Deva mentioned in it, right? So there, why is that? Material change, production change, set so therefore, for repetitive productions, generally we are using this standard costing calculations. Right? See, manufacturing companies with repetitive product or process. Right? That's the first thing. Or food processing, garments. Like that. Second, fast food restaurants where the ingredients for each items can be specified. Where the inputs for items. Say for an example, bun, meat, cheese, like that. Then it has common ingredients for different productions. It's a repetitive productions. Then we can go ahead with this. Next, bank operations. In service. Processing loan application or issuing debit cards. It's a kind of recurring cycles. Then we can assign some cost regarding issuing of single cards. Complete of loan with single customers. Like that. Next one, healthcare settings. For routine procedures or standardized diagnosis. ECMO diagnosis, sugar reports, blood reports. Like that. Then we can set predetermined standard cost for that. Got the idea? Right. Making keep and notice. Sometimes it will ask in your examination. Those examples are important for your MCQs. Manufacturing companies, restaurants and food organizations, banking operations, healthcare. in here, see, in these cases, standard cost can be accurately estimated and variance can be meaningful and interpreted on that scenario. Standard costing is not appropriate for organization engaged in highly customized, non-repetitive activities. That's the second thing. Got the idea? If you are going into these industries, it's somewhat difficult, somewhat complex to go forward with standard costing. See, construction projects. That projects are producing that unique production and services by going within that limited time periods, projects. Then it's not a continuous operation. Next one, consulting services. Consulting services. Say for an example, lawyers. It's depend on the clients. Just like that. Then we cannot evaluate. Research and developments. Based on technological advancements, based on the environmental changes, we can conduct some R&Ds, no? Research and developments. Then it's do not going within that standard costing. So, where each job is unique and predictable input-output relationships do not exist. We cannot see that particular relationships among input and outputs. So, therefore, it should be a unique kind of inputs or unique kind of outputs, like that. Okay. That's the second argument. Now, that's why I have given that. See in here, standard costing system. අපි standard costing එක කොහොමද සිස්ටම් කරන්නේ? මෙන්න මේ මෙකැනිසම් එක පොඩ්ඩක් ඇඳගමු. Illustrate standard costing system. Standard costing system. It's not a kind of simple calculations. After calculating variance analysis, you have to get some corrective actions also. වැරද්දක් තියෙනවා නම් මොකද කරන්න ඕනද? හදන්න ඕන. Is it favorable? We can go forward with that. Is it unfavorable? We have to investigate that. හොයන්න ඕන reasons නේද? ඒක තමයි මේ perform කරන්න යා. Right. Number 1, set standard cost. මේ විදිහට structure එක දාමු.
So
Illustrate standard costing system. Illustrate standard costing system. මේක පොඩ්ඩක් හදලා මේක යන්න පුළුවන් සමහර දේවල් example. First, set the standard cost. Or set කරන්න ඕනේ standard cost එක නැත්නම් budget cost එක. In here, budget preparations. Right. පාටි දාගෙන ඒක ඕනේ නෑ මේක ලියන්නකො. Second, record actual cost. Or standard cost එක කරලා ඊට පස්සේ මොනවද? Actual cost records ගන්න ඕනේ. Third, calculate the variance. Calculate the variance. Next, you require to analyze your variance. Is it favorable or unfavorable? Then finally, you require to take corrective actions. Then again, you can set the standards based on that corrective action. It's kind of cycle. It's cycle. First, set the standard cost. Second, record the actual cost or calculate actual cost. Then third, calculate the variance or variance analysis. Then finally, take corrective actions to set standard cost for next cycle. But then keep remember, in here it has different terms. Some performance evaluation for analysis variances. In here you can see budget preparations to set standard cost. In here you can see favorable and unfavorable versions in variance calculations. Right? Those are some identical basics. I think already you have studied that under your basic programs. But anyhow, in here we have discussed some advanced materials. Right? Next, where the standard cost is working best. Right. On that, it has that sequential steps. Standard setting, performance recording, variance calculation, variance analysis, corrective actions, and standard reviews. Already we have discussed that now. You wrote it. Right. Next, corrective actions, standard reviews, and analysis. Next one, purpose of standard costing. Make a total. Purpose of standard costing. Some of the terms are missing. Right. Making questions are the simple questions. Right. Mention number 1. Estimate future cost for decision makings. Estimate future cost for decision making. In here, that budgeting means we are budgeting for new costs. Budget එකක් හදන එක මොකටද? ඉදිරි පීරියඩ් එකකට. ඒකට අපි predictions තියනවා. Estimating future cost and decision makings. Right. Go to second. Setting performance target and motivate staff. That's the purpose. It's having kind of predetermined or preset schedules. Then staff performing based on that particular schedule. In here, the production teams knows that the standard times to assemble of one electronic device within 45 minutes. This gives them clear target to work towards, help maintain that particular productivity or that outputs. So there, අපි කියනවා විනාඩි 45ක් තමයි ඔයාලට එක production එකකට දෙන්නේ. ඒක තමයි අපේ budget target එක. So there, for sales department you can see we are assigning several kind of sales target based on the weekly or year to date, year to week, year to month, like that. But annually, we are getting within that total target. Third one, supporting budgeting and performance evaluations. Standard cost, especially support for budget preparations. Next one, performance evaluations. Performance evaluate always we are going within planning with actuals. Then you can approve their incentives, commissions and many more. The second thing is it having kind of defaults, vice versa of that you can investigate. See this scenario, if the standard cost per unit is ₹100 and planned production is 5,000 units. Got the idea? Then our total cost going within ₹500,000 as budgeted or planned. Budgeted or planned. See, the budget would be ₹500,000. If the actual costs are 520,000, then managers can investigate ₹20,000 unfavorable variance. Without having that particular cost analysis, we cannot find out where are the error points, where are the fraud points, or anything. So therefore, that standard cost analysis is very important. Next one, enabling control through exception reporting. Enabling control through exception reportings. Okay, controls stand based on the wastages, based on the efficiencies, based on the outputs, like that. In here, see, a manufacturing plant set the material usage standards for each products. When actual usage exceed the standard by more than 5%, the system automatically generates an exception report for management investigations. Is it having higher wastage, higher capacity utilization? Then we have to investigate it regarding the inefficiency of our machineries. Like that, we can set the standards. Finally, we can evaluate or control it. That controlling part is very important for every productions. You know that each and every organization, those who are going within internal controls, that control is assigned especially based on these kind of standard costing cycles. That's why management accounting is important for any organization. Is it a production or manufacturing organization or service organization or any organization. Next one, simplifying cost and inventory valuation. No doubt. Next one, simplifying costing and inventory valuations. In here, that standard cost is very important to setting final selling price also, and also investigating some final cost alignments. All the factors we can go in within that cost calculations. In here, see, a textile company values inventory of 10,000 shirts at standard cost of 300 for each, totaling ₹3 million, rather than tracking the actual cost of each shirt. Then they can set the prices based on our predetermined standard cost prices. Right. Okay. Next, core principles in standard costing. Core principles in standard costing. In here, under standard costing, mainly we are focusing this concept: per unit cost calculation. Per unit cost calculation. Then at the end, we can find out the total values, but simply per unit basis. Already you are knowing that. I have discussed with you, right? Second, predetermined nature. Always. We are predicting something. Recognize predict. See, instead of average last year's material cost, a company set the standard cost of steel using supplier quotations, current market prices, and expected usage of efficiency. Got the idea? Then our standard costing, that settings are going within predetermined nature by using several factors. Not we are depending on some historical arguments. Standard cost set supplier quotations consider market prices changes consider machine utilize technological change machines purchase efficiency focus predict. Just like that, we can see some several kind of arguments within that cycles of standard costing. Next one, efficiency assumptions. Efficiency assumptions. That means we try to reduce wastages, especially abnormal wastages in that standards. See, example, if the standard labor times for assembling a fan is 30 minutes, it assumes well-trained workers working at a reasonable pace with no major delays or defects. If you are setting timings, it's having that efficiency assumptions. It's not affect to morale of that laborers. May 30 minutes අපි set කරනවා නම් management accountant එකට අපි set කරන්නේ යාගේ skill capacity එක outputs යාගේ කොහොමද quality එක මේ ඔක්කොම set කරලා තමයි timing set කරන්නේ. Good idea. We do not focus only our final expectations of outputs. We require to consider the other factors. Well-trained workers, working at reasonable pace. යාගේ morality හොඳ වෙන්න ඕන. Positive side එක. Major delays or defects. Without having any delays or defects, we have to consider it. No major delays or defects. Like that. We have to set it. Got the idea? That's the importance of that. Next one, regular review and updating. Is it having any kind of changes in prices or efficiencies or anything? We have to review our standard costing calculations. We do not depend on, lifelong period of times. Right? We require to revise it. If the cost of raw material increase due to the inflation, the material costing standard should be updated according to the maintained relevance. Got the idea? Prices එකක් kind of material price වැඩි වුණොත් අපි තියෙන standard cost එකේ ඉන්නවද? නැහැ. We require to revise it. This is the core principle. Regular review and updating. Okay. Next one, applicability and repetitive operations. Applicability and repetitive operations. See, a fast food restaurant can see standard ingredients quantities for a burger. I think you are user of that. 100 grams of meat, 1 bun, 2 slices of tomato. Because the process of repeated continuously, then we can go ahead with repetitive operations. Why is that? That slices never change. That slice sizes and that capacities are not changing. Then we can go ahead with repetitive operations. This is the core principles. Otherwise, is it a project? We cannot go ahead with that. No, it's a kind of uniqueness. Then you can assign that capacity of materials and other things. Got the idea? So those are the core principles in standard costing. Right? Mention that. What are the core principles in standard costing? What are the core principles in standard costing? This one now. Number one, per unit focus. If you are setting standard price for your organization, You have to be careful these factors. Per unit focus. Second one, predetermined nature. Predetermined nature. We do not depend on your historical figures. Those are important to getting some idea, but you have to analyze that entire your external and internal factors to set your standards. පැහැදිලිද පුතා? ගිය අවුරුද්දේ 100යි තිබේ කියලා මේ අවුරුද්දේ 100 දාන්න එපා. ඒක තමයි practical situation එක. දාන්න පුළුවන් සමාදායට එක practical නොවෙන්න පුළුවන්. So therefore you have to analyze this. Predetermined nature. Next one, efficiency assumptions. Always try to reduce wastages. Careful about other factors too, setting that efficiencies. Next one, regular review and updating. Regular review and updating. Next one, applicability to repetitive operations. Applicability to repetitive operations. අපි ingredients set කරනවා නම් ඒක match වෙන්න ඕන අර regular operation continuous operation එකට. මේ මොනවද තමයි අපි set කරන target එක finally variance කරන්න පුළුවන්. Right. Next, in here it's in one case. Carefully read this. The production manager of Palm Nest Ceylon iced tea. It's a kind of usable production, no? Line is reviewing his monthly performance reports and visible of that frustrated. His total production cost have exceeds the monthly budget. He approaches you and says, I have been given monthly budget of rupees 4.5 million for the production line. But your team keeps sending me reports showing the standard cost for rupees 54 bottle. What's that? මෙයා CEO හරි කවුරු හරි cost මොනවද? boss එවලා දෙනවා 4.5 million තමයි මොනවද දෙන්නේ? ඔයාලට budget එකට දාලා දෙන්නේ. management accountant විදියට ඔයාලා දාලා දෙනවා මේ IST bottle එකකට යනවා per unit cost එකක් 50 rupees කියලා. That's evident argument. Got the idea? දැන් එයා යනවා එයාගේ එක දාරි මගේ එක දාරි. ඒ වගේ නිකන් කතාව නේද? ඒතර අයියා අපි 50 දාන්නේ බොටල් එක කොස්ට් එක ගන්න ඇයි අපි? what are the main reason? දැන් මෙයාගේ එක හිතන්නකො 4.5 million දාලා දෙනවා. දැන් මේක තමයි අපේ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් කොස්ටින් සයිකල් එක යන්නේ. මොනවද අපිට මේක ඉවලුවේට් කරන්න පුළුවන් ඇක්ටියෙන්? what we can evaluate? There's nothing, no, without having your calculation. निकाल think करो मैं per unit cost එකක් නැතුව අපිට කිසි දෙයක් evaluate කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? difference එකක් ගේන්න ඕනද prices වල? investigations කරන්න කියනවා හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්ද කොහෙද කියලා? somewhat complex, no? per unit එක කියනවා නම් දැන් මෙයා මොනවද 4.5 million set කරලා තියෙනවා. 4.5 million නේ. ඔයාලට මේ 4.5 million set කරා නම් කෙලිම දාන පුළුවන් production එකේ output එක කීයක් එන්න ඕනද කියලා? by using which? This per unit total cost, isn't it? හවුද නැද්ද? මේක මොනවද? 50 වලින් divide කරලා බලන්න. That's why we are preparing standard cost per unit. කිව්වේ principal එකේ පළවෙනි මොනවද? per unit cost එක, not total cost. වෙදේ කිය. නමුත් but in here they are having idea of that total budget. But is it having any kind of variances? We cannot use that, no? Right, anyhow. Honestly, it feels like unnecessary paperwork. I just want to know how I am doing against my total spending. Why do I need to this per unit figure? That's the argument. Yeah, I know. मैं 4.5 million वाला का दूसरा budget देखा. I जो हमारा per unit cost का पता नहीं कर दिए. आंसर पता नहीं होगा. उन्होंने ऐसे भी कहते हैं. Yes, students. Tell me about that. මම එකක් කිව්වා. දැන් මේකේ දන්නකො 6 million cost එකක් ආවා. අපිට හොයාගන්න පුළුවන් නේද කොහෙද මොනවද වෙනස් වෙන්නේ කියලා. production capacity එකේද? එහෙම නැත්නම් cost cycle වල මොනවද වෙනස් වෙන්නේ කියලා හොයන්න බැරි පුළුවන්ද? පුළුවන්. මේ total එක දිග්ගම අපිට හොයන්න පුළුවන්ද? Those are the short idea. Right? See, he needs to clear practical explanation of why standard cost per unit is necessary tool to him beyond just having total budget for that particular department. එයා අහනවා per unit cost එක ඇයි මොකටද මට report වෙන්නේ කියලා නේද? ඔයා හදලා දුන්නාම එයා total budget එක දුන්නාම ඇයි ඔයාලා paper work එකක් කරලා per unit cost එකක් හදන්නේ? ඒක useless නේද කියලා. කොහොමද එයාට interpret කරන්න ඕන? මොනවද දාන්න තියෙන arguments? මේවා තමයි arguments. We'll see that one by one. See, the budget of rupees 4.5 million represents the total financial plan for the month. It provides macro level view of that expected investment. No, that's the main analytical basics. No, right. The standard cost of rupees 54 bottle is unit level benchmark. It's the cost that could incur per unit under efficient operation conditions. That's your calculations. Out of total calculations, you can get that extra knowledge of efficiency of your productions by using that per unit cost. Got the idea? That's the predetermined cost. Then you can evaluate all the things, capacities, values, and everything. What per unit cost එක කොහොමද පුතා හදන්නේ? ඒකේ මොනවද තියෙන්නේ? It's having all materials, all labor, all overhead cost. And also it's having utilization of capacities. Say for an example 2 kg, 1 hour or 2 hours. Just like that, all the things are available. That's why we are analyzing per unit cost. That's the importance of that. But the idea, right? Okay. Scenario 1. Was it volume issues? Right? Let's say actual cost this month was 5 million. That's rupees 500 over budget. That means our budget is 4.5 million. Actual is 5 million. Then difference is 500,000. On the scenario එකක්. budget එක දීලා තියෙනවා 4.5 million actual එක ඇවිත් දෙනවා 5 million. Investigate කරන්න පුළුවන්ද මේකෙන් අමාරු. Now you can see the scenario. In here you can see 4.5 million නම් budget කරේ අපිට අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලා calculation එක. Over 50. ඔයාලා මොනවද හොයන්න පුළුවන්? bottle කීයක් produce කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? මේක නම් කීයක් ඇවිත් දෙනවද? 90,000 bottles. Got the idea? එතකොට 5 million ආවනම් 5 million ආවනම් directly ඔයාලට හොයන්න පුළුවන් මොනවද? output එක කීයද කියලා. isn't it? පුළුවන්ද බැයිද? පුළුවන්. කොහොමද වෙන්නේ? 5 million divided by 50. Got the idea? Then it's equal to 100,000. Not 55 no? 50 no? 50. It's equal to 5 million. ඒගොල්ලෝ මේ pretty mistake එකක් තියෙනවා. 5 million. That's the flexible budget of yours. You can calculate it, no? Based on the capacities. දැන් ඒතර මේකේ දිනනවා 50 ම use කරොත් ඔයාලා හදන්න ඕන 90,000. දැන් මේක 5 million budget overtake කරලා නම් බලන්න ඕන 100 million so 100,000 produce කරලාද කියලා. Then we can find out the issue. That's the first thing. Next, scenario B. Was it efficiency or cost issue? In here, assume that actual production volume matched with the original plan 90,000 bottles, but actual cost was 5 million. අපි මෙතන check කරාම 5 million යනවා නම් production එක වෙන්න ඕන කීයද 100,000 but it's not. ඒ කියන්නේ මොනවද 5 million gain දිනනවා second case එක cost එක දීලා තියෙන්නේ කීයද 50 ම තමයි. 5 million gain දිනනවා cost එක sorry not cost production එක තිබිලා තියෙන්නේ 90,000 මේක තමයි scenario එක output එක දීලා දෙනවා 90000 අපි ඒකට predict කරා per unit cost එක 50 කියලා. එතකොට 9000 production එකේ ඉන්නකොට production එක 90000 තමයි ඒ වුණාට actual cost එක increase වෙලා up to 5 million. Then it's a worst scenario. Second. Then we can see the increases of per unit cost. Isn't it? What's the value? 5 million divided by 9000. Then you can see that per unit cost in second scenario. What's the value?
55.5.
Yes. It's become this, not 50. Got the idea? දැන් මේ වගේ scenario එකක් ආවොත් අපිට evaluate කරන්න තමයි මොකක්ද තියාගෙන ඉන්නේ. Per unit cost එක. That's the importance of per unit cost. In here we try to explain that to convince your CEO or CFO or any person, responsible person. Right. This could suggest the price variance, usage variance, labor variance, all the things regarding the increases of this per unit cost. But then we can investigate it. That's why we are performing per unit cost. Got the idea of that? Otherwise, if we are going within that total estimations, we cannot evaluate anything. That's the argument. Right. Next, with standard costing, we can break down the problem and identify where the deviation occurs. That's the important thing. That's why under standard costing, we are calculating per unit cost. It's the prominent that component in that standard costing. Got the idea? Right. In here, I will show one. But then another component. Again, another component. Right. Now it's enough now. Okay, of this 32, we get this those in next week. Okay,